Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Harrison Clark laughed. Enough, no one here is sensitive or sentimental but me, just spill it. What did you call me over for? I still have to get over to the other side's lab. They've been saying that our 30,000 passengers have been acting peculiar. I need to go take a look. I wanted to discuss this with you. You know how the hearing of the blind can be sharper than that of the normal, right? Harrison Clark nodded. Yes, when they lose their sight, the auditory center in their brain gradually awakens and grows more developed than that of the average person. I don't have any hearing, smell, touch, sight, or taste now. My senses have been stripped away completely, leaving only my thoughts. I've found my brain has altered on another level, becoming particularly active. Since yesterday, my brain has been vaguely hearing strange noises. I suspect this relates to the passenger's mental state out there, and also to the invader's mental infiltration that you've been emphasizing. Harrison Clark abruptly stood up. Is this true? It is. At first, I thought it was my imagination and wasn't sure. So I spent a day observing. As we get closer to the invader barrier, those voices that match the special wave bands are becoming clearer. It was only when I was more confident that I decided to tell you. I think this is a special radiation microwave that mankind has never understood. Its effectiveness should be precise yet extensive quantum entanglement. This quantum entanglement isn't on the level of electron entanglement. The energy level of this quantum is much lower than quarks and electrons, deeper than the limit of our current technological level, but it objectively exists. Harrison Clark was in deep thought, trying to ponder Needham Brown's words. Not long after, he decided to give up. He said that even though he had read many academic books of the escape faction, he still could not understand and had no way to construct and imagine the concept Needham Brown was describing according to his own scientific view in his mind. Needham Brown asked again, "Did you just order a missile launch?" "Yes." "A neutron fission missile?" Harrison Clark was slightly surprised. "Yes, how did you know?" The spaceship was loaded with 18 kinds of missiles, and neutron fission bombs were not commonly used. If Needham Brown merely guessed it right, it was too much of a coincidence. "Because I saw it." "Huh? Saw?" The moment the neutron fission missile was disassembled, I saw the process of those basic particles separating. This "saw" is in quotation marks. In that case, I'm going to get everyone here right away. Form a task force and make sure to find out what the radiation wave you've captured is within the next month or so. Even if we can't fully grasp its nature, we must at least figure out what it contains. After he finished speaking, Harrison Clark picked up the communicator and started calling people. He really was a poor student. But it didn't matter, there were plenty of great students around him now. Martha Owen's level goes without saying. Dr. Owen, Scott is also not to be underestimated. There were also many professional technicians in the escape faction. Not long after, Harrison Clark made a new decision. Temporarily halt the research on the mental problems of spaceship passengers, form a project group led by Martha Owen, and fully cooperate with Needham Brown in capturing information. Meanwhile, the spaceship continued to slow down. In the following month, they will approach the invader barrier at a suitable speed. Once Harrison Clark made arrangements, everyone got to their positions. Nora Camp pulled him out and took him to a corner of the command cabin, seeming to be hesitating. Harrison Clark cheerfully looked at her abdomen. She snapped irritably, "What are you looking at? It's been just over a month, what are you thinking?" Harrison Clark embarrassedly replied, "Oh, right." Nora Camp asked, "You just completely stopped the psychology project?" Harrison Clark nodded. "Yep, we're at the last step of this long march, all the other problems are minor. But I don't think it makes much sense. Since Needham Brown said it was a kind of radiation wave from a realm that humans have never touched, how could he possibly analyze its content?" Harrison Clark retorted, "In the Summer Dynasty 5,000 years ago, people didn't understand the principle of sound waves, but they created musical instruments and even composed music. So, whether we understand this wave or not doesn't prevent us from understanding its content." Nora Camp paused for a moment before reacting. "Makes sense. However, I'm still not very relieved. You rarely go to the residential area at the back and don't know the situation at the grassroots level. From my experience studying in the military, the situation is very severe and something big might happen at any time." Harrison Clark thought for a moment. "No worries, don't we have a genuine major general here? Even in the military, you're a high-level leader. Can't you handle just 30,000 people? Besides, I'm here too, right? I just feel an intuitive danger. Don't you want me to trust my own intuition? Then you'll get in the Azure Star and go to the residential area with you. You can rest assured then, right?" "Okay." Not long after, the two took the shuttle elevator to the middle of the spaceship. The design of the entire spaceship still follows the concepts of the world government, basically a spindle structure. Bender. But in order to load as much energy as possible, the tail of the spindle was extraordinarily large, making the spaceship look like a large rocket from 1,000 years ago. The production and living areas in the middle section are two rotating cylindrical structures in opposite directions. The rotation speed wasn't too fast, much like the rotating restaurants in some large cities on Earth. The purpose of rotation wasn't to simulate Earth's gravity, that was the function of a specific energy field system. Rotation was simply to maintain the basic physiological adaptation of the human cerebellar spindle, to avoid dizziness. At the same time, the opposite rotation of the two sections also helped the spaceship maintain the balance of the center of gravity when moving straight ahead. Now that the human cryogenic technology is stable and advanced enough, according to the design concept, both passengers and main members can choose whether to undergo cryogenic sleep after leaving the solar system. But before they successfully break through the solar system, people still remain active. Harrison Clark and Nora Camp arrived at the living area. Order still prevailed here. Adults were playing and frolicking with children from time to time. The bar was still open, the internet cafe was bustling, and the basketball court was still having a heated game. Harrison Clark asked Nora Camp next to him, "Isn't it great here?" Nora Camp shook her head. "No, take another closer look at everyone's expressions. They're micro-expressions. I've recently been reading a lot of psychological literature again, especially from 500 years ago." With Nora Camp's hint, when Harrison Clark looked again, he noticed the problem. This feeling was hard to describe, but it made him feel a bit creeped out intuitively. Everyone's demeanor didn't seem to have much of a problem, but in the details, there was a sense of eeriness and somberness. Everyone seemed to be a computer trying its best to mimic humans. This made Harrison Clark think of a famous theory he learned while watching 3D real-life movies in the 21st century, the uncanny valley effect. First, let's casually chat with some people and see what the situation is like. Just observing with our eyes won't be enough. Harrison Clark took the lead and walked forward. Nora Camp followed. With a population of 30,000, it was like a small community on Earth, where information could spread quickly. So now almost everyone knew that Harrison Clark had become the decision-maker on this spaceship. Almost everyone recognized Harrison Clark, and as soon as the two appeared, they were immediately noticed. People enthusiastically approached them to chat and socialize. These people were skilled at changing their expressions, one moment maintaining their previous demeanor and the next adjusting their facial muscles in a very short period of time, much like the face-changing art in Sichuan opera. They didn't find anything wrong with it. Harrison Clark and Nora Camp did not show any signs of discomfort, their posture resembling that of leaders inspecting grassroots work. But when the two left the living area and returned to the small conference room behind the command cabin, their moods became heavy. Indeed, the situation had become critical. On the surface, everything seemed orderly, but it was all just a false illusion. Danger was lurking everywhere. The overall atmosphere was eerie, dark, and tense, much like a tightly wound music string. It seemed as if it could produce a pleasant sound, but in reality, it could easily snap if slightly touched. No one could predict in what form or direction it would snap. Harrison Clark and Nora Camp discussed their basic plan of action. Precautions need to be put in place, announced that the spaceship is going into a state of war, cut off the communication between the living area and other areas, confiscate all weapons and store them in the warehouse. The password for the warehouse is only to be known by me. From now on, I will wear the Azure Star full-time in case of emergencies. Nora Camp, adding to Harrison Clark's plan, said, "When we were researching before, Martha believed that our distance from the invader barrier is directly related to passengers' reactions. The closer we get to the barrier, the more pronounced this phenomenon becomes. Yes, we just don't know when the qualitative change will happen. Should we slow down our approach to the barrier and observe for a little while longer?" Harrison Clark thought for a moment. No, there are priorities in everything. I must have an answer, and it doesn't matter how many people die for it. After all, everyone will eventually die. Nora Camp understood his meaning. "By the way, Martha sent you a research report earlier. It was a project completed by her colleagues at the Yellowstone Research Institute." "What report?" "It's about my chess pieces." "I see." Returning to his office, Harrison Clark brought up his personal AL and opened the report, reading it with interest. He didn't have high expectations for this report. As he expected, although Martha Owen had used her personal connections and the world government's attention to this matter, the Yellowstone Research Institute had mobilized quite a lot of research resources to conduct a comprehensive analysis of Nora Camp's chess pieces and board. The methods of analysis were diverse, employing both physical, chemical, and biological methods. Physical decomposition, breaking it into dust. Atomic absorption spectrometry was used to analyze the composition. Radiation testing. High-energy particle accelerators were used to continuously bombard it. It was bombarded with focused particle beams. All available chemicals were tested for reactions. Plants and animals were used to absorb it, and changes were observed. Through this series of tests, the Yellowstone Research Institute had obtained a large amount of data. However, it was unfortunate that all this data was useless and could not reveal any anomalies in the chess pieces. All analysis results indicated that the chess pieces and board were nothing more than ordinary artifacts. The Yellowstone Research Institute even traced the source back to the workshop that had manufactured the chess pieces. A centuries-old workshop with a long heritage. The Yellowstone Research Institute then took other chess pieces and boards from the workshop and repeated the tests several times, but the results were the same. Still, no abnormalities were found, nor did they witness the alarming explosion described by Harrison Clark. At the end of the report was a conclusion signed by Martha Owen. Despite all research results indicating that there are no anomalies in the chess pieces and board, we can only infer the principle from the results based on the assumption that what Harrison Clark said is true and comprehensively analyze all calculation data. I speculate the following theory: within the pieces hides some form of ultrafine particles with mass levels equal to or below the gluon level. These particles can release energy in an instant or act as a catalyst for matter conversion, turning matter into antimatter and forming an antimatter bomb. Its technological level should be the next after the quark stage, or maybe the gap is immeasurable, representing a stage of mass energy conversion that humans still cannot understand. This is my personal speculation and has no authoritative reference. After reading the report, Harrison Clark put it down and fell into deep thought. His intuition told him that Martha Owen's speculation was likely correct. But even if the speculation was correct, it would have no significance in changing the status quo. No one knows the specific methods of the invaders. The technological gap between the invaders and the Earthlings is too vast to comprehend. It was like a god-killing or Buddha-killing giant robot suddenly appearing on the battlefield of cold weapons, leaving even the most brilliant ancient generals confused in the face of its power. With such a tepid report, the military would not take any significant action, nor would the numerous captains and leaders willingly surrender their own personal hobby-carrying items. Harrison Clark was once again filled with a sense of powerlessness. Whether it was the chess pieces or the mind infiltration method, these were tactics beyond his own or even the human comprehension of his time. Human beings are still destined to perish repeatedly, but he still couldn't see the real enemy, let alone understand their methods of attack. More tragically, these methods seemed to be only appetizers for the invaders. Humans didn't even have the qualifications to experience the invaders' true methods, which was indeed quite depressing and desperate. Harrison Clark was reminded of Sergei. He couldn't help but envy the other's madness and obsession. If only he had that kind of spirit. He felt a bit unworthy of his responsibilities because he was too easily depressed. While he was lost in thought, a communication rang, and a message was sent by Nora Camp. "Come to the bar in the living area quickly. There's a problem." Harrison Clark immediately stood up. He first asked, "Is it someone resisting during the weapon confiscation process?" "No, the weapons were just confiscated, but there are more and more people fighting in the bar to compete for mating rights and they won't stop until one of them is dead." Harrison Clark rushed to the door, puzzled. "Mating rights? Didn't we get rid of these primitive desires a long time ago?" "It's because they believe that more advanced genes will surely produce more outstanding offspring. Some people want to show off their power by flaunting their fighting skills. This kind of thinking has always existed, but it's never been as extreme as it is now." "Got it, I understand. You focus on protecting yourself first, I'll be right there." "I'm fine. Everyone knows that I'm carrying your offspring. Your genes are the universally acknowledged best, so they fight while making sure to avoid me. You can't let your guard down." "Understood." Harrison Clark soon arrived at the living area. Everything seemed well organized and orderly, just as before. Bender, worried about Nora Camp's safety, he activated Azure Star at full power, turned into a fierce wind, and rushed headfirst into the bar. The noise of him breaking down the door attracted everyone's attention. "Mr. Clark, you're here?" The bartender greeted him with a smile. Harrison Clark looked around, puzzled, but saw no chaos. Those who were drinking continued drinking, and those who were chatting continued chatting. The only chaos was actually himself. As he was trying to make sense of things, Nora Camp rushed through the crowd toward him. Harrison Clark said, "Everything seems fine? Come over here." Nora Camp pulled Harrison Clark through the bar, past a 10-meter-long aisle, and brought him to a booth. There were several young men and women sitting in the booth, and 2 unconscious men were lying on the floor. The 2 men had blood coming from the corners of their mouths, their faces bruised and battered. One of them had a broken arm, twisted at an odd angle. Bloodstains were scattered on the floor. Several other booths nearby had similar situations. Everyone else continued with their activities calmly, while many people lay on the floor, as if this was all normal. Harrison Clark asked, "What happened to these people?" Nora Camp said, "I knocked them out. If I hadn't stopped them, they would only stop fighting once one of them is dead." Harrison Clark pointed to the bystanders and asked, "What about them?" "Mr. Clark, it's none of our business. The security officers should take care of it." A girl sitting in a nearby booth replied with a smile. Harrison Clark asked, "Aren't you nervous, or do you have any other feelings about it?" The people shook their heads, indicating they didn't understand what he meant. Harrison Clark began to understand the situation. When 2 robots fight fiercely with gears and oil flying everywhere, would the other robots have any emotional fluctuations? Of course not. As they were speaking, several security officers arrived to clean up the scene. Just as the security officers were passing through the aisle, 2 men from another booth started fighting again. Their fighting style was strange. No growling, shouting, or hysterical screaming. They fought each other silently, with one punch followed by one kick, entangled with each other. The security officers ignored them and didn't even turn their heads, treating them like air. Harrison Clark grabbed one of the security officers. "What are you doing? Why didn't you stop the fight?" The security officer immediately answered, "Yes, Mr. Clark." The officer, with his colleague, swiftly rushed over, subdued the 2 fighters, and separated them. But they didn't calm down. They kept struggling and tried to charge at each other. Harrison Clark asked the other guests, "Why didn't you stop them?" A bar patron hesitated. Mr. Clark, is this an order? Not an order, a question. If they're doing the right thing, why should I stop them? Harrison Clark was speechless. He didn't know how to respond. He asked the two men who were still trying to fight, why are you fighting so quietly? Wouldn't shouting make you feel better? Both men replied in unison. Mr. Clark, shouting would waste our energy unnecessarily. The two men continued trying to move forward and heard their opponent while they spoke. Harrison Clark roared at the security officers, stop standing around. Take them away. Do you really only follow instructions one step at a time? The security officers complied. Nora Camp patted Harrison Clark's back. You see, that's the situation here. If you don't issue new instructions for the security officers, these four people will continue this struggle until they're exhausted. Harrison Clark nodded. Indeed, that was a horrifying situation. Not good. The experiment with Martha Owen? Harrison Clark suddenly remembered and rushed toward the medical cabin without delay. Upon arrival, the situation seemed stable, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Martha Owen and the other researchers also underwent some changes. However, before they changed, Harrison Clark had already given them the highest level instructions to prioritize the project above all else. Now that they were more mechanized, they could immerse themselves in the project without distraction. Needham Brown's voice rang out, don't worry, I'm watching over them. I'll make sure they're too busy to have any other ideas. The project seems to be progressing faster, and we might have a real chance to analyze the contents of that sound. Harrison Clark nodded. That's good, everything has two sides, just like a coin. As they approached the invader barrier, the constantly intensifying mental penetration turned into forced control, causing chaos in the passenger living area, but at the same time, it brought help to the research project on their end. Harrison Clark felt slightly better. Honestly, he didn't need to go through too much mental struggle and weighing of options. If necessary, he would not hesitate to abandon everyone, including himself, as long as he could achieve his goal. There are some things that really shouldn't be thought about. It wasn't long before Harrison received a notice from Nora Camp. There was trouble outside, and it was a big mess. She had lost control of the situation. When Harrison reappeared in the living area, Nora Camp was waiting for him with a worried expression in the central square. See for yourself. Nora Camp pointed to the distance. Kids and adults were fighting at the four corners of the large square. At the entrance to the bar, basketball court, and inside and outside the internet cafe. This was a real, chaotic happening. There was no violence or shouting, just the constant sound of fists and feet hitting flesh. Though they were fighting, they managed to avoid any nearby objects and did not damage even a blade of grass or a single table and chair. Even though they seemed to want to kill each other, they remained strangely civilized and polite. The other people just went about their business as the brawlers continued to eliminate each other. For example, a couple was tutoring their child in math on the bench in the center of the park, in front of the flower platform. Everyone else was careful to avoid the family of three during the commotion. Harrison tried to eavesdrop on the math lessons but found them too challenging for him to understand. I am really at a loss. I can't control them anymore. All the security officers have been dispatched, Nora Camp sighed. If things continue like this, everyone will have these symptoms in a day or two, and we'll lose all the passengers. Harrison fell deep into thought. Anyway, he wasn't doing anything else, so why not try to use his brain to solve the problem? It would also be a kind of exercise for his own abilities. He said, let's analyze the situation first. Notice how they are fighting so hard without hurting the spaceship? Does this indicate that protecting the spaceship aligns with some high-priority objective in their minds? Nora Camp nodded. Yes, even though they seem unreasonable, their actions actually follow a certain logic. So, as long as we find their logic, we can naturally solve the problem. Nora Camp stared, quickly calming down. You caught me off guard. What do you mean? I should have been the best at handling this type of situation, but I got too flustered. It's okay. It's not your fault. You only recently regained your emotions, and you need some time to adapt to controlling this ability that humans are supposed to have from birth. Nora Camp shook her head, but we don't have much time. I can't afford to slowly adapt to my weakness. Soon after, she fell deep into thought, no longer paying attention to the battlefield in front of her. It didn't take her long to come up with an analysis. The reason these people were fighting each other was to prove the superiority of their genes and eliminate those they thought were less fit. Their motivation stemmed from a basic human instinct, rooted in the need to reproduce. Just like all life on Earth, when the unattached adults have nothing to do, the highest priority instinct is to propagate. Now that they are being more heavily influenced by the mental penetration, their base thoughts were further altered, resulting in extreme actions that only follow the innate instincts. I just checked the situation in the production area, and it seems stable. So I think these people are just too idle right now. We need to give them something to do so they have no time to think about reproducing. Nora Camp clapped her hands. Let's find them something to do. Harrison asked, why are people in the production area so well behaved? Your logic is inconsistent. This spaceship was originally designed to fly to Proxima Centauri, a journey that would take 40 years. So, before the flight, the escapists established extremely strict rules and regulations. If anyone slacks off on the job, they will face severe punishment. The people in the production area don't dare to have other thoughts during work hours. Harrison was surprised. How come I don't know about these rules and regulations? Nora Camp spat at him with irritation. As a pirate, please have some self-awareness. You never asked about any of these things, so no one would tell you. Fine. Let's say your analysis is correct, but didn't you say reproducing is the highest instinct? Why are they afraid of punishment? Because punishment means being expelled into space. With no life left, there's no chance to reproduce. Survival is a prerequisite for reproduction. Harrison nodded his head. All right, let's find them something to do. Soon enough, everyone who could still move was ordered to go to the production area. Harrison's orders were for them to try and solve any unresolved math problems. They were not allowed to stop until they solved the thousands of unsolved math problems left in the world. As for the others, those who had died couldn't be helped any longer. Those who were still alive would naturally be saved. After being rescued, they would all be sent to learn math. You're really ruthless, making them do endless math. What's the big deal? Their logical thinking skills are so strong now that only math can exhaust them. Even though I can't understand math, it doesn't stop me from troubling others. Nora Camp was shocked by his unconventional thinking. She could only admire his talent. As time passed day by day, the spaceship got closer and closer to the edge. Meanwhile, the project members, by analyzing Needham Brown's brainwaves, gradually captured more and more information. Transforming the still incomprehensible radiation wave signals into signals that humans can understand is obviously a very difficult task. Each of Needham Brown's brainwave fluctuations contained an enormous amount of information. If it weren't for the astonishing storage capacity of the quantum network, the information from just 1 microsecond could have filled all of humanity's hard drives, provided their electronic information storage capacity had remained at the beginning of the 21st century. The researchers needed an even larger amount of calculations to simplify this information, find the patterns within it, and eventually summarize it into simple, comprehensible information. One day, Martha Owen pushed open the door of Harrison's office and said, "Harrison, there is good news and bad news I have to tell you. The good news is that we have just confirmed a pattern. The radiation waves in Needham Brown's mind complete a cycle every 90 minutes. The bad news is that at our current computing power, it will take us at least a year to fully crack the content." Hearing this, Harrison Clark pointed in the direction of Earth. "Can't we request assistance from the world government? In fact, they are already assisting us. Their Central Intelligence has allocated 99% of its computing power to me. I have included that in this estimated time." Harrison Clark sighed. "Then I'm afraid we might not make it in time." Martha Owen, yes. As she was about to leave, Harrison Clark stopped her. "Instruct the over 26,000 passengers with labor capabilities aboard the spaceship to stop their mathematical battles and devote their full efforts to the calculations of the quantum network." Martha Owen obeyed. If it were before, she would certainly have asked why. How could human calculation aid the quantum network? But now she didn't ask, as she too had been thoroughly infiltrated. In fact, Harrison Clark was quite looking forward to it. If every human brain truly possessed the same rigorous thinking model as a computer, how strong would their combined computing power be? Martha Owen provided him with an accurate answer in half an hour. "Thanks to you letting them start mathematical training early, they now have a solid foundation and can dive right into the work. In 36 days, we will complete the preliminary analysis and create a conversion simulator so that you can hear the acoustic simulation signal that Needham Brown sees." Harrison Clark was overjoyed. Great. The combined efforts of the more than 20,000 people aboard the spaceship raised humanity's overall computing power by tenfold. The invaders' technology was truly unfathomably formidable. Even more astounding, Harrison Clark's inadvertent gambit had turned the invaders' attack method into a powerful asset for him. Harrison checked the time. 36 days were still too late and insufficient. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Full speed ahead, approach the edge as quickly as possible." It was time to give it their all, success or death. Half a day later, the spaceship officially reached the edge of the invader barrier. How long now? With the increased computing power, it will only take 18 days. Harrison clenched his fists abruptly. Success? In 18 days, it would be October 27, 3020 AD. Some things were truly predestined. On October 27, at 8 a.m., there were still 1 hour and 43 minutes until the moment of judgment. Harrison took a small black box from Martha Owen and attached the box's in-ear plug to his ear. Martha Owen adjusted her white hair and said, "It worked. Now, you can wear this and approach the invader barrier. You will hear some sounds. The closer you get, the clearer the sounds will be." Harrison nodded, put on the Azure Star suit, stuffed the box into his clothes, and wore the earpiece. He then turned his gaze beyond the stars once more. Still, nothing was there. He looked back in the direction of Earth once more. The military's million-strong fleet of battleships remained ready and waiting. He smiled nonchalantly at Nora Camp and waved at Needham Brown's head. "I'm off. See you later." Entering the egress chamber, the hatch opened, and Harrison Clark leaped out. The Azure Star suit emitted a trail of light as he sped towards the edge, alone. The moment he exited the hatch, the sounds in his ears were faint and disordered. 3 minutes later, he reached the edge entirely. He flicked a tiny metal ball from his fingertips, and within half a meter of leaving his body, the metal ball disintegrated into particles invisible to the naked eye. The sound in his ears finally became clear. Harrison Clark was taken aback, his astonishment beyond measure. The sound was actually the sounds of Earth. The biggest question in Harrison Clark's mind was finally answered. Why did the invaders come? How did the invaders find Earth? How did they master the means of controlling humans? The case was cracked. On August 20th and September 5, 1977, humanity launched the Voyager II and Voyager I spacecraft, respectively. Each spacecraft carried a gold-plated copper laser disc called the Sounds of Earth. The golden record carried humanity's mission to communicate with the universe's star systems. What was intended as a gesture of goodwill towards the cosmos ultimately brought about doom. Humanity wanted to gain entry into the cosmic civilized realm. But this opportunity came too soon, too fast, and humanity could not bear the consequences. Martha Owen said that the message Needham Brown saw repeated every 90 minutes. The golden record, laden with the sounds of Earth, contained various sounds of nature and 27 world-famous songs, with a total duration of exactly 90 minutes. These sounds completely exposed the information on sound waves that the human brain could receive and process, revealing the structure and logic of human thinking. Using the golden record as a reference, the invaders reverse-engineered the structure of the human brain, easily penetrating human thought. The high-purity uranium-238 embedded in the golden record's cover had a half-life of 417 billion years, allowing the capturing alien civilization to calculate the launch date of the probe. This, too, exposed humanity's brief history and level of civilization. In short, this act of goodwill rendered Earthlings helpless victims in the history of human development. The controversy surrounding the golden record has never ceased. Many people have regretted this rude and ignorant act. We exposed too much personal information in the golden record. Not only did we naively introduce humanity, but we also introduced Earth. It's as if, in a war, one side is a modern army with planes and artillery, and the other is primitive humans with wooden spears and stone clubs, with the stupid primitives foolishly handing over their own map of territories and tribal distributions. If given the choice, humanity might choose to abandon or even try to retrieve Voyager I and II. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. In order to make Voyager I fly even further, humans ignited the trajectory correction thrusters, TCM, which had been dormant for 37 years, on November 28, 2017, and tested its ability to use 10-millisecond pulses to locate the spacecraft. Since 2025, after the Voyager II and Voyager I had run out of power and gone completely out of contact, it was virtually impossible for humans to retrieve these two spacecraft. From then on, the fate of humanity was completely handed over to the universe. We could only hope for the universe to be kind. But just as humans are ruthless to endangered animals on Earth, the universe's response is equally cold and ruthless, yet consistent with the laws of nature. Good resources should belong to the stronger civilization, especially given how weak and foolish this civilization is. At this very moment, Harrison Clark was experiencing firsthand how this stupidity was being exploited by others. No rhetorical technique can describe what he is feeling right now. It's absurd and sad. He suddenly found it ridiculous. Humans were born out of a fortunate coincidence in the universe, and after millions of years, endured the era of blood and sweat to finally have their own brilliant civilization and long history. Humans conquered natural disasters, selfishness, human-made disasters, and viruses, but lost to a random ignorant act, and completely lost their right to exist. The music in the golden record is melodious, but to Harrison Clark, it sounds like the Grim Reaper's scythe scraping the concrete floor. As an unqualified and artistically ignorant music transporter, Harrison Clark has never heard these classical pieces representing different cultures. But this does not prevent him from appreciating the music. Each piece of music represents a certain culture and thought pattern and is a genuine classic. For example, Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 in F major, first movement, Mozart's The Magic Flute, Melancholic Blues, Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, first movement, and Boyesgöken piece Flowing Water. Harrison Clark had not listened to these classical pieces before, as they were ones he couldn't copy and were useless to him. But without even thinking about it, he knew that these pieces should be pleasant and melodious. Yet at this time, he felt an extraordinary distortion. While the music was undoubtedly pleasing to the ear, his incredibly refined and unconsciously honed ability to accurately appreciate and replicate music made him feel an eerie unease. It was as if something was wrong. No, everything was wrong. There was something added to this music. It seemed to be an almost imperceptible background sound, making what should have been pleasant music seem eerie and particularly unsettling, like nails scraping across frosted glass. This made the listener's scalp tingle and teeth grit. The real mind-controlling force, as Needham Brown said, was the radiation wave, which was inaudible to the human ear. It was silent and covert, yet omnipresent. What Harrison Clark was hearing now was the radiation wave transformed into sound waves that humans could hear and discern. Although this was tantamount to amplifying its signal strength countless times, Harrison Clark was not controlled. He didn't feel that his emotions were suppressed. On the contrary, he felt nothing but revulsion for the sound. His mind and body were resisting, preventing him from being silently subdued like others. Although Harrison Clark's persistence was painful, he had no choice but to continue. Having paid such a high price and died many times, it took a long march to finally see a glimmer of dawn, which he could not give up on lightly. He endured the discomfort, concentrating his efforts to forcibly memorize every detail of the sound, especially the background noise. Gradually, he discovered a pattern. The background noise was not constant, but changed according to a mysterious rhythm and tempo. If he tried hard to actively block out the background noise in his mind, the discomfort would recede significantly. It seemed that the background noise was the main body that actually made the mind control effective. The resounding original music was merely a cover, or a carrier that allowed the power of infiltration to bypass the human brain's defenses, like the sugar coating on an extremely bitter pill, or the protein shell that a virus uses to camouflage itself as an ordinary, absorbable protein for human cells. Unconsciously, 90 minutes had passed. At 9:33 a.m. on October 27, 3020 AD, the music in Harrison Clark's ears completed a cycle and started playing the first piece again. Harrison Clark's preliminary analysis of the background noise was also complete. Perhaps this was the most complex, structurally sound, and weirdest piece of music he had ever heard. This piece was 90 minutes long, seemingly simple in its rhythm, but with no repetition at any point. The range of frequency changes and the refinement of the transitions were completely beyond Harrison Clark's understanding as a top musician. Its changes did not follow human musical tones, there were no obvious key changes, no keys at all, and no highs or lows of ABCDE. The progression and frequency changes cannot be accurately described with just how many hertz, if one must measure it in hertz. Take 1 second as a time node. Before this second, the frequency is 255 Hz, and after this second, the frequency is 257 Hz. The change is to infinitely divide 1 second into infinitely many moments. In these infinitely many moments, the frequency has infinitely changed, progressing infinitely many times in infinitely small units beyond the decimal point. From the point-to-point perspective, it is simply from 255 Hz to 257 Hz, but if one wants to explore its details, it is impossible to measure. In this simple piece of music, there are too many infinites. The headphones that Harrison Clark wore could not accurately express such a huge amount of information. It was a simplified interpretation after simplifying the same infinite number of times. But fortunately, as a human being, Harrison Clark had infinite imagination, and he was a musician too, so even if he couldn't hear the massive information in his ears, he could imagine and supplement it in his mind. Moreover, the timbre was also something Harrison Clark had never encountered before. It seemed to be a sound from nature, but there was no reference to be found, as if all the sounds were condensed and merged together. If Harrison Clark were asked to play it now, he would not be able to do so, and he would not even be able to write the score. Harrison Clark's real gain was that he had captured the origin of this lengthy piece of music. The inner rhythm changes did indeed stem from all the pieces of music in Sounds of Earth. It was not a simple linear stacking, but instead, each moment contained all the characteristics of each of the 27 classical music pieces. Its rhythm covered the cultural thinking of Earthlings, and its sound quality also covered the rhythm of Earth's nature. Combined together, it formed this piece of music that could be called absolute control, resonating with the brain that dominated human thinking in an extremely hidden manner. Yes, this song captured the controlling part of all classical songs. Music has dual aspects, one of which can be called control. The so-called definition of control is to use music from the outside to manipulate a person's emotions and even thoughts. For example, when a person who was originally sad hears a cheerful piece of music, they will unconsciously grin slightly. When a person who was originally laughing suddenly hears a sad piece of music that touched their heart, their eyes will still moisten slightly. This is the control aspect of music. Controlling a person through music is not a strange story. As early as the early 21st century modern psychology research, there was a clear conclusion that it was not impossible to use music for psychological suggestion and control of people's actions. Take, for example, the war-crazed man responsible for the Second World War, who used classical music to an extreme level. While wielding his butcher's knife, he also promoted classical music among his people, using music to cover up his atrocities, making people forget his cruelty and only remember his ambition for revival. American writer Tess Grison's mystery novel Burning Melody tells such a story. After the protagonist's daughter listens to a violin concerto from 100 years ago, she repeatedly does things that hurt her mother. Although the story was fabricated, the psychological research was grounded in reason. This song of the wilderness given to mankind by the invaders is precisely the ultimate embodiment of the control aspect of all classical music in Sounds of Earth. Having found the origin, Harrison Clark could now start thinking about countermeasures. Just then, he suddenly shuddered and looked straight ahead. It was still void. He intuitively felt that some kind of change was happening. Harrison Clark's Azure Star suddenly transformed into a sniper mode, and he fired a neutron bullet. The bullet disintegrated into fundamental particles at a distance of less than 1 meter from him. It looked exactly the same as before to the naked eye, but in his deepest perception, this half-a-meter distance seemed infinitely far away. In Harrison Clark's helmet, the particle dispersion fog simulated and calculated by the spaceship was displayed, and the fog was rapidly receding in front of his eyes at an incredible speed. Perhaps in an instant, it had traveled a light year, only leaving a long trail of energy radiation in the void of cosmic space. Harrison Clark's ears echoed with the shout of Martha Owen, who was still on the spaceship. The invader barrier is quickly retreating. No, our space is being stretched. Harrison Clark didn't understand what Martha Owen was talking about. Wasn't he still fine? How could the void of cosmic space be stretched? No, the space of the solar system is being restored to its original state. For the past 500 years, our entire solar system has been continuously compressed by the invader barrier. What? 3 minutes later, Harrison Clark saw the bright light near Earth in the distance. The million-strong fleet was instantly reduced to ashes. Harrison Clark checked the time on his helmet. October 27, 3020 AD, 9:49 a.m. He realized the problem. At this time, the distance between him and Earth should be close to 2 light-years. The exact time of the explosion should have been 9:48 a.m. Then he should be able to see the explosion's light 2 years later. But he only took a minute to see it. Either the speed of light had been accelerated, instantly crossing the 2 light-year distance, or the space being stretched shortened the time it took for the light to reach his eyes. Harrison Clark realized something else, something he should have noticed but had completely unconsciously overlooked. The generalized gravitational radius of the solar system is 2 light-years, almost bordering Proxima Centauri. When they reached the edge of the solar system, they should have arrived at the Proxima Centauri system as well. But they hadn't. Proxima Centauri was still at the far end of the distant starry sky. Moreover, the maximum flight speed of a super-heavy spacecraft is 1/10 the speed of light. How could they have reached the edge of the solar system, which was next to the invader barrier, within a month from Earth? But they had done so and were completely unaware of this obvious paradox. The invader barrier had been compressing the solar system, and the closer it got to the sun, the lower the compression ratio. Moreover, this compression only targeted cosmic space within the gravitational field of the solar system, cleverly bypassing humans and all their creations. Because the cosmic background rules were quietly altered by the invaders, humans had developed cognitive impairments and their perception of space had become completely disordered. At this moment, a faint buzzing sound echoed through the universe. Harrison's body trembled slightly. He saw before him the massive spherical spacecraft that he had once considered a nightmare. This thing suddenly appeared out of thin air in an extremely abrupt manner, almost the size of the moon, giving him a tremendous shock. Harrison took a deep breath, and with the Azure Star at full power, he hurtled forward. He could have run, but he thought escape was meaningless. Even if he escaped successfully, he'd be the only one left in the universe. What good would that do? What he wanted was never about revenge. Huff, 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 huff. He woke up. He sat on the bed with his arms around his knees, his eyes unfocused and empty. His mind was still digesting the vast amount of information he had just captured. A sense of sadness welled up in his heart. It was so strong. He was on the verge of finding a way to break through the psychological infiltration. But why was his heart growing more and more desperate? Facing such an enemy was like peeling an onion. Every time he thought he had peeled away a layer to see the essence, he'd suddenly discover another layer underneath that was even more tear-inducing, and he had no idea when it would end. The invader barrier could even compress space and, from the foundation, alter the rules of the universe and human perception of it. What level of technology did the invaders possess? Dealing with them was akin to playing chess on someone else's chessboard. If the main battlefield is 1,000 years in the future, how can I defeat them within the rules they've rewritten? How could that be possible? Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Harrison looked at the time again. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. It felt like only a short while had passed, but in reality, 3 hours had been stolen away. He shook his head vigorously. No, I'm back now, and I need to wake up quickly. My sense of time is all messed up. He felt ridiculous, always thinking that he alone was sober while others were drunk, but it was all an illusion. He opened the door. Carrie Thomas grabbed his arm and urged, "Hurry, we need to get to the company. Ward Owen's father is there. He wants to buy Summit Ventures, so Ward can inherit the Whale Group." "Oh, okay." Seeing Carrie's face again, Harrison slowly calmed down. "No matter whether it's now or 1,000 years later, I rely on you. It's so good to know you." Thanks to Julia Lambert's meticulous management methods and concepts, Summit Ventures, a new company less than a month old, doesn't show any signs of the chaos associated with newly established small businesses. Julia Lambert applies the optimized management system she learned in the United States for small and medium-sized enterprises flexibly to Summit Ventures. Instead of copying it wholesale, she adapts it to the UK context. The management style is stricter, less human, and more focused on efficiency, with everyone's workload being fully planned. Of course, the salary package at Summit Ventures is 30% above the industry average, so although the employees are tired, they don't mind. At this moment, the staff of Summit Ventures headquarters, located in Oxfordshire's downtown commercial centre, are working with a sense of bustling orderliness. There is lush greenery in the office lobby. Each workspace is spacious, and desktop items are neatly arranged. Document folders, file holders, pen holders, monitors, keyboards, and other objects have a consistent order and angle across workstations. This is known in the industry as standard management, aimed at improving employee efficiency, allowing new employees to adapt quickly to the job, and fostering a professional corporate culture. In the chairman's office, Harrison Clark and Chris Owen were sitting side by side on wooden chairs. They were observing each other. Ward Owen was out attending an event to expand his reputation and influence. It was unknown whether Chris Owen had chosen this time deliberately to avoid his unaccomplished son or if it was just a coincidence. Chris Owen appeared to be in his early 40s, much younger than his age advertised on the internet. Perhaps it was because he exercised regularly that his physical condition was excellent. Chris Owen had a standard square face, firm eyes, aged but still handsome, and bore a commanding presence. Harrison Clark couldn't help feeling sorry for round-faced, rotund Ward Owen. What kind of experience would it be for a father to be 10 times more attractive than his son? No wonder Ward refused to come home. Harrison wouldn't have either. Chris Owen was also observing Harrison Clark. Before coming here, he had conducted an in-depth investigation of Harrison Clark. Harrison was a talented young man with a clean background. Originally, he was just an ordinary apartment service staff member, but due to his sudden awakening of talent, he quickly gained prominence and created one astonishing work of art after another. Even with Chris Owen's broad perspective, rarely had he seen such a sudden rise. Before meeting, he assumed that talented young people would have some idiosyncrasies, such as arrogance or looking down on others. He had seen many of these young people before and naturally knew how to exert pressure on them. He had taken time out of his busy schedule today to personally visit, not to pay a friendly call, but to take a strong stance and take over the company that had bound his son with a management contract. However, upon meeting, Chris Owen felt that things might not be as simple as he had expected. Somehow, Harrison Clark seemed to have a myriad of experience and education from a young age, exuding subtlety and presence in every movement. He didn't seem tense or restrained because of Chris Owen's status. He appeared relaxed yet polite. Such demeanor was uncommon for someone in their early 20s. On the sandalwood table in front of them, a kettle bubbled, and white mist rolled out of the spout. Harrison picked up the teapot with one hand and moved it to the side, waiting for the water temperature to drop slightly and stop boiling before personally brewing the tea. In the present day, apart from training and learning, Harrison had few hobbies, and drinking tea was one of them. Now, his tea brewing skills had become quite proficient. Whether it was controlling the water temperature, the angle and amount of water during brewing, or the technique in lifting and pouring the teapot, and the rhythm of the water splashing, it all provided a sense of beauty. Harrison wasn't deliberately showing off his skills, he had just become good at it due to his gene awakening and practice, making everything he did seem natural and full of charm. Unexpectedly, his mastery of tea had left a strong impression on Chris Owen. Chris Owen was also a seasoned tea connoisseur. Mr. Clark has deep family learning, not only in music creation but also in the art of tea. If I had known Mr. Clark had such skill, I would have brought the best tea from home for us to enjoy together, Chris Owen lamented. How wonderful it would be to enjoy good tea and discuss good business together. Harrison was taken aback and shook his head. Mr. Owen, you flatter me. I just like drinking tea and messing around with it. I can't claim deep family learning, it's all self-taught. What Harrison really wanted to say was, please go back and check your collection properly. Your best tea was brought to our company by your son a few days ago. You're young yet accomplished, and humble and low-key. Mr. Clark, you're very different from the rumors that circulate about young people outside, Chris Owen praised again. Harrison replied, it depends on the person. Mr. Owen and Eric Mitchell have been very helpful in resolving my previous disputes, and I'm naturally grateful. Calling him Mr. Owen was a challenge for Harrison. He usually called Ward Owen Ward or by his first name. This brother Owen is only given for Chris Owen's sake. It didn't exist before, and don't expect it in the future. Since you accept my kindness, you should also understand my difficulties. Chris Owen sipped his tea, smiling. Harrison Clark put down his teacup, shook his head, and said succinctly, sorry, not for sale. Chris Owen was slightly taken aback. I haven't even made an offer yet. You won't even listen. Harrison Clark continued shaking his head. I won't sell my company, and the amount of your offer has nothing to do with my decision. If there is strong capital interest in acquiring your company, even if you don't want to sell, you should listen to the other party's offer, as it helps to understand your own value more accurately. Your approach does not conform to business rules and you will easily suffer losses. After being rejected bluntly by Harrison Clark, Chris Owen was not angry, but spoke with a hidden meaning in his words. Harrison Clark did not deny, yes, that's why I've basically handed over all business management decisions to my general manager. I'm very self-aware. Mr. Clark, you have a very talented general manager. Thank you for the compliment, I will pass it on to him. Chris Owen nodded slightly. Mr. Clark, are you really not interested in my offer? No, but my people have already done the work in advance. If I don't talk to you, it seems that their work will become meaningless. How about giving me some face? Face must be given. Mr. Owen, please go ahead. Chris Owen held up one finger. 100 million. Harrison Clark asked, isn't that a bit low? Chris Owen shook his head. No, I'll invest 1 billion and only buy 51% of your company's shares. Harrison Clark's eyelid twitched. He didn't want to admit it, but he was indeed somewhat shocked. Since its establishment, Summit Ventures has indeed made many breakthroughs in a short period. Whether it's the brand of their own artists, or the copyrighted songs they've authorized, none of them aren't popular. The relevant paid use authorization system has also been quickly set up, and profits are already pouring in at an average of millions per week. But no matter how you calculate it, Summit Ventures' net monthly profit rate is just barely approaching 10 million, mainly due to the concentrated release of many works, causing a short-term burst in revenue. According to usual rules, Summit Ventures' profit levels should continue to decline in the coming period and stabilize at a figure in the millions. Chris Owen's opening offer basically valued the company at nearly 2 billion, which was quite astonishing. Seeing Harrison Clark's stunned expression, Chris Owen finally felt a sense of accomplishment. Of course, this offer was not made out of caprice. Chris Owen, who built the business empire of the Whale Group, was no ordinary person. The seemingly hasty decision was founded on a thorough and accurate evaluation system. Harrison Clark considered his current value, but Chris Owen saw not just now, but also the future. He had a complete grasp of Summit Ventures' current value and potential value. The motivation for his acquisition interest was, of course, driven by his concern for Ward Owen. But Ward Owen was only an extrinsic factor. When Chris's people finished their investigation, he realized that this seemed to be a money-making opportunity. It is worth investing in Summit Ventures and Harrison Clark as a person, that is the intrinsic factor. $1 billion in valuation seemed high, but that was only under the current circumstances. If placed in the future, this amount of money had a significant chance of turning into even greater benefits. At this moment, Harrison Clark was thinking, should he just sell the company and use this money to start anew? With several $100 million as startup funds, many previously unthinkable things would become feasible. What do you think? I offered a very sincere price. Harrison Clark nodded, yes. And I promise that except for taking my no-good son back, I will not interfere with your management and operations. This company is still under your control. After all, the true value of Summit Ventures lies not only in the already successful songs, but also in you as a creator. What I offer $1 billion for is not just your company, but also you as a person. You must at least continue to write songs for Summit Ventures for 10 years. Chris Owen's momentum suddenly soared, speaking in a very domineering manner, as if Summit Ventures was already his for the taking. But Harrison Clark instantly lost his interest. Just go away. You want to buy me for 10 years with $1 billion? You must be living in a dream. Since he couldn't sell his stake and cash out, Harrison Clark saw no need for negotiation. Harrison Clark wasn't a fool. As a shameless worker, he knew that as long as he persevered in his efforts, the value of Summit Ventures would never be limited to $1 billion, especially with someone as capable as Julia Lambert working for him. Even if he followed the development path of his previous failed timeline, the company's valuation had reached several billion before his ill-fated science fiction film project. He could make money on his own, so there was no need to work for free. When Harrison Clark looked at Chris Owen again, he was no longer as pleasing or cordial. No wonder Chris Owen could make it to the top of the whale group. He was truly a ruthless and fast-acting old fox. Not only did he want to regain his son, but he also wanted to include himself on the deal. If it weren't for Harrison Clark's foreknowledge of a future opportunity, he might have really been tempted to jump into the $1 billion pit. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Owen, but I really have no intention of selling the company. Harrison Clark took a deep breath, and even the title he used for the other party changed, becoming more distant. He decided to refuse more straightforwardly, so as not to experience the pain of having $1 billion almost at hand and then vanishing again. I understand your intentions, Mr. Owen. You want Ward Owen to return to Whale Group, right? Chris Owen nodded in half-truth and half-falsehood. Yes. Don't you think that's very unfair to him? How is it unfair? How? Taking over my position humiliates him. Harrison shook his head. That's not the point. But you really didn't respect his personal wishes. You have a high position and great power, but that's just your personal will. Imposing it on Ward Owen is unwise. With all due respect, his talent is not in corporate management. Forced melons are not sweet, and if you really force him to return, you are not only hurting him but also hurting Whale Group. No, he can learn. There is nothing people can't do, only whether they are willing to work hard or not. To become a barely satisfactory helmsman, to control a not-so-big and not-so-small company can indeed be achieved through hard work. But Whale Group has a market value of several billions. It is a national treasure. You must put Ward Owen in your place, which is a mistake for both you and him, and for the country. Absurd? What nonsense is this? Did he ask you to tell me these things? It's unbearable. Chris Owen finally got angry. He is avoiding responsibility. He is making excuses for his laziness and mixed mentality. Being born as a human being, he must bear his own weight. Since he was born in my family and enjoyed the conveniences I brought him, he should bear the corresponding responsibility. His personal interests and hobbies cannot override historical responsibility. Taking over the helm of Whale Group is a responsibility he must face. Harrison was stunned. It seemed that he really could not argue against the other party. If it weren't for knowing how bad Ward Owen was at managing a business, Harrison would have almost been convinced. If Harrison were still his old self, he might have been defeated in front of the other party. As for now, he can still hold on. After all, what Harrison carries on his own shoulders is probably 1,000,000 times greater than Chris Owen's so-called historical responsibility. Harrison has seen the grand scene 1,000 years later and has the future of all humanity in his heart. Anyway, I just won't sell it. Whatever you say, Mr. Owen, is useless. Harrison was expressionless, confronting each other. Chris Owen glared. You. The two looked at each other without a word. The office suddenly became silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Julia Lambert, who was waiting outside, entered the room. While Harrison can be stubborn and play rough when he can't win, Julia Lambert has to clean up the mess for him. But Chris Owen is not the kind of person who clings and fights to the death either. Seeing that the personal visit has reached an impasse, he quickly adjusts and stands up, saying, "Today doesn't seem like a good day to talk business. Is this General Manager Julia Lambert? Just before returning to the country, I happen to have met with Mr. Lewis. He has some words for me to convey to you in person. Let's go, the two of us will go to your office and chat." After finishing, Chris Owen got up and walked outside. Julia Lambert exchanged a glance with Harrison, nodded, understanding each other's intentions. The teacher Chris Owen mentioned was Julia Lambert's mentor when she studied abroad, a respected Chinese-American economist. The circle of the top-level elite is just that big, and the relationship between Lewis and Chris Owen is not shallow. The two gradually walked away. With his amazing hearing, Harrison secretly listened for a while, his face turning red and white. Owen's old man seems to be upright, but in fact, he is a rather unreasonable and ruthless person who acts in a deviant manner. He failed to acquire my company, and he actually tried to poach my capable lieutenant in my face. That's too much. Luckily, Harrison didn't win over Julia Lambert with money but with gratitude, so he wasn't worried about her being poached. About 10 minutes later, Julia Lambert knocked on the door and entered the chairman's office, wiping her sweat. Harrison laughed and asked, "How did it go? Did you send the person away?" Julia Lambert sat down and took a big gulp of tea. Yes, it was difficult to deal with, very oppressive. As he said this, he looked puzzled at Harrison Clark. "Harrison, how did you withstand him? You actually dared to stare him down." Harrison shrugged. "He is very wealthy and powerful. But I have a reason to reject him." "No, I mean, don't you feel any pressure when facing such a big shot?" Harrison shook his head. "No pressure. Let me put it this way, when a person is already carrying billions of tons of pressure on their shoulders, adding a few more tons won't make a difference. As for big shots..." Harrison thought about it and decided not to talk about himself. In the next 1,000 years of human history, Carrie Thomas's status would be even higher than Chris Owen's. If I am not afraid of even higher UPS, why would I be afraid of Chris Owen? As he thought about this, the little sheep Carrie Thomas that had been sold, even helped Harrison count the money, came in right on time. "Ward Owen just called me to ask about the situation. You didn't fight with his dad, did you? I have been telling you that as a creative person, you are not the same as those cunning businessmen. You wouldn't be able to negotiate well. From the very beginning, you should have let Julia Lambert stand by your side and speak for you." Julia Lambert was taken aback, pointing to her face. "How am I the cunning one?" Carrie Thomas covered her mouth. "Oh, a slip of the tongue." Harrison waved his hand. "Don't change the subject, Julia. What did he say?" "Julia Lambert, he wanted to poach me, but I refused." Harrison and Carrie Thomas, who were sitting next to him, nodded in unison. Aren't you going to ask what conditions he offered?" Harrison shook his head. "I don't feel like asking. It's not important." Carrie Thomas added, "Your own sister has said before that you are a loyal person. Once Susan graduates, she will join our Summit Ventures too. There's no way you would leave." Julia Lambert felt a little deflated. "Well, anyway, he told me a lot of big principles and tried to pressure me with my teacher's influence. The salary and benefits were very generous. But in the end, I persuaded him. He said he was willing to observe for a while and reassess the value of Summit Ventures." Harrison was curious. "How did you persuade him? People like him don't usually change their decisions and are hard to take advice, right?" "I recalculated the accounts with him. I told him that if you, Harrison, can maintain your current creative ability, 10 billion is just a small fraction of Summit Ventures' value. Since we need to talk business, he should understand that our company does not lack funds at the moment, and there is no need to seek finance. We won't accept any financing under 2 billion before our development reaches a bottleneck and our value stops growing." Harrison understood. Julia Lambert fought poison with poison. If he attempted to take advantage of us with money, she would use money to drive him away. Julia Lambert's words can be understood like this. "Do you think we're fools? You want to pick up a bargain with just 10 billion? Please respect your judgment and our intelligence." Harrison thought it made sense. Carrie Thomas, who was originally not very sensitive to money, was even more surprised. Carrie Thomas asked, "Is our company really worth that much?" Harrison grinned. "You alone are worth 50 billion. Carrie Thomas hit him. "Stop lying. You didn't even want me to join your company in the first place." Harrison, Ignoring the playfulness between the two, Julia Lambert on the side nodded and shook her head. "Actually, I just went by Harrison's thinking and deliberately mentioned a sky-high price to crush his hopes. He obviously won't believe it, but we can slowly prove how much we're worth in the future. Setting aside the influence of the Whale Group, he is, after all, Ward Owen's father. If he deliberately sets obstacles for us, it would be quite uncomfortable for us, especially since many of our operations need to use resources from Oxfordshire." Everyone nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." The next day, Ward Owen returned to Oxfordshire from out of town. He hurriedly rushed into Harrison Clark's office, his plump body moving as swiftly as a spherical lightning bolt. Bang! Ward Owen threw himself onto Harrison Clark's desk. Harrison felt as if his desk had been hit by a car. Fortunately, he was strong enough to hold it steady, otherwise, the computer monitor would have been knocked over. "What are you doing?" Harrison asked irritably. Ward Owen cautiously asked, "One heard my dad came yesterday." "What do you mean, you heard? Can't you just go home and ask?" "I haven't had time to go home, I came straight to the office after getting off the plane." "All right, your dad did come." Ward Owen sighed. "He said he would give me another 2 years, but he couldn't wait. I didn't expect him to be so impatient." "Did he force you to make a choice at home too?" Ward shook his head. "No, he's not the nagging type. He won't pressure me in advance, but I didn't expect him to want to buy Summit Ventures outright. You didn't agree to it, did you, Master? No. That's good, that's good. If the company was controlled by him, he'd definitely make me, the signed artist, go to Whale Group and put on a good show. Harrison asked, what kind of show? A dog-blood workplace drama about a wealthy second generation who starts from the grassroots level, hides their identity, and climbs the ladder of success. It would be thousands of episodes long, smelly, and lengthy, just like an old lady's foot wrap. Harrison gave him a thumbs up. This show sounds great, and it's suitable for a promising artist like you. Forget about it. But, Master, I have to warn you in advance, knowing my dad, once he sets his mind on something, he won't give up until he gets it. His desire to acquire Summit Ventures is not just because of me. The value our company holds in his heart must be very high. This time he offered 1 billion and you rejected it, but there's no guarantee that one day he won't throw 20 or 30 billion at you. You must resist. The thought made Harrison's heart skip a beat, thinking that if the price were really that high, it might not be a bad idea. Anyway, it's just selling songs. Afterward, they can continue shipping songs every month. During the actual negotiation, they'd find a way to keep their free time, allow themselves to expand their territory outside, and cash out their shares sooner. This way, the progress of their other operations on this side would be accelerated, and it would be a win-win plan. But Ward Owen would be back to cause trouble for Whale Group. Sigh, it was indeed a dilemma. Harrison was not sure which of the two options would be better for humanity. Upon careful consideration, he felt that Ward Owen's harm was greater, as Whale Group had proven its capabilities in various timelines. Seeing Harrison's hesitant and tempted expression, Ward Owen felt more anxious. Master, what are you thinking about? You can't just leave me hanging. Harrison gave him a fierce glance. Shut up. You were born with a golden key and are a winner at life. You have no idea what common people's suffering is like. If the price is really that high, wouldn't I be stupid to refuse? It's all your fault. What's my fault? Harrison almost blurted out, blaming him for being too useless and dragging him down. If you were more capable and didn't hold your dad back, I'd gladly send you back to Whale Group. It's all your fault, making me watch so much money slip through my fingers. Forget it, forget it. We'll see when the time comes. Ward Owen's eyes shifted and he pointed at Harrison's monitor and said, Master, are you working on a new song? Harrison glanced at the monitor, nodding. To improve his songwriter skills, Harrison had improved his creative techniques since returning. After all, he was a perfectionist artist. He switched from handwriting to software input. He didn't learn before because he had tried it and found that using software required a long familiarization period and would need to remember many operating methods. Now that his memory had improved, he needed less than a tenth of the time to learn the same content. At this moment, he was referencing a tutorial while trying to input the sheet music. It was slower than handwriting, but Harrison estimated that in another day or two, his speed would be completely up to par. Harrison nodded. Yes, I'm writing a new song. Master, look at your creative state. How powerful? Your inspiration is so valuable. It's inexhaustible and never-ending. Even if you sold yourself for 20 billion, you'd still lose out. You must be worth even more in the future. Harrison patted Ward Owen's head earnestly. You can stay calm in the face of tens of billions because your father only has you, his son, and all his hundreds of billions will eventually be yours. But you see, you and I are different, understand? People are different. Now, be gone, I have a plan. Ward Owen left the chairman's office with a bewildered expression, slapping his forehead. Oh, what should I do? I'm going to be abandoned. Ward Owen confided in Julia Lambert, revealing his own troubles. Julia Lambert offered an extremely effective suggestion. Harrison Clark's music production has been dominating the charts, including your own work, and it's rapidly expanding the company's brand influence. If you want to stop your dad from buying the company, isn't the simplest way to quickly maximize the influence of the existing resources of the company? As long as the value of Summit Ventures is so high that your dad isn't willing to spend that much money on an acquisition, and the price he can offer can't meet Harrison's psychological expectations, then won't it naturally put you at ease? Ward Owen nodded vigorously. Right? So, what do we do? Of course, work overtime? Push yourself to the limit. I've just accepted a few variety show invitations for you, so go and record them now. The fastest broadcast can start next week. These are all shows with high ratings, and the appearance fees offered are very ideal. Whether it's for the company's profits or building your personal brand, it's a win-win effect. Oh, right, I asked Harrison earlier, and he said your next album is still mainly folk music, but it will incorporate a lot of innovative elements. So, I suggest you get rid of your lazy habits and learn more about innovative singing techniques. Ward Owen, pumped up, said, all right. I'll do it right away. If it had been before, he would have had no interest in taking on variety show appearances, and the fees wouldn't even be worth his pocket money. But now, in order to increase his own value as much as possible and to diffuse any contact between Harrison and his father, he gave his all. Including Harrison, who was creating at a high speed, the company entered an intense period of non-stop work in the following days. Ward Owen's commitment needed no explanation. He had to make money and learn at the same time. Carrie Thomas, though she stopped creating, didn't slack off, but instead restarted her crazy process of learning and absorbing knowledge. She seemed determined to master every musical instrument in the world, and her research on music theory and singing techniques had never stopped. As the company's third signing, Lucy Haywood also began intense vocal training. Although Harrison hadn't started preparing her album yet, good preparation is essential for success. 1 minute on the stage takes 10 years of practice off stage. With such a rare opportunity, Lucy had to be in the best possible shape for every moment, prepared to take on a battle when needed. But no one expected the real breakthrough for Summit Ventures to come from something else. On the weekend, 5 days later, Neil Blomkamp's Chaos Space was released simultaneously worldwide. Like Harrison's predictions, this film could only be considered mediocre among A-class films. On its opening day, the global box office just surpassed $60 million, and the final box office estimate was between $800 and $900 million. Investors could almost recoup their costs and make a small profit. This market performance was just enough to maintain Neil's worth. It wouldn't plummet due to making a film, but it also wouldn't advance him further. In the science fiction genre, Chaos Space had obtained a passing grade. But the relatively mediocre film performance only served to highlight the classic hit Self-Combustion. They say that bad movies create great songs, and indeed, this saying is truly wise. Performed by Katie Swift, the English version of Self-Combustion swept the globe in just 3 or 4 days, landing straight onto the Billboard charts and securing the top spot. This song became a phenomenal masterpiece and was praised worldwide. This achievement was a rarity in the Chinese music industry. Carrie Thomas and Summit Ventures became the first Chinese music creators and companies to truly break through in the European and American markets. The disdain and prejudice of the European and American music industries toward Chinese music diminished somewhat in an instant. Even some film critics commented that if it weren't for this overwhelmingly strong theme song, Chaos Space would have had to revise its box office expectations down by $100 or $200 million. Everyone in Summit Ventures was overjoyed at this development, and even Carrie Thomas almost couldn't contain herself when she saw Self-Combustion at the top of the charts. She nearly hugged Harrison. Meanwhile, a flurry of congratulatory text messages, phone calls, and WeChat messages came pouring in from all corners of the entertainment industry. On the internet, on Twitter and in WeChat groups, there was a chorus of praise. Harrison was not surprised by this at all. That's because he knew the level of this song, so he remained the calmest and most composed while others were caught in the frenzy of excitement. As your boss, I love your inexperienced reactions. If you knew that Self-Combustion could start a world war in 500 years, you'd be scared to death. And to those international friends who are astounded, don't panic, this is just the beginning. You've only just started to qualify for this creative competition through your understanding of self-combustion. Next up, a global renaissance awaits you. And me, I am the man who will pull back the curtain on the renaissance. Although Harrison seemed calm, he still had to cater to the emotions of others, so he generously treated everyone to a big celebration at the Sheraton Hotel, rewarding their hard work with bonuses and a grand feast. After the feast, Harrison stood on the second-floor balcony of the hotel villa with a glass of red wine, admiring the moon and contemplating life. Julia Lambert approached Harrison and said, "I had a friend of mine in the United States help assess the positive impact this has had on our company." Harrison asked, "What did they say?" Julia Lambert, "I have estimated the value of our company in China to be around 1.5 billion yuan. Harrison Clark nodded, "That's great. Also, according to the contract, Katie has to give us half of the copyright income she gets from this song. We preliminarily estimate that this income will reach about $10 million in a year." Harrison's eyes brightened. "That's 60 million yuan, not bad." In addition, many famous singers and music producers from Europe and America have actively contacted us in search of collaboration. We have officially opened up the European and American markets. As long as you and Carrie can maintain the same creative level, the potential copyright income from overseas will significantly increase the company's value. This added overseas value totals up to $200 million. The influence from overseas will, in turn, enhance our position in the domestic market. So, taking everything into consideration, the potential value of the company should be around 3 billion yuan. Harrison squinted his eyes. He was very happy. Finally, he was truly wealthy. With money, he could do many things. Although these are just valuations and the money is in the company, turning them into cash still requires a gullible and deep-pocketed investor. Even though his own pockets are still empty, it doesn't hinder his indulgence in the beautiful future. He once again reaffirmed to himself that stealing the song was the right decision. There was no better, more convenient, and more reliable way to get rich quickly. In just a few months, he was almost catching up with Jenna Kendall. When Julia left, the evening dress-clad Carrie came over. Harrison raised his glass to her. "Why did you come over? Today should be your shining moment." Carrie shook her head. "It's not really important. You know I don't like these occasions and just want to quietly write songs." "Then why did you come today? Isn't it to help you expand your influence? Look at that reporter. Once he releases the photos and videos of our celebration banquet, it must be good for the company." "True, but you don't seem very happy," Harrison suddenly asked. Carrie nodded. "You know me well. I am grateful to Katie for making my song famous, but actually, I know what you're thinking. You're not quite satisfied, and you feel that if you had sung the song yourself, the effect would have been great. Katie is excellent, but she still couldn't bring out the highest level of self-combustion, right?" Carrie was stunned. After a long while, she finally smiled bitterly. "How do you always understand me so well?" Harrison turned his face away. Perhaps it's fate. The reason he understood was that he already knew. 500 years later, it was not Katie Swift's version of self-combustion that influenced Sergei. It was the second version, reinterpreted by Carrie herself after the copyright authorization expired in 5 years. Carrie's intuition was always so terrifying. Her judgment was entirely correct. All of this was within Harrison's expectations. Only Carrie, and it had to be Carrie, could interpret the most perfect self-combustion. In order to re-sing the song, she spent 5 years refining herself, earnestly learning standard English accent, and practicing it on PAR with her mother tongue. What she pursued was never to mimic, but rather to express her emotions more accurately in the language of another culture and mindset. She was always striving for perfection and could not tolerate any flaws. That's why her rendition 5 years later elevated the song to another level. Many more young people and ordinary citizens in Europe and America, eager to understand the emotions in the Chinese version of self-combustion, voluntarily learned Chinese. This greatly accelerated the maturity of a world communication model where Chinese and English could coexist, and played a role in promoting the perfect integration of human thought that contemporary people could not understand or believe. Both the song and Carrie herself held a huge historical significance, and just imagining it gave Harrison goosebumps. But now, it seemed like Carrie wanted to confess her feelings. Harrison could sense her hesitation. The so-called single life advocate, to some extent, is just someone unwilling to compromise when they can't find their true love. Harrison dared not look at Carrie's face. Sometimes a simple eye contact could spark different emotions. Maybe one day in the future, he could accept everything. By then, he could put his mind to seriously consider his own emotions and life. As for now, maybe he lacked the talent, and knew he lacked the courage and fighting spirit. Just racking his brains to figure out what he could do for the human race, which would inevitably perish in 1,000 years, had already exhausted all his efforts. When he first began traveling 1,000 years into the future, he was so resistant to that responsibility, because he clearly knew he couldn't bear it. Harrison always said to himself, I really don't want to be the savior. But tragedies happened one after another, and after all, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't turn a blind eye to everything. He always unwittingly thought, maybe this time he could do a little more, maybe this time he could try a little harder. As a result, he became more and more deeply involved and could not extricate himself. Harrison wasn't sure if that was his true nature, but it seemed like everything had naturally and logically led him to this point. He wasn't sure if everyone in the world could do it, or if it was just him. But since fate chose me, perhaps this is the only gift I have as an ordinary person. Just like the words Chris Owen said in anger, it's the responsibility of history, even if he was never understood by his era. As much as Carrie Thomas admired and appreciated Harrison Clark, he admired and appreciated her as well. He never told anyone about his weaknesses. Even if he tried to forget, deep in his heart, Harrison would occasionally have an unbearable sadness he wanted to share with someone. He wanted to find someone to rely on for his loneliness. Carrie Thomas was the best choice for that support. He was afraid that in the quiet of the night, just by looking at her one more time, he could no longer restrain his emotions. Harrison Clark ran away. He returned to the center of the celebration crowd. He raised his hand and waved it in the air, and the noisy crowd below quickly quieted down, including special guest Avril Green, who watched him with sparkling eyes. Harrison took a deep breath. I have a few important announcements, please. Listen. Carrie Thomas also came down from the balcony. Harrison grinned and waved to her. Our pillar, come join us. Carrie Thomas rubbed her eyes. There was a hint of confusion in her gaze, and she was pulled into the crowd by Susan Lambert. The company is heading in a good direction. We have received many creative collaboration invitations, but in the short term, our main creative resources will still be focused on our internal artists. Lucy Haywood and Ward Owen, two contracted artists lacking independent creative ability, applauded wildly. Harrison smiled and continued, within 3 days at the latest, I will have completed all 10 songs for Lucy's first album. However, I am only responsible for writing the songs. The actual recording, packaging, marketing, and promotion will be done by everyone. Everyone clapped again, and they congratulated Lucy one after another. Jenny Hart and Leah Clark were extremely envious. Look at their boss, it's so easy to support someone, without having to go all over the place to collect songs. Some singers can't even collect enough songs for an album in 1 or 2 years, but Harrison does it differently, personally writing songs for you, and only in a matter of days. That's just too much. After giving Lucy the good news, it was Ward Owen's turn. I will complete Ward Owen's second album in 6 days. Ward couldn't stop grinning. What could be better than watching Summit Ventures continue to grow in value, so high that even his father found it too expensive to buy? Of course, it was to do it himself, personally. At this time, Bella Ross, the relatively more familiar agent of Avril Green, took the initiative to raise her hand and interject. Our Lucia wants a song too. Harrison smiled and nodded. Sure, no problem. He agreed without hesitation. This wasn't a big deal. Avril Green nudged Bella Ross, looking a bit embarrassed, but she didn't deny it. Afterward, Harrison walked over to Avril Green and Bella Ross, whispering, Lucia, don't you prefer independent creation? I just wrote one for you recently, right? It wasn't that he didn't want to sell songs, but that he was considering another point. Avril Green herself had great creative talent. If he met all her demands, would he inadvertently suppress her own talent? That would be a real pity. Avril Green crossed her arms, her mouth curved slightly, revealing a subtle smile. What, you don't want to write for me? No, that's not it. A good song is never too much for anyone. Sometimes I really envy you and Carrie Thomas's talents, but I believe that singing your songs will give me a new understanding. Harrison nodded. That makes sense. All right then. No, Lucia, let me write for you. Just then, Carrie Thomas walked over and said without hesitation, Harrison, you've been really busy lately. Julia Lambert said you're writing a movie script, right? Harrison originally wanted to say that he had only mentioned it to Julia Lambert and hadn't started writing yet, so he wasn't that busy. But when he took a closer look at Carrie's eyes, he decisively nodded. Yes, I'm indeed writing a script. Then it's quite inconvenient for you. We'll have to rely on Carrie. Avril Green spoke cheerfully, appearing to hold no grudges. Carrie had just written Self-Combustion, so offering to write a song for Avril wasn't presumptuous or abrupt, it could even be seen as doing her a favor. But the intricacies behind the scenes were not for outsiders to know. Harrison had a vague idea, but he didn't want to bother with it. His heart couldn't handle that much, especially matters of love. Whoever loves whomever. Nowadays, Carrie was a completely signed artist under Summit Ventures, and the company covered all her training and learning expenses. Her creative works and song production costs were also transferred to Summit Ventures. So the songs Carrie wrote, according to the contract, partially belonged to her, and the other portion belonged to Summit Ventures, so whether Harrison personally wrote the songs or Carrie wrote them for Avril, the company made a profit. Harrison could only marvel at the wonders of fate. In the previous timeline, he had forcibly taken a song that Carrie wrote for Avril, but in the end, she gave it back to her. However, Harrison's tricks were endless. This time, due to his enhanced memory, he had prepared a massive collection of works when he returned. As a ruthless professional who plagiarized from friends, he didn't spare Avril due to their friendship, but rather showed her extra care. Avril's creative peak was during her teenage years, and after she turned 25, she only created 2 truly classic songs. Harrison had prepared to take them all and give them to Lucy Haywood to sing. He found a very sufficient reason for himself. Perhaps he could even force Avril, who already had a high ranking, to unleash her potential and break into the top 100? I'm doing good deeds here. As he became accustomed to everything, Harrison's psychological burden when pulling off these tricks became lighter and lighter. Gradually, he became increasingly shameless when plagiarizing songs. At this point, some female singers who followed Jenny hard to the party couldn't take it anymore. She raised her hand and asked loudly, Mr. Harrison, what about us? What exactly do you mean by short term? We all want to buy your songs too. Everyone suddenly became attentive. These artists hadn't collaborated with Summit Ventures before and were not closely acquainted with Harrison. They could only wave their checkbooks waiting for Mr. Harrison's favor, so they were particularly concerned about the short-term limit he mentioned. In everyone's understanding, usually, when someone like Harrison spoke of short-term, it referred to a period of 1 to 2 years. As long as it didn't exceed 3 years, they could still accept it and have hope of waiting. However, the speed at which Harrison spoke just now was too fast, finishing Lucy Haywood's album in 3 days, and then Ward Owen's in another 3 days. This raised unreasonable desires and expectations in everyone's hearts. Before clarifying his stance, Harrison glanced at Carrie Thomas one more time and hesitated for a moment. Although what he was about to say might slap Carrie in the face, Harrison couldn't change his plan to make money as soon as possible. He cleared his throat and said wistfully, I'm indeed busy, and after finishing the first 2 albums, I'll need another half a month to write some movie scripts. At the earliest, I can start creating more songs in 20 days. As soon as he said this, the large banquet hall fell silent. In the end, Avril broke the silence. Then, when the time comes, can you write me a song? Harrison turned his head to look at Avril, then looked at Carrie. His gaze then shifted to Lucy Haywood. All right, no problem. No one knew how many thoughts crossed his mind when he said this. Harrison Clark had no idea about the secret discussions and plans between Ward Owen and Julia Lambert. However, Ward Owen's selfishness and Harrison's desire to raise more funds did not conflict with each other but complemented each other. Harrison saw the once idle Ward Owen suddenly become diligent, his round face quickly turning into an oval, almost like a goose egg. It was quite miserable. Over the next few days, Ward Owen flew all over the country, sometimes even having 3 variety shows in one day. When stealing time during his flights, he either watched acoustic videos on his tablet or read thick books voraciously. The chubby guy thought he would want to give up soon or even change his hobby, but time flew by, and before he could feel tired, 6 days had passed in a blink of an eye. Eastern Fantasy. When Ward Owen finally gets the printed file with lyrics and the complete score from Harrison's hands, he is almost moved to tears. It is only now that he gradually understands that his love for music is not just lip service, nor is it an excuse to escape from a dull academic life. Although I, Ward Owen, am lazy and even disastrous in body and health management, I can put up with an unbeatable effort when facing what I really love. Harrison was also shocked by the ferocious high-intensity work attitude of Ward Owen these days and sighed, no wonder you are not suitable for managing a company. Maybe sometimes you don't even know how much you like singing. No matter how hard a person stands in a position where he has no talent or hobby, and has such a big responsibility, it will ultimately be of no avail in the end. Ward Owen looked blank. What are you saying, Master? Nothing, just go. Rest well first, and start practicing singing tomorrow. Look at your appearance, even your pants have become too big. Please buy a new set of fitted clothes, and don't lose face as a rich second generation. Look at those billionaires' children in Europe and America, each one is more handsome than the other. And look at your father, he's almost handsome enough to be a hottie killer. As his son, do you feel ashamed to ruin his good looks he gave you? Ward Owen covered his face and wept as he ran away in embarrassment. Am I wrong for being approachable as a rich kid? Look how adorable the meat on my face is. So friendly. Have you ever seen a master trampling on the dignity of his disciple like this? After sending away Ward Owen, Harrison went to the newly set up recording studio in the company and listened to Lucy Haywood practicing singing with the high-paid music producer they had just dug up from outside. Lucy's opportunity came from her talking about giving birth to a monkey for Harrison and standing up to help him clarify his stance at a critical moment. She won it through her own efforts and held her ground. But it cannot be denied that Lucy's abilities are quite good, otherwise Harrison wouldn't have easily agreed to let her help him sing the demo. However, in terms of relationships, Harrison's requirements for song quality are extremely strict and almost unapproachable. It can't be blamed that he's too strict, he simply has the original song in mind, and after comparing it, it's easy to tell if it's good or not. As soon as Harrison entered the recording studio, the music producer with a very loud reputation in the industry couldn't help but focus most of his attention on Harrison. This producer is not famous for his creative talent, but for understanding the ideas of creators and assisting singers in constantly tuning and adjusting their voices. His grasp of musicality and rhythm ranks among the top in the industry. Now this producer is also curious about the genius creator Harrison Clark's abilities, who has been called unique for decades. Could you ask Lucy to sing all 10 songs? It's been 3 days, as a professional singer, she should be able to barely sing them all, right? Harrison waved at the producer. There were too many new employees in the company recently, and he hadn't had the time to get to know them one by one, so many people couldn't even call them by name. The producer felt a little unhappy. He was a considerable figure after all. Even if he wasn't as good as Harrison, he should at least have his own name. However, unhappy as he may be, the other party is paying a lot of money, so the producer obediently stood up. But he still couldn't help but retort, although she has practiced each song roughly, if you want to guide her, you should do it one song at a time, right? Asking for too many at once, you might not be able to listen carefully. Harrison shook his head, you just do as I say. Oh, and don't tell her I'm listening, so she doesn't get nervous. All right, Master Clark. This word master was pronounced particularly heavy. Harrison could understand the other party's resentment. In the normal thinking of people, perhaps his request seemed unreasonable. Even the strongest producer could not fine-tune 10 songs at once. But Harrison would not explain it to him, as it would be a waste of words, and time is extremely valuable. An hour later, Lucy came out. When she saw Harrison outside, she exclaimed, "Ah, teacher, how come you're here?" She has now learned to call Harrison directly teacher. It appears closer than others but does not transcend the boundaries. Harrison sat in the chair with a straight face and crossed his arms. Your progress is too slow, and I am very dissatisfied. When choosing to accept Lucy, Harrison saw her talent as well as the private relationship. Her unique mezzo-soprano voice was versatile, capable of handling high notes and explosive power when needed. Moreover, she could skillfully reproduce songs, making her the perfect medium for transforming Harrison Clark's transported works. Harrison would grant her a lifetime of wealth and success, so naturally, he would have high standards for her. Lucy Haywood shuddered with nervousness. The other producer beside her showed no emotion. Harrison asked, "Do you have a voice recorder?" The producer replied, "Yes." "Good, record every word I say from now on. Lucy, you can digest this later. I'll only guide you personally this once. It's up to you how hard you work from here on. Either make it big or make it a futile effort." Harrison took a deep breath and began explaining word by word at an astonishing speed. First line, your pitch is too high. The beginning of this song should be gentle, like a stream flowing through a forest, giving a sense of serene beauty. So, elongate your breath slightly, and don't cut off your last note so abruptly, holding back the sound of the violin. Here, your articulation is a bit unclear. When you sing this part, your breath should be pulled back a little. For this line, the ordinary ending would require a swift hammer drop and contraction while lowering the key, but you cannot handle it this way here. After about an hour, Harrison took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "That's all for now. Next time, I want to hear the finished product directly." He didn't say anything more and quickly left. In the recording studio, Lucy and the producer exchanged wordless glances. Lucy was fine, as she was engaged in self-assessment. The producer, however, felt as if everything had learned had been reduced to nothing. It's said that there's never a peak in the path of art. After climbing one mountain, there's always a higher one waiting. But he felt that Harrison's level had reached heights he couldn't even comprehend. No wonder that after Harrison's overnight rise to fame, his personal influence in the music world continued to skyrocket like a rocket. What terrifyingly keen intellect, astonishing memory, and horrifyingly skilled musical instincts and professionalism he possessed. Too strong? After resolving the matter, Harrison immediately returned to his office and began working on assembling an outline of several blockbuster sci-fi movie scripts from the early 21st century that he had seen during his trip to the future. He had a strong memory but unfortunately couldn't find the complete scripts in the database, so he had to painstakingly restore the plot by hand. He remembered every detail and scene but had to reapply them to the paper, involving another professional field, script writing. In the previous timeline, had already experienced how his older self suffered a devastating loss due to stubbornness. This time, Harrison didn't plan to complete every detail himself. He would take the outline of the plot to Julia Lambert, who would hire professionals to refine the script, while he would personally modify it once or twice in the final draft. When it came time to film, he would occasionally supervise and ensure a faithful reproduction of the successful movies. Unfortunately, these subsequent tasks couldn't be completed within a month. Harrison only planned to finish the preliminary work, record it in a memo, and leave it for his parallel self to begin and execute in the future. On his next trip to the future, he would naturally see the results, good or bad. Writing was quite a rigorous task. Restoring the outlines of just a few sci-fi films consumed almost half a month for Harrison. He deleted and revised repeatedly, aiming for accuracy, ensuring that when the final product was produced, the deviation from what he wanted wouldn't be too far off. Subsequently, Harrison began his second round of relentless and high-speed creative insanity. In just 4 days, he wrote almost 30 songs. It wasn't enough to describe his state as a creative outpouring, he was like a volcanic eruption. Among the classic songs he brought out were not only numerous popular Chinese and English songs from 2000 to 2050 but also several new-style masterpieces from 2050 to 2100, as an experiment. In addition to the 4 famous songs he tucked into Ward Owen's second album before, he brought a total of 10 songs that should have appeared only 50 years later to life today. Eastern Fantasy. He was becoming increasingly reckless. Harrison already knew that his actions were brewing a renaissance, so he wanted to make it even more dramatic and ruthless. He attempted to make this artistic renaissance more explosive. The impact of the Renaissance wasn't merely confined to the artistic community, it was just the spark that ignited the movement. At its core, the Renaissance was the surge of a new way of thinking, ultimately leading to a domino effect in intellectual and cultural movements. What it shook was not just the world of art, but the changing thoughts of everyone bathed in the waves of the Renaissance. It was a tide in which artistic creativity rapidly exploded within a short period, eventually driving all industries and disciplines to advance further. The power of art is infectious. This infectiousness extends to all aspects of life, making people's spiritual attributes stronger. As the momentum of the Renaissance gradually took shape, people were easily influenced by higher quality artistic works, involuntarily desiring to strive for a better life and era. The Renaissance aims to awaken people's enterprising spirit, creative spirit, and the spirit of seeking knowledge that respects science and reality even more. From a historical perspective, the Renaissance is a gift from the universe to human civilization. Considering the entire civilization as an individual cultivator, the Renaissance is an enlightenment of realm that can be encountered but not sought in a cultivator's lifetime. In today's era, due to the growing popularity of the information society, too much miscellaneous information has flooded people's lives, occupying their precious time. Soap operas, low-quality variety shows, shoddily made movies that merely satisfy sensory stimulation, deliberately packaged idol personas. These things, under the guise of entertainment, are actually harming people's lives all the time. A celebrity who forgets to bring toilet paper into the restroom can make it to the top of Twitter's trending list and countless ordinary people's timelines. Allowing one more person to look at this kind of garbage information for an extra second adds a dose of poison to the progress of human civilization. It's like a slow-acting poison. As its toxicity deepens, it will hinder the progress of civilization. Humans have always been moving forward under heavy burdens, not only from the challenges of nature, but also from wars and diseases, and even more from the poisonous information created by some people who lose their conscience in pursuit of profit. It is precisely because of the inundation of junk information that people in the 21st century no longer possess the foundation for another renaissance. Bad money drives out good money. Too many talented artists fail to sprout and die in the womb due to the creator's own poverty. People always need to eat. Painters have become house painters. Writers have turned into jokesters and self-media writers. Musicians have become copycats focusing on plagiarism. Everything has gone too far to be redeemed. Without other interfering factors, it might take hundreds of years for humanity to awaken from this illusory and poisonous dream and lament the ancient people who wasted their time hundreds of years ago, gnashing their teeth in anger and extreme contempt. Fortunately, there is Harrison Clarke in this era. He didn't think much about it before, but now he has to. So he takes matters into his own hands. He wants to use his shameless plagiarism that goes against his conscience and integrity to expose all the fake celebrities and fake artists who waste their time and live behind a false persona. He wants to force everyone to keep up with his pace and rhythm. From now on, if you don't strive to create and improve, the good days of getting on the trending list by casually writing a song or doing a little something will be over. He will create a renaissance for humanity that never existed before, all by himself, starting with music as the source. Thousands of years later, when people recall the ancients, they may still ridicule the backward technology of the early 21st century, but only classic artworks will last forever. They will more deeply appreciate how the ancients' accomplishments in art reached such a pinnacle and left valuable spiritual wealth for future generations. After copying his own songs, Harrison Clarke sent one to Avril Green. Avril replied, what a coincidence, Carrie Thomas is here teaching me her newly finished song, and you sent me one too. Today I'm doubly blessed. Do you want to come over and join us? Harrison replied, you guys go ahead, and I'll catch up with you later. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm a little tired. Let me take a break. Here's a message for pirate readers. This book currently has 4.600 favorites, over 300 average subscriptions, and nearly 500 high subscriptions. The subscription to favorite ratio should be considered quite good. However, it's not good enough. According to the usual pattern, there are still around 2,000 people reading pirated copies and fattening up. With the current average subscription, my monthly income is 3,000 yuan, which makes it somewhat difficult to support a family. If I had tens of thousands of favorites and thousands of average subscriptions, I could have a relatively comfortable life, and there would be no need for me to say all this. But for now, for my personal life, I might have reached an important turning point. I can only appeal to all pirate readers to come to the legitimate platform and subscribe to me. You should know how good the quality and level of this book is by now. Please rest assured that this book will not be dragged out and stinky. I will only follow my preconceived ideas and write this book well with a rigorous and non-watered-down attitude. I have prepared several endings, and the relatively complete one that can give you a perfect explanation is around 800,000 words. So subscribing to the whole book costs less than 30 yuan and won't affect your quality of life. Once again, however many people end up subscribing, it will not affect the quality and attitude of my writing. The above words are added after revising and not charged. You can't avoid the 15th after escaping the first day of the lunar month. Around 9 o'clock that night, Carrie Thomas returned home. Instead of going straight to her bedroom upstairs, she knocked on Harrison Clark's door downstairs. Next time, come back earlier. It's not safe for you to be out alone so late at night. Without asking too many questions, Harrison let her in and poured her a glass of warm water. Carrie took off her mask, put it in a Ziploc bag she carried with her, and hung her coat on the clothes rack by the door. It's fine, I just bought a car. I drove back. Harrison nodded, that's good. But still, be careful when driving at night. MHM. She picked up the glass and looked around for a moment. Harrison's small suite was still kept clean and tidy, just like when he used to be the apartment manager. He still didn't hire a maid, only found an hourly worker. The condition of the room showed his good personal hygiene and self-management, which had not changed with the change of identity and status. The slight difference from the past was that the soy sauce on his table had changed from a cheap low-end bottle to a mid to high-end product costing about 20 to 30 per bottle. But in terms of other items that were not so easy to replace, such as sheets and bedding, tables, and chairs, they were all the same as before. After a long while, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Harrison looked puzzled and asked, what are you laughing at? Carrie stretched lazily, extremely relaxed. I don't know if you're just thrifty or too lazy to upgrade your stuff. If people outside knew that you, the esteemed teacher Chen, still live in a basic apartment for free and use bedding that costs tens or hundreds of dollars per set, it would shock many. Harrison shrugged, as long as it's usable, I'm too busy now and don't have time to deal with all that. But I wouldn't say I'm thrifty either, I've been buying a lot of designer clothes lately. He pointed to his closet. That's just because you need to go for negotiations or have to attend formal occasions, so you need decent clothes. Alright, that's true. We can think about improving the quality of life when we have time later. It's fine now. Carrie nodded. Actually, I don't quite understand. Don't understand what? You obviously have a very casual personality. You have amassed a huge fortune in a very short time, and I think it's about time you take a break. But you're always running forward desperately, always in a hurry, as if there's a fierce tiger chasing you from behind. I find it hard to understand. Harrison fell silent. After a long time, he asked, has my impatience affected you all? No. I'm just a little worried about you. Harrison patted her shoulder. Don't worry about me. Just focus on your music, that's the biggest help you can give me. I have no other requests, just hope you can be dedicated to your own dreams without distractions and never forget your original intention. You have a precious talent, and you should, and must, do your best to bring it out. I used to be very relieved about you because I could feel your determination. What happened to you recently? Seemed to have wavered. This was the situation Harrison feared the most. Carrie shook her head. I don't know. And you kept saying how talented I am, but compared to you, I feel like my little ability is like a grain of light trying to compete with the bright moon. Harrison was dumbstruck on the spot. He had been too busy showing off his skills every day, inadvertently flaunting too much, and had damaged the confidence of others around him. Others were too far away to know the details, whereas Carrie, who had the ability and comprehension, and stayed by his side, could truly experience the extent of his abnormality. It was a sense of disparity that almost drove people to despair. Harrison didn't want this to happen, but it was the reality. Avril Green, who had only sung her own songs, took the initiative to invite Harrison to sing with her in front of a large crowd. Carrie, who had been absolutely confident before, began to waver and become distracted due to her self-doubt, and it was all Harrison's fault. It wasn't that she was weak-willed, but that Harrison had gotten carried away with his plagiarism, completely unrestrained. Anyone would have a hard time dealing with it. Harrison realized that, unwittingly, the situation had reached a critical point. If not handled properly, it would be the end. He banged the table and stood up abruptly. This is absurd. Unreasonable. Carrie was scared by his sudden burst of anger. New Jersey II. What tea? You know how disappointed I am in you right now. Harrison put his hands on his hips and looked at her with a disapproving gaze. Who do you think you are? I don't know where you got the nerve, but how dare you belittle yourself? Carrie stood dumbfounded for a long time. Although she had known about Harrison's high opinion of her, most of their interactions in the past had been quite calm, with Harrison hardly ever losing his temper. Not until his sudden outburst of anger did Carrie realize even more deeply. It turned out he wasn't being modest or polite, he truly had that much confidence in her. Ever since her debut, Carrie had received countless praises, but she never cared about them or felt proud of herself. However, at this moment, her heart was racing like a wild horse on the grassland. Thank you for your encouragement, she gasped, speaking slowly and deliberately. Harrison saw something off in her eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Mother, am I not scolding her? From then on, Chris Owen's covetousness towards Summit Ventures came to an end. It's not that Chris Owen didn't want to, it's just that he had the intent to kill the thief but was powerless to turn the tide. To control Summit Entertainment and regain Ward Owen's agency contract, Chris Owen's shareholding must surpass Harrison Clark, becoming the largest shareholder. However, given the current valuation and considering the premium that must be paid for a forced merger of a growing company, even if he only wants 47 to 5% of the shares, the starting price has to exceed $4 billion. When the capital reaches this magnitude, even Whale Group would be severely injured. Dad, do you think I should ask Master to talk to you again? Ward Owen rubbed his face and asked with a grin. Chris Owen pointed at the door. If you don't want to be beaten again, get the hell out of here. However, even if Chris Owen wanted to talk to Harrison Clark, he wouldn't have the chance. On the second day of Summit Entertainment's major success, Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas boarded the plane to Los Angeles again. This time they didn't bring Julia Lambert as an interpreter. This trip wasn't for business cooperation and there was no need for formal negotiations. Carrie Thomas' English was basically qualified, and Harrison Clark's progress was also astounding, so basic communication was no longer a problem. The two of them walked side by side out of Los Angeles Airport. Carrie Thomas looked at Harrison Clark with an embarrassed expression. I've told you that you don't have to accompany me here. I could just report directly to the academy. I plan to immerse myself in studying and not going out for 3 months. Harrison Clark shook his head and simply said, I don't feel at ease. I need to see you settle down. Carrie Thomas was helpless with his inexplicable stubbornness. Although she didn't quite understand it, it felt quite good. Although Los Angeles is a big city, its urban layout is very scattered. If you don't have a car, it's almost impossible to get around. The Mason Academy, where Carrie Thomas chose to study, was nearly 80 kilometers from the airport, nestled in the mountains and by the sea, with a tranquil environment. As a privately run music academy, Mason Academy enjoys a worldwide reputation. It has unique insights into deepening music theory and mastering various instruments, as well as capturing emotions during creation. Many well-known musicians are guests or even students of Mason Academy. However, its fees are also quite high, with a 3-month training fee of up to $200,000 per person. As Carrie Thomas is the creator of self-combustion and already has some fame here, the other party gave her a 50% discount, charging only $100,000. After a short wait, a Mercedes-Benz Vito came smoothly. The black driver jumped off, first looked at the photo, and then stretched his neck to look around, quickly finding the two at the airport entrance. Get in the car and go. The black driver was very enthusiastic, talking the whole way. However, Carrie Thomas was only enthusiastic about Harrison Clark and didn't care much about talking to strangers. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Harrison Clark had to muster his barely passable English and engage in a conversation with the talkative driver. In fact, Harrison Clark was also distracted, thinking about his own affairs. The reason he came to Los Angeles was not only to worry about Carrie Thomas' safety. Another reason was that he has not decided whether to instill the idea of the golden record to Carrie Thomas this time. If he does, how can he implement it in a way that achieves the goal without interfering with and limiting her ability to perform and maximizing the chances of success? Predicting the future may seem simple, but it is actually intricate. Even if he accidentally says the wrong thing, it could cause everything to collapse. There are less than 10 days left before his next trip to the past. Harrison Clark decided to empty his mind during these days and carefully ponder this major decision. Suddenly, the black driver's tone became excited. Hey, buddy, do you see that villa area on the hillside over there? Harrison Clark looked over. On the slope to the left of the car, a series of magnificent detached villas were constructed in a row, both prestigious and elegant. Harrison Clark nodded. It's beautiful. Yay, and look at the right side, this is the Pacific Ocean. You know, when you push open the back door of your living room, walk into the backyard, stand beside your own swimming pool, and look up to see the Pacific Ocean in the distance, it's such a wonderful thing. You can also throw parties. All the beautiful women in Los Angeles want to come here to see the world. At that time, beaches, sunshine, hot beauties, wild parties, there's nothing better in the world. Harrison Clark nodded. That's great. He began to seriously consider whether he should buy a villa here when he has time. It doesn't matter if it's for vacation or to open up a new realm of influence, he will always need a base to settle down. If he wants to influence the future more accurately in terms of technology, he cannot avoid this country. Los Angeles, New York, and Oakland are also 3 important cities that cannot be bypassed. Don't you want to know the name of this villa area, buddy? Harrison Clark checked the map on his phone. I know, it's Newport Beach. Yeah, this is Newport Beach. Do you watch basketball? Do you know Kobe Bryant? His home is here. You can be neighbors with Kobe? Okay, friend. Hey, race my card. I have another job besides driving for Mason Academy. I'm one of the top 10 best real estate purchasing agents in Los Angeles. If Mr. Clark is interested in buying a villa at Newport Beach, you can't go wrong contacting me. Eastern Fantasy. Harrison Clark took the business card, looked back again, his eyes flickering with 1,000 thoughts. Upon arriving at Mason Academy, a tutor named Ms. Lena was waiting for the two. Harrison helped Carrie settle in her room, which was a nice single dormitory. As for Harrison himself, he planned to book a suite in the hotel across the street. Lena was quite surprised at the arrival of Carrie's boss, Harrison. It was rare for an artist to come for training accompanied by their boss personally. Upon hearing that this boss was also an amazing music producer, Lena became even more astonished. She rolled her eyes and said, "Tomorrow, there will be a party hosted by the Grammy judges in Beverly Hills. I have an invitation for Ms. Thomas, the creator of Self-Combustion, to attend. However, I also have a private invitation for a male companion to accompany me. Mr. Clark, would you be available?" Harrison considered it for 3 seconds and nodded. Sure. He agreed, leaving Carrie beside him, who wanted to say something but hesitated. The group chatted for a while, and the 40-something-year-old tutor took her leave. Before leaving, she exchanged numbers with Harrison and even cast a flirtatious glance. If Harrison had a Twitter account, she would probably want to add him as well. After that, the tutor left with a swaying walk. Although she was not young, she maintained her figure quite well and did not look old. In this country, upper-middle-class people like her, especially beautiful women, had strict self-management when it came to body and appearance. Carrie spat lightly. She was indeed having a hard time adapting to the openness of the people here. Do you want to go to the party? Carrie asked. Harrison nodded. The Grammy Awards are well known worldwide. Those invited to such small-scale parties, besides judges and committee members, should be well-known singers or producers here with fairly high status. Making more connections with such people can benefit our company and be an opportunity for us to expand our influence. All right then. But when you go in with her, you have to stay with me afterward. Harrison nodded. Don't worry, I won't give those playboys a chance to flirt with you. Carrie smiled sweetly. Actually, she didn't want to go, but since Harrison had agreed, she felt uneasy if she didn't go herself. After all, in her mind, Harrison's creative ability was too astonishing. Once people knew his identity and creative skills, Harrison would instantly become a walking hormone. Under the relatively conservative domestic environment, even the emerging female artists couldn't resist his charm, let alone the more open atmosphere of Europe and America. So Carrie wanted to keep an eye on him for everyone's sake and prevent him from getting lost in the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. Yes. But instead, he said he would keep an eye on her, making Carrie feel very good. As the Grammy Awards, known as the most prestigious music awards globally, had an influence that extended beyond the European and American music industry. Many Chinese singers and movie stars yearned for the Grammy Awards and admired them. Even if they could only manage a seat in the back row of the award ceremony, these Chinese stars would hire photographers at their own expense, purchase some well-angled photos for thousands of dollars apiece, have them retouched, and then distribute them all over the internet. Or, if they weren't even qualified to attend the award ceremony, they might find a corner of a crowd, put on a popular pose, wear rented dresses, take some gorgeous photos, and then add a title like XX invited to the Grammy Awards, outshining everyone, not losing to Madonna and so on. This was a symbol of status and level. Even if it was just taking advantage of the event, they had to take advantage of it. However, only large-scale award ceremonies could be taken advantage of. High-status small-scale parties like this would not invite people without enough status. After all, people called it a party, and its purpose was still to socialize and expand contacts. Useless contacts were a waste of life, even if people talked to you. Just like Harrison, a newly emerging music producer who was in the prime stage of inspiration, was genuinely high-quality contact that everyone wanted. Harrison himself didn't think much of it and continued with his usual routine. The next day, he and Carrie went shopping for some high-end clothes. They took the same African-American driver and visited the Staples Center to watch a Lakers game and several other attractions. It wasn't until the party time was approaching, and the female tutor called to urge them that the couple ask the driver to turn around and head towards Beverly Hills. The tutor recommended, "You only have an hour and a half before 5 in the afternoon, and LA traffic during rush hour can be very congested. There's a private helicopter rental company within 5 kilometers of your location. It would be best to take a helicopter to Beverly, and you should be there in about 40 minutes. Carrie seemed tempted, but Harrison immediately declined. "No thanks. I don't like helicopters." The other party said, "Well, you'll be late. At least an hour late." Harrison countered, "Would being late mean we can't go in? If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do." "No, it's just that I have some friends coming over who want to talk to you more. As you know, everyone's time is tight, and their schedules are very busy." Harrison said, "Ms. Lena, I understand your feelings and appreciate your recommendation. but I don't need to force myself to do things I don't like to accommodate other people's schedules. If it's unnecessary, I really wouldn't want to take a helicopter. We didn't manage our time properly, and it's our responsibility. I apologize to you, and I'm willing to bear the consequences. If it's really inconvenient, we won't go. I'm truly sorry. Oh no, Mr. Clark, I didn't mean that. We'll wait for you. The person on the other end of the line hurriedly hung up the phone. Carrie Thomas covered her mouth and laughed. You're so arrogant. We're clearly in the wrong here. Harrison Clark shrugged. I bet $100. The people waiting for us won't be mad and will actually take us more seriously. Believe it or not. All right, I get it. You're so fearless, you can handle anything, Carrie said, spreading her hands out in annoyance. I'm just worried this will have a negative impact on the company. Harrison shook his head. No, this is actually the most efficient way. Carrie remained silent. There it was again, the familiar feeling of running out of time. She didn't even know why he was so anxious. Meanwhile, Harrison was all laid back while waiting for traffic. On the other side, outside the gates of a $40 million mansion in Beverly Hills, a group of Harrison's fellow Chinese people were anxiously waiting for his arrival. This group of about a dozen people included 3 or 4 fashionable young men and women with exquisite makeup, the epitome of fresh-faced celebrities. At the moment, they were surrounding the party's organizer's representative and the mansion owner's personal butler, chattering incessantly. The main speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. If there were any familiar faces in Chinese entertainment or journalists present, they would recognize him. This was Maxwell Campbell, the second largest shareholder and executive director of the global entertainment company. In the Chinese entertainment industry, he was quite a big shot. However, here, his influence didn't extend as far. The celebrities he had brought with him, who were famous in China and had at least 100 bodyguards and countless fans, didn't have any status here either. The butler was impatient and tried to turn around and leave several times. A middleman who was playing the role of mediator kept holding him back. Out of respect for the agent's influence in Hollywood, the butler never managed to leave. Mr. Campbell, as you know, this is a small party held by the Grammy Committee. Without the corresponding invitation and registration in advance, I can't let you guys in, the butler said. Maxwell moved closer and lowered his voice. There are so many people inside, hundreds of them, right? A few more wouldn't be a big deal, would it? The butler shook his head. No, it would be a big problem. Let me show you. Of all the official guests and registered individuals, there are only 7 Chinese names. Chinese faces would stand out. Besides, your group is dressed so eye-catching. It's not allowed. The young men and women celebrities had indeed put a lot of effort into their outfits for this occasion. The cheapest clothes were custom-made evening dresses and suits worth at least $100,000 each. Especially for the female celebrities, their low-cut dresses revealed a large area of skin, and they were wearing rented luxury necklaces worth millions of dollars. Maxwell lowered his voice. 100,000. The butler remained silent. 200,000. Still silent. 250,000. The butler appeared tempted and hesitated. But after thinking about his career, he finally resisted the temptation and refused the devilish offer. Fearing that Maxwell would suddenly offer an even higher price and increase his own pain, the butler decisively turned and left. It was a difficult decision. The group exchanged glances but could do nothing but wait and stand guard outside. Before long, more and more European and American celebrities began to appear as the start time of the party approached, and they all entered the villa precisely on time. Maxwell simply had the young men and women celebrities stand outside the mansion gates, pretending to walk by and using the European and American bigwigs as their background while they took their own photos. Unsurprisingly, the pictures turned out quite impressive. The turning point of the situation occurred 10 minutes after the official start of the party when the butler came out. You guys are so lucky. 2 invited Chinese musicians are late and probably won't be coming, so 2 of you can go in, 1 male and 1 female. But I will only write the names of the invited attendees on the entry roster, and I won't make fake invitations for you. Once you're inside, try not to chat with people. Eat something, take a look around, and then finish what you want to do as soon as possible and leave. Don't cause any trouble for me. Maxwell was overjoyed, nodding and bowing as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He then chose 1 male and 1 female to enter the party. As for the others, they could only accept their fate with sorrow. Opportunity was fleeting and rare, and when rejected right at the doorstep, one could only blame themselves for not being appealing enough. Despite some twists and turns, young Thomas So and little Miss Liang finally managed to sneak into the party. As soon as they entered the mansion, they were dazzled by the spectacular scene inside. Celebrities gathered, giants everywhere. Looking around, anyone in the venue was a big name in their own right. Singers, actors, sports stars. But those who were most popular and respected, surrounded by courteous small talk, were the top producers and representatives controlling resources in the entertainment industry. Young Thomas Su and little Miss Liang did not follow the butler's instructions to keep a low profile, but instead approached the crowd cheerfully, enthusiastically chatting, getting acquainted, exchanging business cards, and taking pictures together. The 2 were overjoyed, like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, seeing all sorts of curiosities wherever they went. Although the others were both surprised and puzzled by the 2 unfamiliar faces, they thought that anyone who could be invited must have some sort of background. So, during the photo taking and exchanging of business cards, even though they were slightly embarrassed, they always maintained a polite smile. When the two left, the European and American singers they had taken photos with murmured to each other and felt like they had become tourist attractions. Lena, who appeared weak in front of Harrison Clark, was also asked to take pictures. Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas, these two country bumpkins, didn't pay much attention to this kind of information and didn't think Lena was that powerful. However, as a senior instructor at Mason Academy, Lena certainly had some skills. She was a veteran acoustics lecturer in the industry, mastering several unique training techniques for highly difficult singing methods, and many top singers had learned from her. The reason why she was so polite to Harrison Clark was actually because Carrie Thomas decided to come here for further study. As the liaison, Lena had thoroughly investigated Carrie Thomas beforehand. She knew there was a powerful producer behind Carrie Thomas, but she didn't expect it to be the owner of Summit Ventures. So when she met him yesterday and started talking, she became very enthusiastic and took the initiative to invite them. After the event yesterday, Lena deeply investigated the feats of this extraordinary person. She then listened to almost every piece Harrison Clark created and was shocked by his astonishing creativity. Lena had to drag Harrison Clark here today, but she also had her own selfish motives. At present, Harrison Clark is still in the European and American music circles, and most people here are not aware of what is happening in another language circle across the ocean. Lena's artistic attainments had almost reached the limit, and it would be impossible to improve any further. But she could make use of this relationship to introduce Harrison Clark to her well-connected big shot students and become his spokesperson here naturally. Because she knew Harrison Clark had already created several English songs that he wanted to sell. She hadn't heard them, but she thought that their level wouldn't be lower than the other songs Harrison Clark had created. That way, she would be in control of important resources in two areas, perhaps breaking the restrictions of being an acoustics tutor and becoming a resource controller with immense power, owning her own industry, rather than having an insignificant stake in Mason Academy. Lena, do you know when those two talented musicians you mentioned will arrive? After young Thomas So and little Miss Liang left, a tall and thin female singer asked worriedly. Lena waved her hand. They're stuck in traffic, they should be here in half an hour. Another person complained. How rude to be late for such an important party. Lena once again explained, they're not familiar with Los Angeles, let's not blame them. Lena, you didn't used to be so forgiving of tardiness. You were very strict with us during lessons. That's right. Lena shook her head awkwardly, looking helpless. A male singer with a close relationship with Lena suggested, let's go to the entrance and ask, maybe they've already arrived? We just didn't see them. Although Lena didn't think it was necessary, she could only lead them to the door. The welcoming servant at the entrance was called over. The servant checked the iPad and said, Mr. Clark and Miss Thomas arrived at the beginning of the party. Lena was now bewildered. Impossible, we've been inside all the time, and we haven't seen them. In fact, Lena also wanted to say that stars like Katie Swift were being surrounded by people in the villa. When they arrived, even if they didn't notice her, they should have noticed Katie. They had just worked together not long ago, and it was natural for them to greet each other. Then, by coincidence, Katie would come over with them to take the initiative to greet her. After all, the eligibility for Harrison Clark to attend today came from her partner registration. The servant didn't know the butler's little maneuver and just explained, then let me take you to find them. I just saw them go this way. 3 minutes later, Lena, the other singers, and the servant found young Thomas So and little Miss Liang. Lena and several of her fellow singers were flabbergasted. The servant was clueless, still very respectful as he bowed to the pair. Mr. Clark, Ms. Thomas, Ms. Lena, and the others have been looking for you for a long time. The servant then turned to Lena, if there's nothing else, should I get back to my post? Lena grabbed the servant and pointed at the pair. You mean to say, these are Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas? The waiter nods. Yes. I checked. His name is on my list. The steward brought them here, and he said they had forgotten their invitation. They're lying. Lena was suddenly furious. I invited Harrison Clark as my male companion? I personally delivered the invitation to Carrie Thomas? I don't know these two people? You're imposters? This is so shameful. Very disturbing. Isn't this just theft? No wonder they look like country bumpkins, thinking this is a sightseeing spot. Are they planning to use the photos of us together for their self-promotion back in their country? This is quite popular over there. I once worked with a singer who used playback, and the organizers actually turned off my microphone to match her. It was the most humiliating experience of my life. Get them out of here. Young Thomas So and the girl named Lung were immediately at a loss as their deception was exposed right then and there. For a moment, they stood frozen on the spot, clueless about what to do with their hands. They could neither defend themselves nor explain their actions. If all this were reported in the gossip news and then carried back to their home country, it would be far worse than just a humiliation. At this moment, under Lena's gaze and the look of scorn from several singers behind her, all filled with despise and anger, the impeccably dressed duo seemed as pitiful as naked, plucked chickens, vulnerable and helpless yet angry. They couldn't understand. How could they insult us like this? Who the hell is this Harrison Clark? What's so great about him? Carrie Thomas has some fame, but she's just started gaining popularity. She didn't even have half the Twitter followers I have. Why is she being so arrogant? No wonder these two lack social grace. As money-making machines for Mr. Campbell, both of them work pretty hard. They devote 16 hours a day, either attending activities, rushing to activities, making publicity appearances, or portraying a crafted image of themselves. They boast of being creative artists while relying on their looks to make a living, oblivious to the realities of the real creative world. Just when the situation was about to deteriorate, the steward finally noticed the situation and rushed over. The steward himself rushed to push the two outside. He adamantly denied deliberately letting the two imposters in. He claimed that he too was deceived. "Get out," he shouted. "All of you, get the hell out, you shameful fraudsters." The butler no longer cared about keeping up appearances. As he drove them out of the front door, he also directed his anger at Maxwell Campbell, who was cluelessly waiting to pick them up. Maxwell Campbell and his group slunk off to the side, appearing as miserable as mangy dogs that had fallen into a pit latrine. After sneaking off to the side, Maxwell Campbell vented his anger on So and Lung, berating them harshly. "Didn't I tell you two to keep a low profile inside? Who told you to show off? Now look what's happened. Money's been spent, nothing's been accomplished. If someone with malintent took photos, you two might just drop dead on the spot." Thomas the fresh meat, protested while raising his hand. "Mr. Campbell, it's not like that. We slap." Maxwell Campbell delivered a clear slap to his face. "No excuses, I only care about the result." A nearby assistant chimed in. "Mr. Campbell, what shall we do now? What can we do? We wait here and see if we get another chance." Deeply wronged, So and Lung cowered on one side. They truly couldn't understand it. They were so popular back in the UK, why were they treated so pitifully here? At 5:48, the Mercedes-Benz Vito carrying Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas finally arrived. It drove right up to the entrance of the villa. Harrison gave the African-American driver a $1,000 tip before getting out of the car. Even though he wasn't in a rush, the driver drove fast and steady, taking shortcuts, so it made sense to give him a little extra. They got out of the car and walked briskly to the entrance of the mansion. Carrie Thomas handed over the invitation, and Harrison reported his name. But the waiter did not let them in immediately, instead calling for the steward again. Fresh from the blunder created by the previous pair and the subsequent fallout from the steward, the waiter did not want to risk another issue. The steward was full of rage. What should have been a successful party that would have shown on his career record, was nearly destroyed by the debacle these two had caused. "If you two hadn't been late, would I have been tempted to cut corners? I am not sure if your passports are forged, so I can't let you in. Even if you are who you claim to be, you're nearly an hour late. Is there really a point in attending now?" The steward stood at the entrance, refusing to let them in. He didn't know these two people. These weren't Jack Clark or Bruce Lee, they must have been like those Chinese people earlier. These two were just lucky, they must have somehow acquired a ticket. Harrison glanced awkwardly at Carrie Thomas. Carrie turned away, not wanting him to see her chuckle. "Serves you right for being ostentatious, now you've embarrassed yourself." Harrison thought that they couldn't just barge in, but, having promised Lena, he thought it appropriate to notify her, so he decided to call her on the spot. "I'm sorry, Miss Lena, we're at the entrance to the mansion. But the steward won't let us in. It's my fault, I was way too late, let's forget about today." After ending the call, Harrison shrugged at Carrie. "Let's go. We really shouldn't have come today. It's a bit of a waste of time. If we had known earlier, we could have visited a few more attractions. We haven't even had a chance to go to Starlight Avenue. Well, what can we do now?" "Wait." Lena's voice came from far away inside. Both of them turned around and saw the mentor skillfully weaving through the crowd, running towards them. "Mr. Moray, both of these guests were invited by me. Miss Carrie Thomas even received an official invitation from the organizing committee." "What do you mean by this?" The butler, Moray, was slightly shocked, but he needed to save face. "No, they were an hour late. There's no rule saying that they can't come in if they're late. But I think they lack basic respect for this banquet." "You lack basic respect for art too? This is a gathering of musicians, and both of them are top music creators from around the world. Please get your priorities straight." Lena was infuriated by Moray. She already had suspicions about the two unknown stars earlier, and now the ones she invited were being stopped at the door by butler Moray. She felt humiliated and worried about offending Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas. Her previous plans were in jeopardy, so her voice gradually grew louder, and people began to gather around due to the commotion. Moray did not expect Lena to be so persistent for the sake of two unknown UK people. Now there was a crowd, and if he backed down, it would be an admission of his mistake and lack of professionalism. "Miss Lena, since you've also said this is a gathering of musicians and these two guests are creators, shouldn't they respect the others at the party even more? So I think they're not qualified to enter. I'm the butler here, and I'm in charge of tonight's party. I must consider the feelings of everyone. Even if it offends you, I must stick to my principles. Because I think he doesn't respect music. Because he doesn't respect everyone." Lena was pushed into a corner by his seemingly righteous but actually shameless rhetoric. She quietly turned back to her friends behind her and said, "Please fetch Katie Swift for me." She had no choice but to bring out the big guns in the form of superstar Katie, although this would significantly weaken her ties to Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas. But at this point, Lena had to make a decision. Unfortunately, she received some terrible news a minute later. Katie Swift had just gone into a small conference room in the manor with several top producers and marketing tycoons. During the earlier exchange, Katie and the others had reached an agreement on creating an entire album centered around self-combustion. Talks were currently in the substantive stage, and it was not a good time to interrupt. Harrison Clark didn't care and told Lena, "It's not necessary, don't force it. We have an old saying in UK, a forced melon is not sweet. To be honest, this kind of party doesn't appeal to me, and if they don't welcome us, we'll just leave." Lena tightly clung to his arm. "No, you can't go. This is too much. I won't allow it." On the other side, Maxwell Campbell and his entourage were watching the commotion with their own thoughts. Wesley the young actor covered his painful face and sneered, "Mph. I thought he was someone important, but in the end, he's just like us, stuck outside." Maxwell shook his head. "No, it's different. We're desperate to get in there. He doesn't care at all." Everyone behind him looked puzzled, unable to understand. "Mr. Campbell, why is that?" Maxwell shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just because he's Harrison Clark. He doesn't need to ride anyone's coattails, walk the red carpet, or even release photos. But every song he writes can become an instant hit." Everyone was silent, unable to comprehend the level he was on. At that moment, something changed. Harrison Clark had a change of heart. He suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity. Yeah, a chance to make a name for himself and instantly break into the European and American markets. So he raised his hand and said loudly, "Butler Moray, you said I don't respect music, but I disagree. To prove my respect, give me a guitar, and let me show you with actions how I respect music creation. Let's see if I'm truly qualified to be an honored guest at your ridiculous banquet." As soon as Harrison Clark said this, there was complete silence at the entrance of the manor. "That's so arrogant? Who does he think he is? Who here doesn't know how to write songs? Who hasn't written or sung a few best-selling pieces on the Billboard charts? There are even dozens of Grammy winners here." Harrison Clark saw the expressions on everyone's faces. But he didn't care, still smiling calmly. Carrie Thomas didn't say anything on the side. She felt like she had seen this scene before. The only difference was that the audience now was on a completely different level than before. "Give me a guitar, and I can move half of the world." Someone from the manor found a guitar and handed it over. Carrie Thomas quickly took the initiative to take the guitar. Her heart trembled slightly afterward. This guitar was not ordinary. As soon as she touched it, she knew its quality and noticed the engraving and signature on it. This guitar was made by a master, and the nameplate alone was worth $100,000. Carrie Thomas was shocked by the level of the guitar while others were shocked by the level of her being Harrison Clark's assistant. "This is Carrie Thomas, the producer of Self-Combustion. 1. Steve heard that song, it's amazing. She's his assistant. Who is this guy? I heard he's the boss of Thomas Company. No wonder such a talented producer would be his assistant. No, they say he's even more talented than Carrie Thomas. He should be considered her mentor. Such a young mentor. Carrie Thomas, who wrote Self-Combustion, is also young." True. As these people whispered to each other, Harrison Clark had already tuned the guitar. He didn't care about the quality of the guitar, as long as it was in tune. He started playing. He felt a bit awkward in this situation, but by closing his eyes and ignoring everyone, he got through it. The first song he chose was a British musician's work created in 2047 called Starry Dream Carnival. It was a classic work that combined postmodern magical realism and medieval opera styles, known as magical songs. Its main feature was the electronic transformation of traditional opera, but it didn't merely focus on beats and sounds. Instead, it made the unique tones of opera clearer and more varied, creating a dreamy effect. In the year 2047, Starry Dream Carnival was a masterpiece. But in 2020, it was an innovative and exploratory work that no one had ever heard of before. Originally, the birth of this song required at least 20 years of accumulation and countless people creating one exploratory song after another. Then, a remarkable person would stand out, draw upon the strengths of previous works, and discard their shortcomings. Now, Harrison Clark reversed the cause and effect relationship and let the culmination of the work be bomb first. From then on, the development of magical opera was brought by Harrison Clark into another history that had never been seen before. Whether the development of magical opera in the next 20 years would be faster than in the other timeline, Harrison Clark couldn't predict what would happen after 2047. He didn't know whether this development was good or bad, but others at the scene were deeply drawn into the new style. Even if the guitar could only show less than 1% of the charm of the magical opera, experts could still recognize the quality. All the Grammy winners, nominees, and producing team members at the scene only needed to hear the introduction to know. Harrison Clark's guitar playing skills were impeccable and mature. The song he played was more unique, an unprecedented style that was his innovation but extremely fascinating. After a long while, Harrison Clark stopped playing, pressed the strings, and said nothing with a smile. People were silently savoring and digesting the music. Everyone knew that this was just the guitar accompaniment of a complete work, and perhaps he had made some on-the-spot adaptations to fill the rhythm. What would the complete song be like? Was he trying to create a new genre? Like blues? Could they buy this song? How much would it cost? What price would they have to pay to get it? Everyone was scratching their heads with curiosity. But Harrison Clark didn't give any further explanation and immediately started playing the next song. It was another completely different style, still a never-before-heard rhythm. About 20 minutes passed, and Harrison Clark returned the guitar. He played the guitar accompaniment for 6 songs in total. The other 5 songs were slightly inferior to Starry Dream Carnival, but not by much. In any case, with all these people here, he was not afraid of someone listening and then trying to steal the copyright. Moreover, he believed that before today was over, all 6 of his songs would be sold. Well, goodbye, everyone. Harrison Clark waved his hand, turned around with Carrie Thomas, and left. As expected, within 2 seconds, someone rushed out and stopped them. Harrison Clark looked back, and apart from Lena, most of the old and young people were strangers to him. He had brought the opportunity to everyone's doorstep, and if they missed it, it would be foolish. Even though Lena had known in advance that Harrison Clark had songs to sell and was mentally prepared for their quality, she still couldn't control herself at this moment. Harrison, on the other hand, seemed determined to leave, appearing utterly disappointed with the party's caliber. But ultimately, he stayed because his acquaintance Katie Swift came rushing out after hearing the news. At the same time, Lena publicly exposed Morey's manipulation just now. When the causes and consequences were combined, many doubts arose. The mansion's owner is a billionaire with significant influence in the European and American film and music industries, with businesses spanning media, cinemas, and talent agencies, among other fields. At this moment, the billionaire glared at Morey with a gloomy face, and then pointed at Maxwell Campbell and others who were still watching the excitement from afar. Did you deliberately let them impersonate our distinguished guests and sneak in? Morey kept shaking his head, firmly denying it, claiming he was deceived. But his defense was meaningless. It was Morey himself who brought the 2 to the servants, insisting they were the invited guests without presenting an invitation. Morey's little operation would have gone unnoticed if no one questioned it. Or, even if Harrison and Carrie Thomas had slightly less influence, they would have to put up with it. But the reality is already like this, and everything is meaningless. Morey was dismissed on the spot. Moreover, a lawyer's letter awaits him. His suspicious financial dealings will be exposed, and the $200,000 he just received will completely destroy his career and send him to prison. Harrison returned to the mansion surrounded by many influential figures. From his home country to Los Angeles, standing among specific people, the popularity of Harrison and Carrie Thomas shifted, as if Harrison was the star, and Carrie was just an accessory. But Carrie didn't mind. She enjoyed seeing such scenes, thinking that talented and capable people like Harrison deserved respect. That day, Harrison sold a total of 8 songs. Aside from the 6 he played, others placed orders for 2 more. The average selling price for each song was $1 million. Moreover, he obtained all the shared copyrights, meaning that anyone using his songs must pay him $1 million and share copyrights with him, with subsequent revenues giving him 30% to 50%. In addition, Harrison could continue to make Chinese versions, and 5 years later, the song's copyright would automatically return to him. On the one hand, the contract was extended, and on the other, Harrison could give it to others to sing. This condition was very demanding, and only top-tier producers with high status in Europe and America could obtain it. But this was just Harrison's opening success. After finishing the official business, Harrison took Carrie for a casual stroll around the venue. Congratulations, Mr. Clark, I'm glad to meet you. A standard Mandarin greeting sounded behind him. Harrison turned around. Standing in front of him was a slightly older Chinese face. In a foreign land, especially on this occasion, it was gratifying to see a fellow countryman who was also invited. Harrison raised his wine glass and gently signaled to the other party, "Hello, nice to meet you. Excuse me, who are you?" The man also raised his wine glass. "My name is Rainer." "Huh." Harrison shook his head. "I'm sorry, I meant your Chinese name. I'm not very good at remembering foreigners' names." The man laughed heartily. No. Ha ha. It's my mistake, I forgot. My surname is Rai, and my given name is N, originally from Sheffield." He scratched his head. "Our surname Rai isn't an especially small one, is it?" Harrison laughed dumbfoundedly, accidentally making a blunder. "Sorry, I've been surrounded by foreigners here, with names like Wright, Rice, and Leonardo. My mind was preoccupied, and I didn't recognize it right away." He bowed repeatedly. "I apologize." Suddenly, his body jolted, and his eyes widened, pointing at Rainer, and said in a high-pitched tone, "Are you Rainer?" "That Rainer?" "Yes. What's up?" Now it was Rainer's turn to be puzzled. Harrison asked again, "Do you write songs?" "Well, of course, that's why I'm here. But compared to you, Mr. Clark, I'm just an insignificant amateur, not even worth mentioning." "I'm embarrassed." Hearing this, Harrison gasped in shock, as if thunder had struck his heart. After Susan Lambert, Harrison met another dead person in history. This person's value was about 50 million to 100 million times that of Susan Lambert. Rainer doesn't write songs as an amateur, on the contrary, he's excellent, or else he wouldn't be here. He was just being modest. His real ambition was not here, writing songs was just for fun. His so-called amateurism was only because he was too outstanding and talented in his main field. Rainer's true field was science. Rainer was an excellent amateur composer and top scientist who made a name for himself in history before reaching the age of 30. He died at 29, just this year. Rainer's life was legendary. He lived in China until he was 8 years old, and then came to the United States. As a Chinese person, in a discriminatory American educational environment, he excelled and dominated others, eventually winning the Fields Medal at the age of 26. Thereafter, he he was recognized as one of the most brilliant mathematicians of the 21st century. Although he grew up in the United States and changed his nationality, it did not mean that he had completely severed ties with China. He was extremely upright and noble, full of sentiment, not only acknowledging his own blood, but also taking practical action. He collaborated closely with many domestic universities, was happy to share his knowledge, and even helped train several outstanding international students from China, helping domestic universities to enhance their scientific research and teaching capabilities. After winning the Fields Medal, he unexpectedly stopped delving into mathematics and turned to the study of applied physics instead. Others did not understand his actions. If he continued to study mathematics and made even one more achievement, his academic status would have advanced rapidly. When asked, he only smiled and did not answer. However, later generations analyzed his actions and concluded that Raynor had done so because he saw the many shortcomings of China's applied physics. He was not a banana man, he had a yellow skin and a yellow heart. In the 4 years he switched to applied physics, he left behind numerous academic achievements, as well as several revolutionary conjectures still waiting for him to prove. Before his death, Raynor was secretly praised by many senior scholars in various fields as a candidate for one of the greatest scientists of the 21st century. Unfortunately, everything came to an abrupt halt on the day he turned 29. It was one of the most regrettable accidental deaths in the 21st century. In order to facilitate a Sino-American cooperation project, he came to Los Angeles, boarded the private helicopter of energy tycoon Charles Butler, and died with him in the helicopter crash. It was an evening when the sun set in the west. The helicopter took off from Beverly Hills and headed for Casades, a county 80 kilometers away from Carlisle. Later, due to the direct reflection of the evening sunlight, the pilot's vision was momentarily affected, triggering a series of chain reactions that led to the helicopter colliding with a mountain at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. An explosion occurred, instantly engulfing the area in flames, leaving none of the 7 passengers and crew members alive. It was a great loss for the scientific community. Even hundreds of years later, many scholars still secretly wondered, if Raynor hadn't died young, would the barriers they faced now have already been overcome by someone else, and would they be researching the technology of the next phase? If Raynor had lived, even if he completed just one of his conjectures, would humanity have been able to avoid the energy crisis in the late 21st century and the tragedies that followed? What is not obtained is always the best and most memorable. Because Raynor never had the chance to complete his research and prove his great conjecture, later generations tended to deify him, considering him omnipotent. Interestingly, Harrison Clarke knew about him and his fate not because of his achievements in science. Raynor's academic work was part of information blocked during Harrison's previous trips to the future, even including his name. Yet in another field, in music history, he also left several classical works that allowed him to be included in the discussion of the top 1,000 musicians who lived 1,000 years ago. Harrison noticed this unique combination of an amateur musician and top scientist while browsing art history and learned about his short but brilliant life from his biography. Harrison admired Raynor's accomplishments and lamented his fate, so after getting to know him, he immediately displayed enthusiasm. Raynor also admired Harrison's creative talents, and upon seeing him being down-to-earth and not at all arrogant, he was even more delighted. The two felt they had met too late, exchanged a long conversation, and then exchanged business cards. Finally, Raynor seemed to have some other business on the other side, and they waved goodbye. Before parting, they agreed to meet again the day after tomorrow morning and continue their conversations. After Raynor left, Carrie Thomas approached Harrison with a hint of jealousy. "The way you two looked at each other while talking just now, honestly, you seemed gay." Harrison shivered. I'm not gay. Don't talk nonsense. My orientation is normal. Anyway, it's complicated with you, but he's not an ordinary person." "What kind of extraordinary is he?" "He's an amazing person, just like you." Harrison forced a smile and then blinked his eyes. Carrie asked, "What's on your mind? And what do you mean, just like me?" "Well, I'm a little distracted." "Let's not talk about that. Let's go sit over there. I might need some quiet time. I need to think about some issues." Harrison's gaze fell back onto Raynor's figure, thoughtful, murmuring. Carrie nodded. Just now, Harrison had spent nearly 40 minutes talking to Raynor, and others were almost accusing him of racial discrimination because of the special treatment he gave to someone of the same skin color. Carrie didn't say a word during the whole process, nor was she impatient at all. She just watched from the side, occasionally sneaking a glance at Harrison's sometimes happy, sometimes frowning expression, which she found very interesting. Harrison Clarke asked the waiter for a glass of red wine, then walked over to a slightly secluded corner and sat down, placing the red wine on the table. He intertwined his fingers and rested them on his abdomen, closing his eyes and beginning to meditate amidst the lively party. He did this to avoid being interrupted by others. Carrie Thomas was very cooperative, not only not bothering him, but also informing others in advance if they approached to greet him, leaving their contact information and saying they would get in touch later. Carrie Thomas, a newly popular singer in her country, was acting like a female assistant at this time. Harrison would occasionally open his eyes to look at Raynor in the distance, whispering with a group of people. Harrison narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the strongest presence among them, a middle-aged white man. He took out his cell phone and searched. The white man was indeed billionaire Charles Butler. Beverly, Charles Butler, 29 years old, a joint project between China and the United States, an appointment to meet the day after tomorrow morning. The overlapping keywords and intelligence were a match. After today's party, Raynor would stay at Beverly Hills, and the trilateral meeting, with him acting as the introducer, was to take place there tomorrow. The meeting would end in the evening, and Raynor would then likely take a helicopter with Charles Butler to visit the factory site in Cassads County, where the accident would happen. A very complex emotion was born in Harrison's heart. Both horrified and elated, his heart suddenly accelerated, and his expression changed rapidly. Should he do it? Or not do it? How should he do it? He plunged into intense contemplation. One clue after another churned in his mind, sometimes coalescing and sometimes being dissected one by one. He had already saved one dead person, Susan Lambert. But Susan's historical status was low, her influence relied on Carrie Thomas. The potential negative impact of saving her life would possibly cause Carrie to lose important life experiences and suppress her creative inspiration. However, Carrie's inspiration was instead stimulated by Harrison's actions, so the negative impact did not occur and instead became positive. When saving Susan, because the situation was urgent and involved Carrie's life, Harrison did not think much about it, and did not care about the consequences. However, he eventually reflected and summarized, so now he had to consider the implications of Raynor's fate in a dialectical manner. On the surface, saving him seemed good, certainly bringing short-term benefits to humanity. But perhaps one of his achievements would become the trigger for a world war in the future. The fluttering of the butterfly effect would always be unpredictable, with both positive and negative impacts likely to occur, just like Schrodinger's cat. Harrison's hesitation and misgivings were rooted here. It seems that your meditation hasn't helped you at all. What exactly are you struggling with? Can you tell me? It's better to share opinions. Don't always try to shoulder everything by yourself, it will be very tiring. You will eventually collapse like this, Carrie Thomas said, resting her chin on one hand and blinking at him. Harrison opened his eyes, thinking about what to say. After a while, he said, I was just considering a philosophical question. If you could go back to ancient times and have the chance to save Yu Fei from dying, would you do it? Wouldn't you stop him from going to the Carl Pavilion to die? Carrie was confused. Harrison's thinking had jumped too fast, catching her off guard. But she still seriously considered it and nodded. Of course I would save him. Yu Fei was such a good person, it's a pity that he died young. If he could live, maybe the Song dynasty wouldn't lose so badly. Harrison smiled. Ordinary people's linear thinking would judge it this way. But have you ever thought that Yu Fei was a loyal minister? He had the words serve the country with utmost loyalty engraved on his back. I believe that even before he was controlled and executed, he was loyal. But if you saved him at the Carl Pavilion, would he change his views out of despair and no longer be foolishly loyal? And with his prestige in the military, how do you think things would develop after he makes a call to action? Carrie thought for a moment. Would external troubles and internal strife escalate further? In the end, who do you think could win? Yu Fei? The Song dynasty? Carrie shook her head. I don't know. Who do you want to win? Yu Fei? Harrison asked. All right, let's assume that Yu Fei wins after a tough battle. During this process, what actions would the Jin people take? In the end, would more people die than in the real history, or fewer? Carrie was left speechless by his questions. After a long time, she finally said with resignation, so this is what's bothering you. Yes, I'm debating whether or not to save Yu Fei. Carrie thought for a moment. I think I would still save him. Carrie took a deep breath and spoke quickly. Because there's no point in being overly cautious. If you have the chance to save someone and don't, it means you're letting humanity lose a better possibility. Maybe a more cruel war would kill more people, but history can always correct itself, and people can always find ways to solve problems. So I don't want to worry too much, I just want to be more decisive and proactive. Let history itself determine the outcome. Don't always think of yourself as so important and see civilization as so fragile. Think about it. So far humans have encountered numerous near-extinction disasters, haven't we? And in the end, haven't we always survived? Harrison Clark asked the waiter for a glass of red wine, then walked over to a slightly secluded corner and sat down, placing the red wine on the table. He intertwined his fingers and rested them on his abdomen, closing his eyes and beginning to meditate amidst the lively party. He did this to avoid being interrupted by others. Carrie Thomas was very cooperative, not only not bothering him, but also informing others in advance if they approached to greet him, leaving their contact information and saying they would get in touch later. Carrie Thomas, a newly popular singer in her country, was acting like a female assistant at this time. Harrison would occasionally open his eyes to look at Raynor in the distance, whispering with a group of people. Harrison narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the strongest presence among them, a middle-aged white man. He took out his cell phone and searched. The white man was indeed billionaire Charles Butler. Beverly, Charles Butler, 29 years old, a joint project between China and the United States, an appointment to meet the day after tomorrow morning. The overlapping keywords and intelligence were a match. After today's party, Raynor would stay at Beverly Hills, and the trilateral meeting, with him acting as the introducer, was to take place there tomorrow. The meeting would end in the evening, and Raynor would then likely take a helicopter with Charles Butler to visit the factory site in Cassads County, where the accident would happen. A very complex emotion was born in Harrison's heart. Both horrified and elated, his heart suddenly accelerated, and his expression changed rapidly. Should he do it? Or not do it? How should he do it? He plunged into intense contemplation. One clue after another churned in his mind, sometimes coalescing and sometimes being dissected one by one. He had already saved one dead person, Susan Lambert. But Susan's historical status was low, her influence relied on Carrie Thomas. The potential negative impact of saving her life would possibly cause Carrie to lose important life experiences and suppress her creative inspiration. However, Carrie's inspiration was instead stimulated by Harrison's actions, so the negative impact did not occur and instead became positive. When saving Susan, because the situation was urgent and involved Carrie's life, Harrison did not think much about it, and did not care about the consequences. However, he eventually reflected and summarized, so now he had to consider the implications of Rayner's fate in a dialectical manner. On the surface, saving him seemed good, certainly bringing short-term benefits to humanity. But perhaps one of his achievements would become the trigger for a world war in the future. The fluttering of the butterfly effect would always be unpredictable, with both positive and negative impacts likely to occur, just like Schrodinger's cat. Harrison's hesitation and misgivings were rooted here. It seems that your meditation hasn't helped you at all. What exactly are you struggling with? Can you tell me? It's better to share opinions. Don't always try to shoulder everything by yourself, it will be very tiring. You will eventually collapse like this, Carrie Thomas said, resting her chin on one hand and blinking at him. Harrison opened his eyes, thinking about what to say. After a while, he said, I was just considering a philosophical question. If you could go back to ancient times and have the chance to save Yu Fei from dying, would you do it? Wouldn't you stop him from going to the Carl Pavilion to die? Carrie was confused. Harrison's thinking had jumped too fast, catching her off guard. But she still seriously considered it and nodded. Of course I would save him. Yu Fei was such a good person, it's a pity that he died young. If he could live, maybe the Song dynasty wouldn't lose so badly. Harrison smiled. Ordinary people's linear thinking would judge it this way. But have you ever thought that Yu Fei was a loyal minister? He had the words serve the country with utmost loyalty engraved on his back. I believe that even before he was controlled and executed, he was loyal. But if you saved him at the Carl Pavilion, would he change his views out of despair and no longer be foolishly loyal? And with his prestige in the military, how do you think things would develop after he makes a call to action? Carrie thought for a moment. Would external troubles and internal strife escalate further? In the end, who do you think could win? Yu Fei? The Song dynasty? Carrie shook her head. I don't know. Who do you want to win? Yu Fei? Harrison asked. All right, let's assume that Yu Fei wins after a tough battle. During this process, what actions would the Jin people take? In the end, would more people die than in the real history, or fewer? Carrie was left speechless by his questions. After a long time, she finally said with resignation, so this is what's bothering you. Yes, I'm debating whether or not to save Yu Fei. Carrie thought for a moment. I think I would still save him. Carrie took a deep breath and spoke quickly. Because there's no point in being overly cautious. If you have the chance to save someone and don't, it means you're letting humanity lose a better possibility. Maybe a more cruel war would kill more people, but history can always correct itself, and people can always find ways to solve problems. So I don't want to worry too much, I just want to be more decisive and proactive. Let history itself determine the outcome. Don't always think of yourself as so important and see civilization as so fragile. Think about it. So far humans have encountered numerous near-extinction disasters, haven't we? And in the end, haven't we always survived? You worry too much about the impact of your actions, which is because you're looking at civilization from an individual perspective, treating it like a fragile baby. You think too highly of yourself while underestimating the power and inertia of civilization. Also, why do you only think about saving Yu Fei? Why not turn Qin Hui into a good person? Why not let them work together to accomplish something even greater? Besides, if you feel Yu Fei really had a negative effect on civilization, you, who were able to save him, can still influence the Song dynasty's history. Just do something else to counteract the negative effects he left behind, isn't that enough? Carrie Thomas rarely talked this much. To guide Harrison Clark, she had exhausted her mind. Her words perfectly revealed her character. She never gives up until she achieves her goals. She doesn't have many worries. Once she decides to do something, she will do it with all her heart, without considering retreat. Just like when she stood openly in public, opened her stance, pointed at her own crotch and fiercely scolded Eric Mitchell, "You mutt, if you dare, pull out that ugly thing of yours, I'll satisfy you to your heart's content in front of everyone. Dare you?" She was just as decisive. Good, I understand. Harrison Clark abruptly stood up and quickly walked towards Rayner. In the meantime, he was murmuring odd phrases such as little baby and very strong. After hearing what Carrie Thomas said, Harrison Clark suddenly realized he was being ridiculous. What am I hesitating about? Have I gone through so much, learned so much, only to become timid? In the past, when I was relatively ignorant, I was actually more decisive in my actions. But now, for some inexplicable reason, I've become timid. If I worry that Rayner's achievements will trigger a world war, then it is Harrison Clark, who is the real danger. From the beginning, I've had my eyes set on the historical tech materials from 1,000 years later, hoping to bring back more advanced technologies from the future, but I've just not been successful so far. Why didn't I consider the negative effects when I was the one transporting them? But when it comes to saving someone, I suddenly think about it. It's ridiculous. Furthermore, all the existing and upcoming top scientists in the world have their own important positions. Moving people around might have positive or negative effects in the future, but in the short term, it will definitely have both positive and negative effects. However, Raynor is different. This man was supposed to be gone. If he is saved, it would be equivalent to creating an additional top scientist for humanity in the coming decades. This is certainly a good thing. Plus, there's a chance I might win him over. Whether it's for the growth of my own wealth, the expansion of my territory, or transporting things from 1,000 years later and having him assist in the conversion of these achievements, it would all be tremendously helpful. Mr. Raynor, Mr. Butler, sorry to interrupt, I have something urgent to discuss with Mr. Raynor. Harrison Clark cut through the crowd, ignoring their relatively private conversation, and directly went to interrupt them. Initially, he was almost stopped by the bodyguard, but Charles Butler and Raynor both noticed him and stopped the bodyguard. Although Raynor was surprised, he still apologized to Charles Butler and came out. Mr. Raynor, I have a presumptuous request, said Harrison Clark. Raynor, please go ahead. I just received a call from the company at home saying that I have to take a flight back home first thing the day after tomorrow. So I was hoping we could move our meeting to tomorrow. Tomorrow? Won't you come to the Grammys? Raynor hesitated slightly. No, I won't. Raynor thought for a moment and said, well, I have meetings tomorrow morning and afternoon. How about evening? My meeting should end a little after 5. After the meeting, I'll come to find you. Harrison Clark was delighted, but he didn't let it show on his face. Great. I will reserve a table at the restaurant below Beverly Hills. We will not go home until we are drunk. Raynor, no problem. Everything is now set. Raynor's evening time has been occupied by Harrison Clark. So, the crisis of the helicopter pilot's vision being affected by the direct sunlight at dusk was averted, and Raynor was safe. Having taken care of the matter, Harrison Clark returned to Carrie Thomas in a relaxed mood. What did you just say to him? Carrie Thomas asked curiously. Harrison Clark said with a big smile, we agreed to have dinner together tomorrow night, and we won't stop until we get drunk. Carrie Thomas. What happened to being straight? You set up a dinner date with a man, looking forward to it, and your tone goes up an octave when you talk about it. What's going on? Are you expecting me to light a couple of red candles for you? Set a candlelit scene? You liar? Even when Avril Green said that you love women, I didn't believe her? If this is why you have been rejecting my advances, I will be really disappointed. Carrie Thomas felt a lot of pressure. Forget it. After all, you want me to focus on songwriter. I'll put up with you. But what happened next made Carrie Thomas even more saddened. The Grammy committee sent Harrison Clark a formal invitation, hoping he could attend the Grammy Awards ceremony tomorrow night. Furthermore, the seat assigned to him by the committee was even closer to the front than Carrie's, right in the second row, next to Katie Swift. But he declined very formally, without any hesitation. He didn't explain to the Grammy people his reasons, only mentioning some important commitments that he could not get out of. Only Carrie Thomas knew the truth. She was speechless. In order to have dinner with Raynor, he, as the boss of Summit Ventures, didn't hesitate to give up the chance to attend the award ceremony of the highest honor in global music. And this was the second row? It was a perfect opportunity to promote Summit Ventures and elevate its corporate profile. Carrie Thomas enviously felt the desire to hit him over the head, curious to see what was inside his skull. Yet, Harrison Clark's good mood only lasted until 9 a.m. the next day. In order to avoid any failure, he sent Raynor a message around 9 a.m., emphasizing the dinner for that night. Raynor replied with a voice message. Don't worry, no problem. I won't be late. We are about to take a helicopter to Casades to inspect the site, and we'll be back in Beverly before 11 in the morning to continue the meeting. The meeting is sure to end promptly at 5 in the afternoon. Harrison Clark remained silent, glanced at the weather warning broadcasted as a scroll bar on the TV. Due to the influence of the Pacific Ocean's monsoon, foggy weather is expected in the mountainous areas near Carlisle, such as Casades County, Mello County, and By-Luntesses County in the morning. Visibility is around 300 meters. The foggy weather will end at 1 in the afternoon. Please be careful when going out. Bang! Harrison Clark slammed the door and rushed to the helicopter rental company 300 meters away from the hotel. At the same time, he insisted in strong words that Raynor should cancel this trip. Unfortunately, Raynor did not agree, because this was an important itinerary that he alone could not decide. Harrison Clark again mentioned the possibility of fog. Raynor then told him that Charles Butler's party had taken this into consideration. Their pilot Sekali was very experienced, and was considered the most steady and reliable senior flying instructor in all of California. He had provided services to many top tycoons over the years, had plenty of flying experience in foggy weather, with a safe flight time of more than 8,000 hours, so there was absolutely no safety concern. Harrison Clark could only sigh. The inertia of history is so strong. It's really difficult to save someone who's destined to die. Danger often lurks in complacency. The more confident people feel, thinking they're in full control, the closer they are to accidents. Experienced instructor Sekali thought the fog in California was harmless and not to be feared. However, the novice pilot in front of Harrison Clark, with less than 1,000 hours of safe driving, wasn't so bold. Oh no sir, I'm sorry, we can't take off today. Facing Harrison Clark's unreasonable request, the pilot's head shook like a rattle drum. Harrison Clark checked his watch, growing impatient. But the air traffic control hasn't declared a flight ban today. Pilot, yes, but the notice I received asked us to make our own decisions. I have self-awareness, so my decision is to stay home. Harrison Clark took out his phone, pulled up the rental company's deposit system, and opened the section for added services, which meant extra tips for the pilot, and snapped a 1 and 50s in it. Harrison Clark put his phone in front of the pilot. Pilot, Harrison Clark sneered, you go find out who I am. There's nothing Mr. Clark wants to do that can't be done. Today, I have to take a stroll in the sky. Don't ask me why. It's because I bragged to others that I wanted to take an aerial selfie of California. Now that there's fog, it looks even more badass. Slap. Harrison Clark changed the 1 to a 2. The pilot's pupils dilated, his thoughts blank for a moment. I really can't. Harrison Clark slapped the 2 and turned it into a 3. Mr. Clark sneered arrogantly, I said we have to fly today, so we must. Don't be too greedy. The pilot swallowed and lowered his voice, sir, I will fly. But what? I can't take that much in tips, it's my sister's bank account. Slap. $150,000 transaction completed. Here's half the money, and the other half after the job is done. Don't give me that look, I am just that generous. Can't help it, who told me I am just too rich? Ha ha ha. Harrison Clark strutted, laughing maniacally. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Clark. The pilot bowed and ran off to prepare the helicopter. Harrison Clark's eyes flickered to the object propped up in the corner. It was a hang glider, an extreme accessory in extreme sports, requiring at least dozens of hours of aerial training, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to master with a necessary qualification certificate to play with. Taking advantage of the brief preparation time before takeoff, Harrison Clark rushed over, lifted the folded hang glider, and ran back to the helicopter. This was not a standard low-end civilian helicopter but a modified civilian version of past military equipment. The fuselage was slender, powerful, and comfortable, with a maximum seating capacity of 12 including the 3 crew members. The pilot turned back to help Harrison Clark up. Seeing Harrison Clark carrying a hang glider, he waved his hands. Mr. Clark, you can't bring this. Why? Do you have a hang gliding license? Harrison Clark ignored him, jumped straight up. Yes. Then I need you to show me the proof. Harrison Clark rolled his eyes, looked at the 2 assistants seated in front, and quietly extended 4 fingers, blinking his eyes. You've already checked my proof. $400,000. The pilot's eyes flickered. Fine, all right then. Due to the weather, there were few helicopters applying for takeoff routes today, so the air traffic control responded within a few minutes, allowing the takeoff and planning the route. KC-14595, cleared for takeoff. Cruise autonomously after entering the lane, maintain a safe flight distance from KC-3971 ahead. You will receive new instructions 20 kilometers away from Casades County. After the pilot replied, the helicopter's rotor started spinning. Harrison Clark seemed expressionless, but his heart was euphoric. He caught up. KC-3971 was Charles Butler's private helicopter registration. It wasn't long before the helicopter took off. Harrison Clark sat alone in the back passenger seat, while the pilot and 2 assistants sat in front. Harrison Clark rested his head against the edge of the seat, trying to glimpse KC-3971 far ahead. After a minute or two, he couldn't help it anymore. Phil, why can't I see that KC-3971? Didn't ATC just say they're ahead of us? Pilot Phil said unhappily. Mr. Clark, what are you thinking? They took off several minutes before us. The helicopter's speed is 300 kilometers per hour. They are quite far. They should almost be there. What? Harrison Clark was shocked. Can we speed up and catch up? Phil's head was about to explode. Mr. Clark, I know you're very wealthy, but please respect my professional ethics as a pilot. You just heard it too. ATC wants me to maintain a safe flight distance, and this distance is quite safe. Flying is completely different from driving a car. Nothing in the air is more important than safety. Harrison Clark thought for a moment. Then I hope you can approach KC-3971 as quickly as possible within safe conditions and maintain the minimum safe distance. Mr. Clark, it's foggy now. You see, the fog is getting worse. Weren't you just trying to take a look at the sky? Why do you insist on following someone else's helicopter? Because I'm happy, because I like it. I'm willing, I like pursuing excitement. Harrison Clark suddenly asked out of nowhere, oh, by the way, how much does this helicopter cost? If it's the second-hand price, it is currently worth about $900,000. Harrison Clark inexplicably sighed, oh, $900,000, 900,000. Sigh, it's so cheap. After that, he fell silent. 5 seconds later, Phil quietly increased the speed of the helicopter, keeping it just below the maximum limit. Before they knew it, 5 minutes had passed, and Harrison finally saw the shadow of KC-3971 ahead. The 2 helicopters were now 500 meters apart in a straight line, both following the same flight path. Harrison said again, is there a discount if I buy 2? $1.8 million. No, Mr. Clark, you can't buy 2, because this one is unique. That settled it, and Phil definitely wouldn't dare to do anything reckless now. Moving closer would be a serious violation, and he would be prosecuted, jailed, and have his license revoked, never to work in this industry again. The loss would be substantial. Harrison stopped pressing when he realized upping the price wouldn't work. He just silently stared ahead, his heartbeat gradually quickening. It was now morning, and the weather and the sunlight were completely different from another timeline when the air crash happened. But Harrison intuitively felt that Raynor was in great danger, although he couldn't predict exactly what would happen next. So, although it seemed within reach, yet it also felt like another world, he didn't know what to do. As Phil said, it applied not only to Raynor but also to himself. Once people leave the ground and fly in the air, many things change, and you can't be completely whimsical about it. After all, everyone knows that life and death on a plane hang in the balance. Even Harrison himself was unsure, although he knew his physical fitness was extraordinary, he was still not very confident about surviving an air crash. Why are they hovering in place? 30 seconds later, Harrison curiously asked. But this time, Phil didn't respond to him. The communication device was ringing with instructions from their local control tower, reminding them to maintain a safe distance and not to get any closer. It also informed them of the condition of the flight path and the landing runway. Due to an emergency landing request from a fixed-wing aircraft, both helicopters were ordered to hover in place and vacate the landing path for the fixed-wing aircraft. Phil's mood became highly tense as he operated the helicopter to hover in place while explaining to Harrison, "Mr. Clark, if you want to take pictures, do it now. We are running out of time. You see, the fog ahead is getting thicker, and visibility is getting lower. After the fixed-wing aircraft lands, it will be KC-3971's turn, and finally ours. We are short on time." As he spoke, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Phil's forehead. He also sighed inwardly. Making big money wasn't easy after all. Challenging such a situation with a pilot who had just met the flying standards for foggy weather was indeed thrilling. After speaking, he focused intently, not daring to take any chances. Meanwhile, he also occasionally observed the situation of KC-3971, hoping to learn some valuable driving experience from the seasoned and experienced Sekali. For Phil, this was both a challenge and an opportunity. If he completed a perfect flight today, it would be a significant achievement in his personal records. If he failed today, of course, it would be the end. Worse still, the remaining $750,000 hadn't made it to his sister's bank account, which would have been enough for his father's medical treatment. People's potential is often forced out when they are in desperate situations. As time ticked by, Phil never relaxed for a moment, and as he continued to learn from Sekali's operations, he became more and more proficient. He finally had the mind to chat. Sekali is indeed deserving of his reputation as a renowned flight instructor in California, demonstrating textbook perfect flight. He has an intimate knowledge of California's geography. Every inch of the mountains in Casades County cannot escape his memory. Unknowingly, almost 15 minutes had passed. Phil said again, "Sekali is lowering his altitude, preparing to land." At the same time, he spoke to the two students beside him, "Watch Sekali's operation closely." He accurately calculated the time for the flight path to reopen and made the landing movement in advance. This way, he can save about 3 minutes of landing time. The reason why so many billionaires are willing to be his loyal clients is his professionalism and punctuality. Just then, a tone sounded in Phil's helicopter intercom. After listening to it, Phil cursed, "Damn it, another fixed wing? They're trying to kill me." Sekali has to lift again, too. Phil looked ahead. Not good. His altitude is too low. He needs to ascend quickly. Phew, thank God, he should be able to clear the mountains ahead. Wait, according to his current speed, even if he clears the mountains, there's still another one. Phil stared at the electronic communication radar before him. The radar showed KC-3971, and at the same time, the terrain warning system on Phil's display showed contour lines. Based on the prediction, it was very likely that KC-3971 would crash into the second mountain range after crossing the first one. Phil shouted, "Sekali's plane doesn't have TAWS, Terrain Awareness Warning System. Call the tower? Call the tower? Immediately notify KC-3971 to increase altitude? Immediately notify KC-3971 to increase altitude and reduce speed. Call the tower." Phil hugged his head in despair. No pilot wants to witness an air disaster firsthand. Even with strangers, every pilot hopes for everyone's safety. This feeling of watching a tragedy about to happen but being powerless was so painful and frustrating. He really wanted to save KC-3971, but he couldn't. He couldn't get any closer, or there would be 4 more names on the death list, and he'd become the most ridiculous helicopter pilot to die in aviation history. At this time, his assistant beside him poked his waist and looked back pale at what was happening behind them. Only then did Phil look back. The fierce wind hit him in the face, chilling him from head to toe, and nearly blew off his top. Mr. Clark was gone. This was on a helicopter? Where the hell was that man? Because Harrison Clark had suddenly opened the cabin door, the helicopter began to rock slightly. Phil struggled to control the helicopter to regain balance while desperately looking down. Then, he saw a scene he'd never forget for the rest of his life. A blue and white paraglider was flying directly towards KC-3971 from below his helicopter. Anyone could guess who was under the paraglider. It was the super-rich second-generation United Kingdom guy who didn't even have a paraglider license and was completely unreasonable. Phil screamed in despair again. What are you trying to do? Are you insane? Or am I insane? No one could answer his question. Harrison Clark's speed was not slow, and the paraglider gradually moved away in the air. At this moment, his face was completely deformed by the strong wind blowing on him, wearing goggles. He indeed didn't have a paraglider license, but it didn't stop him from operating perfectly, because when he used the Azure Dragon armor and Summit armor, he had used gliding skills countless times. Maybe he was the world's longest paraglider athlete. Of course, he was also the most skilled and masterful. Phil's assistant said blankly, "Is he trying to save the people on KC-3971? Phil gritted his teeth tightly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's too unrealistic. He's going to die, and I'll have my license revoked and go to jail. It's over, everything's done." Ahead, Harrison Clark's paraglider swiftly and gracefully crossed over the first mountain range. The wind howled. Hunting eagles soared across the sky. Harrison Clark's eyes were focused, like the gaze of a hunting eagle. Sekeli seemed to have received a warning from the tower and began to raise the helicopter's nose, trying to gain altitude. But it was difficult. The helicopter couldn't adjust its nose completely upward like a fighter jet, or it would stall and crash. So after failing to try, he made the second move, attempting a 180-degree turn. KC-3971 gradually changed direction and started to move sideways. However, when he tried to gain altitude earlier, he gave too much power, and his current speed was still too fast, exceeding 280 km per hour. The closer he was to the cliff, the thicker the fog. The fog around KC-3971 now was too dense, and without TAWS, his visibility towards the ground was less than 200 meters. Sekeli didn't know that he was getting closer and closer to the slope of the cliff. When he could finally see the cliff with his naked eyes, death was certain. On the other side, Phil finally mustered the courage to get closer to this side and raise the altitude, looking down diagonally at the situation from above. Looking down from above, the fog was much better, and he could see everything clearly. KC-3971 was already out of control. The blue and white paraglider was still advancing straight, getting closer and closer. The minds of the three people in Phil's helicopter were almost blank. They only knew one fact. This passenger named Harrison Clark was really going to use a paraglider to save people from the doomed helicopter? At this moment, Harrison Clark was not relaxed. He almost deformed the horizontal bar of his paraglider with his clenched hands. He knew how difficult his own operation was. It was a malfunctioning helicopter. He only had one paraglider. Even the slightest deviation in the angle of entry would result in him being chopped into pieces by the rotor. He had a lot to judge. The direction of KC-3971 and its possible changes. He also had to precisely control his own position, with no room for error. Whoosh. He got close. Harrison Clark first swooped down to the diagonal position of KC-3971. Then, he suddenly shifted his weight, making the wings of the glider form a 45-degree angle with the parallel airflow. The glider began to climb. Then he controlled his weight again, moving forward. Retract the wings. The glider hung like a long spear on his back. Harrison Clark slanted and descended, stepping on the pedal of KC-3971 and grabbing the helicopter's door with his right hand. Phil, who had been watching the whole process in the air, had a blank mind. What is this? The assistant murmured. He used your glider, Phil, to perform a Cobra maneuver. WTF. How is that even possible? But that's the truth. Who? Harrison Clark opened the door of KC-3971. There were 8 seconds left until the helicopter crashed into the mountain. Harrison Clark leaned in. Luckily, Raynor was sitting on the outermost side of the door Harrison opened. Harrison's right hand gripped the door frame, as his body exerted all its strength to reach in. There were 6 seconds left until the crash. Harrison Clark undid Raynor's safety belt buckle. The other people on board were struggling, but it was no use. It was all happening too fast. Harrison Clark grabbed Raynor's left arm with his left hand, pulling him out forcefully. There were 3 seconds left until the crash. Harrison Clark leaped out like a cannonball with a powerful kick. He had truly given it his all. The helicopter pedal was completely deformed. With the help of that counteraction, KC-3971 mysteriously had its center of gravity slightly adjusted and was no longer completely out of control. He and Raynor successfully avoided the spinning rotor blade. Mid-air, Harrison Clark subtly used his left hand to raise Raynor and overlap with himself. His right hand extended the strap around his waist to tie both of them together. The two of them spun and continued to fall diagonally towards the mountainside. But Harrison Clark spread the wings with a whoosh. After rotating in the air again, the glider carrying 2 people began to glide along the slope of the mountainside. The speed was still fast, and they were getting closer and closer to the mountainside. Raynor anxiously stared ahead. The mountainside was getting closer. The rocks in front of them seemed as if they would crash into Raynor's nose. But strangely enough, Raynor never screamed or struggled unnecessarily, which might have disturbed Harrison Clark's movements. At that moment, Harrison Clark adjusted his weight again, letting his feet touch the ground first. With a forceful kick, he bounced the two of them slightly up. The glider's flight finally returned to stability, moving away from the mountainside. Ahead was a deep valley. At the end of the valley was an endless grassland. They were safe. Only then did Raynor have time to look back. KC-3971 had already diagonally crashed into the mountainside. The rotor blades shattered to pieces. The fuselage collided with the mountainside, spinning and scattering debris everywhere. Fortunately, due to that previous adjustment of the angle, KC-3971 did not crash head-on, but had a diagonal angle instead. No sparks were produced near the fuel tank, and no explosion occurred. Raynor, with trembling hands, took out his phone from his pocket and dialed 911 against the strong wind. Casades County, latitude and longitude. An air crash just happened, number of casualties, unknown. Half a day later, under the glare of countless flashlights, Harrison Clark and Raynor walked out of the Los Angeles Central Hospital side by side. While the doctors conducted a full examination on both of them, they had already cooperated with the local police station in recording their statements. As there was a black box system on flight KC-3971, the accident investigation was not difficult. The conclusion was quickly reached. Regrettably, due to Sekali's arrogance and some coincidental factors, this originally not so dangerous flight ultimately turned into a tragedy. Apart from Raynor, who was miraculously saved by Harrison Clark in the nick of time, there were 3 other people on the plane who were seriously injured and still undergoing rescue efforts. Billionaire Charles Butler and 2 Chinese personnel were among the survivors. Unfortunately, the others had died on the spot. Phil and 2 others served as the most important eyewitnesses. Phil's helicopter was equipped with a full-time camera system, and they provided the high-quality footage to the police. Apart from that, on the other side of the cliff at the scene, there was a residential area where many people took out their phones and managed to capture either blurry or relatively clear images. Some of these people directly uploaded the footage to the internet with various captions. Some clips showing only the blurry plane crash were uploaded. Others arrived at the scene after the crash and filmed the damaged helicopter. There were even people who filmed while helping the rescue efforts. One person, whose distance from the scene was less than 200 meters, managed to capture the entire process of Harrison Clark using a hang glider to perform the Cobra maneuver, saving a person and then watching the helicopter crash. This person's video gained millions of views within half a day, bringing nearly 100,000 followers to their account, worth nearly $1 million. So, Harrison Clark became famous. About an hour after the accident, when Harrison Clark and Raynor returned to the scene, that person even managed to film their faces. Harrison Clark really became famous. The flashlights at the bottom of the stairs almost blinded his eyes. The reporter's questions were so fast that his not-so-fluent English couldn't keep up. Before he could understand the meaning of one question, the next one was already being thrown at him. It wasn't until the Los Angeles police officers who followed them out of the hospital helped maintain order out of fear of a stampede that a temporary press conference was hastily held. Harrison Clark answered many questions, mainly explaining why he happened to be there at that time and in that position to save a Chinese person. Of course, he wouldn't honestly admit the truth, so he just chalked it all up to coincidence. Yes, I lied to Phil. I told him I just wanted to take a photo in the sky, but from the beginning, I planned on flying a hang glider. I knew Phil wouldn't agree, so I chose to lie. What? You asking why I wanted to fly a hang glider? You're weird. Does anyone need a reason to do something? Do you need a reason to get out of bed in the morning? Do you need a reason to eat? I can do whatever I want. I didn't hurt anyone, so I don't need a reason. You're asking why I wanted to save people? Does saving people need a reason too? You're asking how I did it? I thought I could, so I tried, and I succeeded. That's it. Yes, as everyone knows, I don't have a hang gliding license, so I accept the punishment. Before I came out, I paid a $50,000 fine and $100,000 bail. Mr. Butler's lawyer helped me handle these matters. I accept the punishment without complaint. Yes, it was the first time I used a hang glider in my life. Luckily the result wasn't too bad, but it's a pity that I couldn't save more people. I mourn for the victims of this accident, RIP. Why are you always asking how I did it? I don't know either. There were too many questions from the reporters, and in the end, Harrison Clark couldn't answer them all and fled the scene. In order to leave the police station, Harrison Clark spent a total of $150,000. He transferred $900,000 to Phil's sister. Helicopter rental cost him $10,000. Harrison Clark's operation cost was $106,000, but he ultimately made a profit. Although he couldn't save everyone, he at least saved 4 people's lives, and the police station rewarded him with $50,000. Charles Butler's wife, in gratitude, gave him $2 million, saying that there would be more rewards after her husband woke up. Harrison Clark happily accepted it all. On the ride back, Harrison Clark sat in the back seat while Raynor took the front. Harrison Clark was about to tell the driver to go to the hotel when he suddenly felt a shadow swooping in front of him, and the scent of perfume filled his nose. Carrie Thomas threw herself into his arms, scolding him angrily. Raynor, who had wanted to say something to Harrison Clark, quickly turned his head away, not wanting to get involved. No wonder Carrie Thomas was so emotional. She had watched the videos published online over and over again. Her heart had pounded with fear every time. She felt very sad now, too. She never expected Harrison Clark to go to such lengths for a man he had only met once, completely disregarding his own safety. After a long time had passed, Carrie Thomas wiped away her tears and silently retreated, saying, "Never mind, as long as you're all right." Raynor seized the opportunity and turned his head towards Harrison Clark, saying, "Harrison, I want to." He wanted to say that he wanted to contact China and report the situation of the Chinese personnel there. But Carrie Thomas abruptly interrupted him. Shut up. There's no room for you to talk here. Rayner shuddered slightly, quickly turning his head back around. With his intellect as a top scientist, he still couldn't understand what was going on. It seemed that high-level artists would always have a little hysteria, better not to provoke. On their way back to the hotel, the news continued to ferment. Since Harrison Clark had shown his face in the news and the impromptu press conference, his high-definition facial photo also appeared online, with more and more people digging up his real identity. The phenomenal guitarist in the Billboard hit Self-Combustion. An indisputable famous music producer in the musical circles of the East. The extreme sports expert who flew a hang glider for the first time and managed to perform a Cobra maneuver with only a 0.001% chance of success, then swooped into the helicopter to save someone doomed to die. Perhaps it's because of the excessive amount of information in modern society. Harrison Clark became famous on this side, thoroughly famous. In the entire Europe and America, he became one of the most famous Chinese figures in just one day. This had been beyond Harrison Clark's expectations. When they returned to the hotel, he looked somewhat disheartened in front of Lena's resentful gaze. Mr. Clark, you said you don't like helicopters. Yet you. Harrison Clark laughed it off. Ms. Lena, the weather is really nice today. He continued to flee, using the excuse that he needed to rest, and hid in his room. Rayner followed him in. Carrie Thomas also followed in. Rayner and Harrison Clark faced each other. Carrie Thomas sat next to Harrison, pretending to trim her nails but actually feeling restless and vigilant. Rayner was oblivious to the subtle atmosphere in the room and said earnestly, Mr. Clark, I've thanked you many times on our way here. No need, no need. We're like brothers. Harrison waved his hand. Rayner smiled, finding Harrison more and more pleasing to the eye. Charles Butler's family gave you $2 million in gratitude. I am just a researcher and haven't saved much money over the years. Harrison shook his head. No need, I'm not short of money. I think so too. Rayner nodded, so I won't talk about money with you. Carrie Thomas hummed from the sideline. Charles only preserved his life and gave so much. You didn't even get hurt. How can you be so shameless? She had many implicit meanings. Rayner looked slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Harrison came to his rescue. Carrie, what nonsense are you talking about? Rayner and I hit it off right away. How can we talk about money? How vulgar. If it was really just for money, would I need to risk so much? Carrie rolled her eyes, secretly thinking. Yes, we all know you're not short of money. If it's not for money, could it be for his people? She remained silent. It was unclear how much Rayner understood, but he pondered. Anyway, one will never forget your great kindness. To use a local proverb, I'll repay you with whatever you need in the future. This statement carried quite some weight. Carrie was about to say he was so good at paying lip service that it didn't sound sincere. Unexpectedly, Harrison clapped. Good brother, I'll remember your words. Rayner nodded heavily, then stood up to leave. As a witness to the incident and the introducer of a major Sino-US cooperation project, Rayner needed to give a complete account to all parties. So the dinner and conversation scheduled for tonight had to be postponed. Fortunately, the main persons in charge of various aspects of the project were still alive, so if Rayner continued to push forward, the cooperation could continue. Rayner left, but Carrie didn't. The atmosphere in the room gradually became strange. It was a mixture of silence, embarrassment, and contemplation, as if something was brewing. Carrie's hands were intertwined, her fingertips constantly rubbing her hands. Harrison said, let's rest for a while, and then we'll go to Beverly for dinner. Since we've been given the money, we might as well not waste it. He stood up as if to go to the bedroom. Carrie stopped him from behind. Wait a minute. What's up? You don't really have that kind of feeling for Rayner, right? She couldn't help but ask. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and touched the fingertips of both hands. Harrison's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened. What? He understood. He was speechless. My God, what are you thinking? Haven't I explained it? Why are you still going on and on? Carrie, you can't blame me. Your performance was just too. What's that? Harrison sat back down on the sofa, took out his phone, and searched for Rayner's personal information. You look for yourself, and you'll understand why I value him so much. 5 minutes later, Carrie put down her phone. Her face changed several times. It's my ignorance. Such a scientist is indeed admirable. Looks can be deceiving. He's only 29. Harrison nodded. Yes, if he had died just like that, how pitiful would it be? That's why I went all out to save him. It's the same as when I saved you and Susan Lambert. My motivation was actually the same. He's quite good, but you're not bad either. Do you understand? Carrie had long known about his expectations for her and nodded, but why did you know for sure that something would happen to him? Harrison shook his head again. Not for sure, but possibly. Under this weather, it's just possible. It's the same as when I saved you. My right eyelid kept jumping, so I decided to take action. If I guessed wrong, I'd only lose one day. Carrie looked at Harrison, the light flickering in her eyes. She understood him once again, more profoundly. He had a great and unspeakable feeling in his heart. His personality seemed ordinary, but his heart harbored great ideals that ordinary people could not understand, and he had the ability to put them into practice and truly achieve them. Knowing such a man was such a blessing. Her own pursuit was music. His pursuit and ideals were so great that it was awe-inspiring just to think about them. If someone else understood Harrison, they might find him ridiculous and arrogant. But not Carrie, because in a way, she was also pursuing that kind of realm. She could resonate with Harrison. Harrison, I like you? She spoke up. Without hesitation. That's just her nature. Harrison was briefly shocked, but quickly calmed down. He did not avoid it, but nodded. I know. Carrie was caught off guard. She didn't expect Harrison to answer so bluntly that she didn't know how to continue the conversation for a moment. And, I quite like you too. But as you once said to me, having feelings doesn't mean becoming a lover. I'm very satisfied with the way we get along now, and I find it very comfortable and relaxed. I believe you feel the same, right? Carrie thought for about 20 seconds, then laughed. That's not wrong. So there you have it. Harrison patted her shoulder, confessions, and whatnot. Nothing can change anything. After all, we have a lot to do, and only time will tell where we go from here. You may not believe it, but I have a ridiculous notion that if we don't become lovers, we will never become enemies. Carrie shook her head. I don't agree with you on this. All right, you have your opinion, and I won't argue with you. But I think now, going further in our relationship might hurt your creative ability. However, I cannot guarantee that this thought will not change in the future. For now, let's take it one step at a time, and time will give us the answer. Carrie, But I think that won't hurt my creative ability either. Harrison. He ran, slammed the door behind him. He covered his own heart. Thump, 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 thump. The fierce beating sound at the heart, as if Auntie Snow was knocking on the door. He leaned back against the door and slid down to the ground. Becoming a saint is so difficult. Not to mention, Carrie was so beautiful, so talented, and had such a, well, sometimes quite violent, but after getting to know her, she turned out to be simple and guileless. Her previous coldness was nothing more than a protective color she wore. Harrison Clark felt he couldn't hold on much longer. The enemy's offensive was getting stronger, and the beachhead position of our army was in imminent danger. Harrison's heart was moved. This movement of his heart was entirely different from the one he had faced in the future with Nora Camp. That was a physiological need born out of a sense of responsibility, while this was the emotion slowly germinating and exploding after mutual attraction. Only Harrison himself knew how much courage he needed to flee like this. Now he decides to think about it for a while. On the surface, it seems like he's dragging it out, giving Carrie Thomas and him some space to re-examine it. But in fact, he's already thinking of a crooked plan. He can go to the future anyhow and look back at the present. In the previous few virtual timelines, he and Carrie Thomas were entangled for a lifetime. Still, in all the records left by future generations, the relationship between the two of them was described as the most romantic friendship of the 21st century, lifelong mentor and friend, and friends, who can also help each other like language and giants. There was no evidence that the two had crossed over that forbidden relationship. The two seemed to be stuck forever somewhere between friends and lovers. So, although Harrison occasionally had his heart set on it, he always stayed true to his part. But he's also looking forward to the day when the past is gone, and there will be such a record in the false history that never happened. Two souls destined to collide with countless sparks are knocked together in an incredibly accidental and beautiful coincidence, eventually forming a happy and great family. They are not only happy, but they're also incredibly successful, so much so that people can't help but be envious. So Harrison decides to take a shortcut, go for the answer first, and then make a decision. With this trend, maybe this time going back will be successful. In that case, there would be no need to bear the pressure, enjoy life, and get a like-minded buddy. The scene would undoubtedly be delightful. Yeah, Harrison clenched his fist. He moved too much and accidentally hit his head on the door. Carrie Thomas began to knock on the door. Harrison Clark, come out. Don't pretend to sleep anymore. I know you're by the door. Just come out. Let's go out on a date and then go to Beverly Hills. Harrison covered his face. Here she comes. After making up her mind, she's really charging forward with a bomb? How is he going to get through the remaining days before he can enter the dream? He remembered that he hadn't mentioned the vital matter of the golden record yet, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. According to his theory of scaring himself, if he forcefully rejects her and breaks her heart, will it produce any negative effects? Mr. Clark stated that he had figured out a self-contradictory logic for himself, and it seemed like nothing was right. Phew, he opened the door. Then he pointed at his face. Single-minded student Carrie Thomas? Have you truly decided to go from one extreme to another and start pursuing me with all your might? Yeah, can't I? Carrie Thomas blinked her eyes, looking very innocent. All right, let me tell you. I'm very picky, and my conditions are very high, so it won't be easy to win my heart. Harrison Clark put his hands on his waist, imitating her fake innocent look. Just tell me what conditions you want. I'll give it a try. Harrison's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his attitude became very serious. Have you heard of the 2 golden records that the Voyager spacecraft carried into the universe? Of course, I've carefully studied every classic on it. Well then. You have to master all 27 songs, create a 90-minute song that contains the flavors of all these famous songs and embraces all the most beautiful natural sounds in the world. Of course, it can also be purely instrumental music. But whatever form it takes, this piece of music must be able to ignite and spark the most fundamental emotions in the depths of people's hearts. It should make happy people happier, sad people sadder, lonely people lonelier, and angry people angrier. Harrison finished his conditions in one breath. Carrie Thomas was a little taken aback and slowly digested the massive amount of information in his words. After a long time, she said softly, "Can such a song really exist? Can humans achieve this?" Harrison replied, "It didn't exist before, and it doesn't exist now. In the future, it may or may not exist, but if anyone can do it, I think it's only you. So when you finish this task, I will acknowledge that you have reached the pinnacle of the artistic path, and I will come and pursue you." Carrie Thomas thought for a long time and then said, "All right, agreed. You can't go back on your word. Since she's now longing for love, let's try using love as motivation for her." Harrison smiled. This might be a bit shameless, because he set a nearly impossible goal for someone else, but he will also keep providing help for Carrie Thomas during her hard work. So, this becomes a process where two people are working hard together toward the same distant goal. It already feels like running a husband and wife's store. At dusk, the two ate dinner together at a restaurant beneath Beverly Hills. Carrie Thomas enjoyed this meal very much, occasionally stealing glances at Harrison Clark, happily smiling, then tasting the mountain and river play in the restaurant at her request. The feeling was excellent, save for 2 red candles. The restaurant didn't have any. If she had known, she would have brought her own. Suddenly, the private room door was slightly pushed open, and Raynor appeared at the entrance. He glanced around nervously and then looked pleased. "Ah, you're here after all." Raynor quickly walked over and said, "I just handled some affairs at Mr. Butler's house, and they gave me a meal voucher to eat here. I guessed that you, Mr. Clark, would still come, so I took a chance, and you are really here." Harrison Clark grinned and casually grabbed a chair from the side to put next to him. "Come on, sit. Waiter, more dishes." He snapped his fingers. Carrie Thomas looked at Raynor, feeling impressed, but annoyed that he wouldn't leave them alone. Of course, she wasn't happy about it. However, after Raynor sat down and chatted with Harrison Clark briefly, Carrie Thomas slowly forgot about her unpleasant thoughts. Harrison Clark deliberately asked, "Dr. Ryan Lai, many people say that mathematics is the source of all science. How do you, as a mathematician, see it?" "Raynor, I recognize this idea. I believe that I should be one of the most authoritative people in this field. In the past, I mainly engaged in mathematical research, but I have never given up on other disciplines, especially physics. So, I almost seamlessly transitioned from mathematics to applied physics." Harrison Clark, what about acoustics? Acoustics, at its core, is actually the laws of mathematics. In my opinion, all of the world's laws can be abstracted using mathematical formulas. If it's not possible, it's not because there is no law, but because our mathematical research isn't deep enough. Harrison Clark, what about psychology and biology? What about combining acoustics, biology, and psychology? It can be done. Harrison Clark smiled. "All right, I have a major project here, related to acoustics, biology, and psychology. There are currently 2 project members, me and Carrie Thomas. Now you, the scientist, are the third. Do you want to hear the specifics of the project?" As soon as the topic turned to academics, Raynor's interest surged. "I would like to hear the details." Harrison Clark brought out his enticing tone once again. "My friend, have you heard of the golden record?" From that point on, an intense discussion erupted in the private room of this high-end restaurant. Harrison Clark acted as the mediator, responsible for initiating the discussion and controlling the overall situation. The grand debate began with Carrie Thomas addressing the art of sound, while Raynor approached it from a scientific standpoint. They started by discussing the effects of sound on human thought, followed by exploring the possibilities of using sound waves to manipulate the secretion of neurotransmitters like hormones and dopamine. It was a huge topic, and the trio engaged in a comprehensive and precise discussion. Although Carrie was never arrogant, Harrison knew that she was currently the most talented person in the world regarding sound. Raynor's capabilities were not to be underestimated either. His knowledge spanned a vast range of topics, and the terrifying part was that he was well versed in almost all of them. While his achievements in other disciplines did not match his mastery of mathematics and applied physics, they were still at the level of a university lecturer or above. Raynor's potential could achieve the status of a polymath scientist, a grandmaster that was almost impossible to find in later generations. Carrie Thomas, sound is a wave, and these waves can trigger resonance in the brain, thereby secreting substances. Yes, but we need to analyze it from the perspective of the human body. What wavelengths and frequencies can promote the secretion of what neurotransmitters? The human body's neurotransmitters include the parts of the human brain that are responsible for different emotions and functions are the process of neurotransmitters from birth to transmission of information along the nerves is. Listening to this, Harrison was getting slightly confused. He had studied the sophisticated technology of 800 years later, but not very well, and there were a few hundred years of knowledge gap in between. Unable to reconcile the two ends, he was at a loss. But he didn't mind. He didn't need to understand as long as these two did. Midway through, the waiter came and told them that the restaurant was closing. Harrison handed over $50,000, prompting the waiter and his boss to decisively work overtime. The grand debate lasted until 3:40 in the morning. Raynor returned to Beverly Hills still eager for more, while Harrison and Carrie took a helicopter back to the vicinity of Mason Academy. Carrie didn't say much during the trip, obviously still immersed in the intense discussion they had just had. As Harrison escorted her to the dormitory downstairs, preparing to go upstairs, she suddenly came back to her senses and looked back at him with a sharp gaze. Wait and see, I know it's hard, but I will succeed. I'll wait for the day when you fall for me, and when that time comes, I'll reject you 3 times before agreeing? Harrison laughed. Well, you better work hard. We only have a few decades left to wait. Nonsense. Carrie turned around, stood with her hands on her hips, and marched upstairs with determined steps. Harrison shook his head with a smile and walked back with a cheerful mood. Now he was extremely grateful for his decision to save Raynor. What was most important in the 21st century? Talent? What kind of talent was most important? Talent that could benefit him? He knew what he had done. By relying on both coincidence and his own life-saving efforts twice, he preserved these important seeds of talent. He pulled Raynor out from under the coffin board. He brought 2 completely unrelated individuals, who would never have met otherwise, to his side. One was a top-tier artist from 1,000 years ago, and the other was a brilliant scientist with an early death, yet whose talent seemed to be on par with Sergei's. Now, these 2 powerful allies were both in their prime, with the most agile minds and strongest creativity. Furthermore, he had found a perfect occasion, creating an ideal atmosphere for the pair to compete against one another, igniting their fiercest fighting spirit. Of course, the main issue was Carrie Thomas's annoyance. She was upset with her rival in love. It didn't matter whether Harrison Clark explained it or not. Anyway, she just felt unhappy whenever she saw Raynor, thinking that he was trying to steal her man. As for Raynor, he might have some shortcomings in emotional intelligence and was unable to notice Carrie's hostility, but his scientific literacy and the instinct as a scholar would lead him to involuntarily generate independent thinking when facing questions and scientific discussions, expressing his own position and opinion. When the 2 were discussing, Harrison Clark seemed to see the sparks of thinking collision on the dining table. The sparks from both of them converged on his conductor's body. What was even more amazing was that Raynor was completely fascinated by Harrison Clark's great ideas. When the discussion ended, he was still full of enthusiasm. Raynor said to Harrison Clark, "Harrison, I always thought you were just a music producer. Now I have to apologize to you. Your pursuit is too great. I'm willing to be a follower of your ideas like Carrie. If we can really create such a song, we can selectively provide it to a specific audience. We can make dedicated people more dedicated and ambitious people more ambitious. This is a great help to the development of human civilization." Harrison Clark nodded first. He also remembered the cruel survival of the fittest in the future. He tentatively said, "Actually, there is no need to choose the audience. Can we let everyone listen? Make those who waste their lives even more decadent, and they will be eliminated sooner, which would also be good for civilization, right?" Raynor pondered for a moment, neither agreeing nor refuting, only saying, "That's another matter. My knowledge in anthropology is not enough to determine whether stripping diversity is ultimately good or bad." Harrison Clark nodded and didn't ask further. This question hadn't been answered correctly in 1,000 years. Of course, the situation imagined by Raynor would only cause trouble in the first 500 years. If it could really be done, then after 500 years, it would have to be broadcast indiscriminately on all channels, so that everyone could listen to it. At that time, not seeking merit, but avoiding mistakes, as long as it could eliminate the penetration of Song of the Wilderness and maintain human creativity, it would be a great achievement. Because of the breakthrough in progress, Harrison Clark didn't rush back to China in the following days, but stayed in Los Angeles for a while, only remotely controlling the actions in his home country. Julia Lambert was having a hard time, as she had to manage domestic affairs at one moment, then turn around and do big profitable music sales in Los Angeles. But Julia Lambert didn't complain, instead enjoying it. Old Julia was ambitious. She joined some adventures before to return a favor, but she didn't want her talents to be wasted. Now that Harrison Clark was moving so fast and the company was advancing rapidly, she felt a sense of freedom, though tired, that she could display her talents. Julia Lambert wasn't afraid of exhaustion, she was afraid of not being able to achieve her ambitions. Harrison Clark maintained a frequency of personally hosting discussions between the 2 geniuses every other day. The venues for the 3 to discuss issues ranged from restaurants to acoustics testing rooms, piano rooms, university classrooms, music hall performances, Professor Mason's classes, and so on. Whenever Carrie and Raynor had irreconcilable differences on a particular issue, Harrison Clark would referee based on his instinct. The project was moving forward slowly and steadily, step by step. Harrison Clark's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through the thick fog, seeing the true war song of humanity beckoning to him. It was a dawn created by his own hands. He planted the seed, hoping for a good result in the future. On the afternoon of March 25, 2020, after saying goodbye to Raynor, who was going to fly to Boston to return to the lab, Harrison Clark returned to the hotel and wrote vigorously in his room. What he had in front of him was a gold-plated notebook with fine craftsmanship and the size of a palm. The pen he used for writing was a specially made fine-tipped pen, and the ink could last for more than 100 years without fading. The notebook paper was also made of special quality, which could resist decomposition for 300 years under proper sealing. Yes, he was writing a secret message for his soon-to-appear self in the virtual timeline. This was the plan he had set a long time ago. Now that time travel was imminent, it was time to complete it. Although it seemed like he was writing vigorously, he was not writing fast at all. For every sentence he wrote, he would stop for at least half a minute and fall deep in thought. After 10 hours had passed, he had only filled one page. This was his first attempt to remotely control his departure and future. He didn't know how effective it would be, but being meticulous could only be a good thing. His plans were detailed in the silk sachet. Some adventurers should not blindly attempt to make sci-fi movies in the upcoming development process. They could wait until they have sufficient capital and collaborate with renowned directors, prioritizing profit-making. All the movie scripts would come from the detailed outlines that he brought back. Harrison Clark also emphasized and repeatedly reminded his future self not to be arrogant and must meticulously craft these scripts. During the actual filming and post-production process, they shouldn't blindly trust well-known directors. They must personally intervene, striving to restore all shots as much as possible. During post-production, they shouldn't skimp. If they can spend more money, they shouldn't hesitate. The scripts he copied were born after 2050, and filming them 20 to 30 years earlier would be quite ahead of their time. If they don't invest enough and the special effects aren't up to par, the visuals would look cheap and might not meet expectations. Some adventures had suffered a major loss in the sci-fi movie industry in the last timeline, and this time they mustn't repeat the same mistake. Once Some Adventures earns enough funds from music and movie operations, the company will start transitioning and expanding its commercial territories, moving from the entertainment industry to the technology industry. The change in the nature of their business will lead to a name change to Some Adventures Group. This is necessary. Harrison Clark planned several routes for Some Adventures Group's crossover. Sponsor or collaborate with Rayner. Invest in more significant high-tech companies, especially research and development-focused ones, in fields such as biology, chemistry, computer science, artificial intelligence, and communication. Regardless of the industry, if you have something genuine and need financing, he will be there. Even though they may lose money on some investments, they accept the inherent risks. They don't expect to profit from every investment, but as long as the overall performance is maintained, and they see even slight profits, it will be good enough. After completing the first 2 steps and being around 50 years old, his group should be worth over $50 billion. Then, they will move on to the third step, an ambition that Harrison Clark is determined to achieve at all costs. Once again, they will penetrate a new industry by selling all their assets and fully committing to the aerospace industry, invest and develop a new type of artificial intelligence-controlled, ultra-long-range spacecraft. For centuries, it is impossible for humans to travel outwards, and they cannot live that long. Their only hope lies in remote-controlled artificial intelligence. Harrison Clark's goal is singular, to capture the Voyager I and Voyager II that have escaped the solar system. These 2 Voyager spacecraft will lose contact with humanity in 2025. Perhaps human beings can collect the last known positions and automatic navigation orbits of the 2 spacecraft at the last moment. By calculation, humans can theoretically predict the detector's flight trajectory. But the universe is not an absolute vacuum, and countless variables exist. Brushing past a comet millions of kilometers away, a minor gravitational change caused by an anomaly in the sun's tidal forces, the collision of 2 large space meteorites billions of kilometers apart, or the passage of wandering meteorites from outside the solar system, in the Milky Way. All these spontaneous events would impact the powerless detectors that merely relied on automatic navigation. However, the seemingly subtle influence might not be detectable by instruments and would only change the flight angle very slightly. However, the targeted distance of the 2 Voyagers is tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, of kilometers. A small change of angle could result in an error of more than 100 million kilometers. No one knows how many times such changes will happen, when they will happen, and what their specific impact on the detector would be. Under this circumstance, Harrison Clark's attempt to capture the 2 tiny Voyager spacecraft in the universe, which are not even equal to dust, is no different from finding 2 marked water molecules in the Pacific Ocean. However, he was determined to do it. Harrison Clark knew he would face opposition, ridicule, and sarcasm. He could imagine the reasons for people's objections. The so-called peacemakers would think that he wanted to cut off the ladder for humanity to enter the cosmic civilization. The rationalists would think he was crazy, had lost his intelligence, and would hold him back. That's why he planned to remind himself not to reveal his true intentions easily. He only needed to appear mad and unreasonable, vigorously invest in the aerospace industry, and quietly input the target program only he knew into the artificial intelligence control core just before his death. Capture the 2 fugitives, and then crash together into the nearest star. Leave the outcome to fate. Success or failure doesn't matter. After all, people only plan and heaven merely watches over them. Although it could promote the aerospace industry's development at a faster pace, Harrison Clark would definitely launch the most expensive 2 fireworks in human history. So, based on his plan, this would undoubtedly be a difficult path full of thorns, cold eyes, and ridicule along the way. Since ancient times, people who accomplished great things were often misunderstood by their contemporaries. So, why should I, Harrison Clark, care about how others see me? These were the 3 silk sachets he left for himself. He put down his pen, closed the book, and locked it in his carry-on mini-safe. Harrison Clark stood up from his chair and stretched languidly. He walked to the door of the hotel suite and looked out the window. It was 1 a.m. in Los Angeles time, with a dark blue sky and no moon in sight. The spring in the United States was just as cold and desolate as back home. The mountains in the distance were faintly visible, and a cool breeze flowed. The Mason Academy dormitory building across from him was still brightly lit, belonging to Carrie Thomas. It was a cold night. But winter has passed, and spring has arrived. As long as everyone doesn't give up hope, even if the prospects seem impossible, they should grit their teeth and persist until the last moment of life, then the vibrant summer will arrive as promised. Carrie Thomas. Rainer. We can definitely write that song in our lifetime, right? I'm counting on you. Harrison Clark returned to the bed and slept fully clothed. Just like the night of the 25th, this was another sleepless night. Harrison Clark tossed and turned in bed. Despite his mental preparations, he couldn't help but worry that his plan would go astray as he tried to fall asleep. He also worried that his alterations to the future would be too significant and that things would be unrecognizable when he returned to the past. He felt no emotional fluctuations during his previous time travel due to his lack of expectations for the future, and everything was plain. But now, he couldn't maintain a calm mind. So, he was beginning to feel the same anxiety as when someone buys a lottery ticket and waits for the results. Trust me, bless me, Private Harrison Clark? Step forward. Harrison Clark slowly opened his eyes. Then he smiled. Laugh my ass off. Go run laps. Daniel Thompson stomped his foot and kicked at Harrison Clark. Harrison twisted his waist, forming a C shape, avoiding the kick just in time. Not giving Daniel a chance to continue his outburst, Harrison took off running. After running a couple of steps, he remembered that he didn't know how many laps he had to run. He didn't look back, but shouted, "Instructor, how many laps do I have to run?" 100 laps. Harrison Clark, what the F? He stumbled a bit. Having the standard suddenly raised to this level, he felt a bit dizzy and couldn't react right away. Add another 100? You've only got 20 minutes. If you're late, you can forget about eating lunch today. Daniel's devilish laugh echoed behind him. Harrison shrugged his shoulders and looked around again. Each lap of the field was 400 meters, and 200 laps added up to 80 kilometers. This meant that he had to finish 80 kilometers in 20 minutes, which was equivalent to 2 marathons. In the 21st century, the human marathon limit was about 2 hours. Now, as a new recruit instructor, Daniel casually issued a punishment requiring Harrison to run 80 kilometers in 20 minutes. It's simply outrageous. With his current gene awakening rate of 31.77%, running 80 kilometers in 20 minutes would be quite a challenge and require his full effort. But Harrison was not angry. Instead, he was happy. If Daniel dared to give such an order, then other new recruits on the field could probably do it too. Human physical strength had increased again. As usual, after figuring out his surroundings, Harrison's next step was to assess the level of technology by observing the flying vehicles in the sky and the equipment used by the old soldiers training on the field. However, after glancing around, Harrison felt as if he had been hit on the forehead by a hammer. Looking around, there was nothing of technological value in the base except for several towering skyscrapers. Even those skyscrapers were nothing special, other than being tall. There were no battleships or flying cars in the sky, not even an airplane. On the other side of the field, a group of people were training, but they were not wearing any equipment and only doing what looked like high-intensity general physical exercises. In the entire base, apart from the bend tower and several tall buildings, there was no modern feeling. On the contrary, it looked picturesque, peaceful, and natural, with a sense of returning to simplicity. Harrison lowered his head again to examine himself. There was no wristwatch-style intelligent assistant, nor any wearable equipment. He was dumbfounded. What the hell? Did I mess up the game so bad that human technology has been wiped out after 1,000 years? We're screwed. How can we fight the invaders like this? Just surrender early, lie down, and die a little more gracefully. With this kind of sad and angry feeling, he ran the 100 laps. He was a little late, taking a total of 21 minutes and 8 seconds. The others had finished their exercises and left the field. Daniel hadn't left. He was standing by the field with arms crossed, waiting for Harrison. Harrison walked over. You're late. Sorry, instructor. Overall, not bad, but you could do better. Your gene awakening rate is over 31%, which is above average among these new recruits. That's why I thought you could finish within 20 minutes and set a higher requirement for you. Daniel smiled. Harrison was slightly surprised. Meeting such a gentle and understanding lion on their first encounter was somewhat unexpected. Thank you, instructor. I'll try harder next time. All right, you can go. By the way, instructor, what about my lunch? Haha, fool. I was just teasing you. Of course, you can have your lunch. Just don't embarrass me in the afternoon theory class. All right. The base felt more alien than ever, and without the help of smart devices, it took Harrison nearly an hour to find his way back to the dormitory. The soldiers' dormitory was in one of those skyscrapers. It would take 20 minutes of full sprinting to go from the field to the building. Yes, this was more than 70 kilometers away. What really stumped Harrison Clark was that when he arrived at the dormitory building, he couldn't find the entrance to the stairwell. What's even worse was that there was no one nearby, so he couldn't even ask for directions. The illiterate time traveler had no choice but to wait on the spot for nearly half an hour before he saw someone running from afar. When the person saw Harrison Clark, they didn't coldly turn away but rather gave him a warm and friendly smile. Harrison returned the smile and surreptitiously learned some new knowledge from the other person. The man walked up and stood on a metal plate that was arranged on the ground. Then he just said one word, yes. Following that, without giving any other commands, the metal plate seemed to automatically recognize his identity and descended into the ground. Harrison followed suit and stood on it. Finally, a familiar yet estranged, beautiful female electronic voice sounded in his head. Private Harrison Clark, would you like to return to your dormitory? Harrison nodded, yes. The metal plate sank down, and railings rose up from the ground at the same time. Sensing increased heartbeat and high blood pressure, you are in a tense state. Would you like to re-enable the beginner's tutorial mode? Yes. For first-time riders of the standing shuttle cabin, please hold on to the railings to avoid falling. The shuttle cabin will accelerate in 5 seconds. 5, 4. Poking his head out from the center of the room, Harrison wiped the sweat off his forehead and then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. From here, he could see the training field in the distance. Looking back at the metal plate, he gave a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness, although he wasn't quite sure where the technological advancements had gone in the past millennium, there was still some level of technology present. However, compared to the last time, this new recruit base seemed to focus more on stimulating the natural physical abilities of the recruits. Thus, many seemingly subtle details contained the purpose of physical training. The exaggerated distance between the dormitory and the training field, the absence of convenient standing aerial vehicles, and the beastly shuttle cabins that required full force to hold onto the railings to maintain one's body shape all represented this focus on physical development. These things were not as convenient as in the past, but their technological content was still high. Harrison clumsily operated the advanced and high-tech atomic instrument in an attempt to make lunch for himself. He chose sweet and sour ribs, tomato egg soup, green pepper shredded potatoes, and a bowl of delicious pizza, totaling 4 items. A female voice rang in his mind again. The food you have selected is insufficient to replenish your daily consumption. Please increase it by 8 times. All right. I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck. He rattled off a long list of dishes in one breath. Smack. 5 seconds later, the atomic instrument's door panel opened, and a long table automatically extended from inside. It was indeed the dishes he had ordered. The aroma assaulted his nose, and the dishes were perfectly cooked, as if a master chef had prepared them. Harrison just wanted to say, this efficiency is so fast. So many dishes took only 5 seconds, maybe even less. The technological level of this era is amazing. The synthesis speed of the atomic instrument is at least 10 times faster than before. He originally worried that he wouldn't be able to finish all the food, but half an hour later, he had polished off every last bite. Burping and rubbing his stomach, Harrison felt content. After his arrival this time, his body seemed to have been mysteriously modified again in sync with the current era. Although his gene awakening level hadn't changed, his appetite and digestive abilities had seamlessly adapted to the people of this era. Smart assistant. I'm here. From now on, your name is Lucia. Understood, Private Harrison Clark. Just call me Harrison, I know I'm a private. All right, Harrison. I need to know some information. Lucia, recognizing the information Harrison wants the most, organizing. Information now, organizing complete. A screen appeared before his eyes. Although technology had advanced, it seemed that there was no system for transmitting large amounts of information directly into the human brain, so the traditional method of visual browsing was still used. Harrison speculated that this might have been to protect the stability and autonomy of the human brain. He began to read the information. As he read, the corners of his mouth gradually curved upward. It's great. This is my perfect world in my ideal state. We succeeded. This is an open world, filled with hope in the midst of despair. The world government still exists, but its management and operation modes are fundamentally different from the past. The administrative system is only responsible for maintaining the stable operation of society, without concealing any news or imposing any restrictions or obligations on people's heads. The world government tells the truth. Now, all 15 billion people living in the solar system know what humanity will face in a year. But it's amazing how the whole world is not shrouded in despair and panic, but full of vitality and vigor. The military still operates on a voluntary service system based on individual choice. But the biggest difference is that before becoming volunteers, soldiers know what they are going to face. Yet nobody hesitates, and people are extremely enthusiastic. As long as they are middle-aged and young adults who think they have no talent in production, science, medicine, education, and other industries, they all join the army and strive. The entire human civilization has been perfectly integrated, like a tightly wound frog, leaping forward point by point. It's different, it really is. At this moment, all of humanity shows an unimaginable unity and courage, with people of all skin colors and nationalities distributed on different continents and planets, choosing to trust each other without reservation, striving for a common goal. No matter who our enemy is and how terrifying they are, humanity chooses to fight. We will never give up, never rest. Everyone fights in their respective positions, not loafing, not complaining, and doing everything they can. Soldiers, training hard, are stronger every day than they were the day before. Manufacturing workers, working hard, are more skilled every day than they were the day before. Artificial intelligence controllers, fully focused on their work, are more demanding of themselves every day. Scholars try to transform their knowledge into new achievements while continuing to strive for progress with intense learning. Even politicians and businessmen, who have been criticized for thousands of years, have put aside their selfish desires and become true servants. Their jobs are simple, maintaining the operation of society and promoting the circulation of resources. But the actual implementation is still a complex task. Society's operation needs to be fast and efficient. Resource circulation needs to be precise and appropriate. When the whole society is viewed as a machine war chariot, politicians and businessmen play the role of maintenance personnel for the war chariot. Self-interest hinders the efficient operation of society, but when everyone puts aside their self-interest, the social machine will burst out with astonishing power. So far, the war chariot of human civilization has maintained such a high-speed state for nearly 500 years without any mistakes. Therefore, since the 26th century, mankind's technological advances have outpaced those of the last time Harrison Clark visited. Perhaps humanity has truly evolved, or perhaps external threats have forced human beings to adapt to a united and cohesive social system for the sake of their civilization's survival. This is true republic. It comes from external forces as well as from within. At this moment, the Black Bear training base where Harrison Clark is located appears simple and lacking in technological sense. But as he had guessed, this is indeed the environment deliberately created by the Army. The purpose is to reduce the sense of technology when it is not needed and awaken humans' primitive athletic instincts. When they leave this training base and enter the real barracks, they will need to master technology and develop intelligence. Strong technological elements will fill the details of their lives and improve human thinking and work efficiency as much as possible. Harrison Clark feels that this scene is simply perfect, and even he, who is so picky and critical, cannot find any flaws. He feels inflated. If the ticking bombs lurking under the small hobbies of the leaders are completely eliminated, perhaps humanity might really have a chance for once. He leaned back and said, "Lucia, play the song for me, Morning Wind." Yes, in this virtual timeline, Harrison Clark, Carrie Thomas, and Rayner have really succeeded. The song is called Morning Wind. Carrie Thomas named the song after Harrison Clark himself, of course. But beneath its name lies another meaning. It is a gift she gives to future generations, like the morning wind, representing the rising sun, representing hope. Morning Wind has achieved the effect that Harrison Clark wanted perfectly. It's just a pity that the song has consumed too much of Carrie Thomas's energy. She didn't complete it until she was 77 years old. Although the song is very pleasant to listen to, and the melody is very unique, it hasn't caught fire in hundreds of years due to its exaggerated length, 90 minutes. People don't understand why a master like Carrie Thomas, who can write the fire and self-combustion, would devote almost all of her later life to this one song. Not until the second half of the 25th century did a crazy scientist named Frankie, a loyal admirer of Harrison Clark, the founder of Summit Ventures, come up with a clever idea. This man fired a heavily modified unmanned scientific research station at an unnamed planet rich in iron. Then, Frankie started his private trick. He began to use the scientific research station to interfere with and transform the planet, maximizing its metal properties, using metal resonance to turn it into a giant loudspeaker that broadcasts specific frequency bands 24/7 to the solar system. The content of these special bands is the endlessly cycling morning wind. People discovered his crazy behavior, speechless but unable to do anything about it. He explained that the great Harrison Clark, entrepreneur, musician, and scientific pioneer, wished for all humanity to hear this song before his death, and that listening to it was unavoidable. People didn't need more iron for the time being, so they listened and let it go, not bothering to destroy Frankie's prank. After all, the broadcast of the planet's giant loudspeaker is a waveband different from audible sound, which can be regarded as cosmic background radiation. People are aware of the objective existence of this waveband and are not affected by it during sleep. In the year 2500, astronomers discovered that the background waveband released by the giant loudspeaker of the planet had disappeared. Although the giant loudspeaker was still working, the waveband was simply gone. People didn't understand why, but they listened and let it go. Harrison Clark knew the reason. The morning wind and the invaders' song of the wilderness perfectly neutralized and cancelled each other out. So, humans escaped the fate of being controlled by lurking infiltrators. Harrison Clark's strategic layout in advance won the first contact battle 500 years later, and eventually, he awaited the arrival of this truly perfect world. He continued browsing contemporary materials, discovering that under this new system, knowledge was relatively limited but freely accessible to all humanity. As long as you wanted to study, as long as you wanted to engage in a particular discipline, you could master it from scratch at almost no cost. In this era, the career system changed, no longer having strict title restrictions, but evaluating one's social status based on personal professional abilities and creative achievements. Apprentice, intern, qualified, skilled, proficient, master. These 7 evaluation standards broadly covered all professions. If you had the talent, a teenager social newcomer like you could create master-level results and immediately become a master, enjoying the respect and generous treatment of the world. This was an era with no defenses from top to bottom in the system. Honorable use of human heart, use of the era, use of the system. Harrison Clark recalled Daniel Thompson's unique understanding of human feelings on the playground earlier and thought it must be for this reason. It was lion's true nature, only revealed when there was no interference from the song of the wilderness. The same was true for the enthusiastic comrade he met just before returning to the dormitory. Harrison Clark started to ponder. The most urgent matter to verify was whether Nora Kemp still liked playing chess as a hobby. He looked at the introduction of the leaders of Black Bear Training Base, secretly pondering how to approach her. Unfortunately, he was a rookie, and there was quite a gap between their realms, so it was difficult to strike up a conversation for the time being. But Harrison Clark thought that with his talent and aptitude, he should quickly catch her attention. Ding! Harrison Clark, your theoretical knowledge class is about to begin. Please connect to the holographic training system as soon as possible. Harrison Clark became invigorated, preparing to give his all. The official, unified organization's theoretical knowledge learning opportunity was quite rare and must be cherished. He lay on the sofa and whispered in his heart, "Connect." A hazy halo emerged in the air, gradually enveloping his entire body. His consciousness sank, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in a holographic simulation classroom. Harrison Clark, who had left the others in the dust in the past few visits, was full of confidence. He opened the virtual teaching material belonging to him, preparing to be the best once more. And then, he was lost. Is this a joke? Aren't I a combatant? Why did I enroll in the captain direction before this visit, and why was it approved? Look at what these courses are. Energy principles, shooting principles, battleship control, principles of warfare. Oh, how simple. I know every word, but the content looks completely foreign to me. This taste is not much better than when I tried to study preschool materials last time. Master Harrison Clark's mentality collapsed. What's even more frustrating was that before the formal lecture, he had to face a test paper first. Calculation of photon cannon's lethality attenuation in cosmic background radiation. There was only one question on the test paper, and the title was very straightforward. The influence of sunlight on energy attenuation, the influence of sunlight penetration angle, how to form a focusing effect to enhance lethality, the subtle influence of stellar and planetary gravity on ballistic curves, the influence of different radiation lines and dust in the cosmic background radiation. Master Harrison Clark felt like he was falling apart. These were entirely unexplored theories for him, and he couldn't even find an entry point for basic knowledge. So he turned in a blank paper. Harrison Clark. His name was called by the teacher on the stage just 3 seconds after he handed in the paper. Her voice was loud, her anger clearly evident, carrying a sense of pity for his misfortune and anger at his lack of will to fight. At the same time, the teacher's virtual image gradually became clear. Harrison Clark stood up abruptly. Here. He looked at the teacher and began to laugh. "Oh, it's you? Martha Owen." "Harrison Clark, what are you laughing at? Do you want to be a captain like this? Tell me the overlapping effect of the gravitational field and the neutrino field is." "I don't know." "Then tell me, how is photosynthesis used in the Dyson membrane?" "Harrison Clark, I don't know." You don't even understand such basic knowledge? Are you teasing me?" Martha Owen's temper was about to explode. The other students in the classroom laughed, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Harrison Clark looked up at the sky. "Last time we were together, you were almost like my little fangirl. I told you to go east and you didn't dare to go west. The psychological gap between us when we meet this time is really huge." Martha Owen clearly could not understand the sorrow in his heart. Her teaching style did not show any tenderness towards those who struggled academically, just cruel like a violent storm. Next, she fired over a dozen questions like a machine gun at Harrison Clark. The results were unsurprising, he knew nothing about any of them. After a while, Martha Owen stared at him and slowly said, "Well, I really don't know how you passed the volunteer soldier screening. According to the rules, I should give you a failing grade and let you go back to elementary school." Harrison Clark thought to himself, "You really overestimate me. At this rate, even elementary school teachers would send me to prenatal classes. However, there is only 1 year left before the war, and I'm afraid we don't have time to wait for your brain to grow up. Since your combat potential is considered acceptable, I'll not only let you off the hook but also save you out of mercy. All right, let's start the class. Everyone focus and be alert. The teaching system will accurately capture your current learning progress, so the material in front of each of you will be different. The version of me you see in the teaching material is a holographic simulation created by the intelligent brain chip based on my voice and expression, ensuring personalized teaching for each of you." As Martha Owen finished speaking, the scene in front of everyone in the classroom changed once again. Everyone looked up at the podium. The original Martha Owen by the podium had disappeared, replaced by a new image in front of the blackboard. Everyone was looking at the blackboard, but the text displayed and the expressions and words of Mr. Owen were completely different for each person. Harrison Clark looked at his 18 years of compulsory education, elementary school group basic, and was speechless. Half an hour later, the text on the blackboard changed to 18 years of compulsory education, preschool group 0 basic. The holographic simulation of Martha Owen blurted out, "Oh my goodness. She exposed herself." Harrison Clark quickly turned to look. The surprised and irritable expression on the simulation vanished in a flash, trying to act nonchalant. About 4 hours passed. The teaching material images in front of the students disappeared, and Martha Owen reappeared on the podium. "Class dismissed. Everyone else, take a break. Harrison Clark, go have dinner first, then come back and stay for another 8 hours." Harrison Clark was alarmed. "That means I'll be done by midnight." Martha Owen sneered. "What else?" I can let you off easy for now, but next month you'll have to take the nationwide test. If the Intelligent Brain Corps finds out your basic knowledge is that poor, your volunteer soldier qualification will be revoked on the spot. With the intellectual potential you've shown, you'll be assigned to the Intelligent Brain Chip Assembly production line as a basic inspection worker. Are you satisfied with that? Harrison Clark was unconvinced. Wasn't it said that everyone has room for improvement? I'll tell you one last time, the room for improvement only exists due to your abilities. Please have some self-awareness. If you weren't a soldier of Nora Camp's base, I wouldn't want to help you and drag down her overall evaluation. Get lost and study like crazy every day. In a month, you must at least reach the middle school curriculum. Harrison Clark obediently left. He realized the reality and recognized the seriousness of the problem. To change the era, to become a more useful person, he must improve his status and have stronger abilities. This was the top priority. He didn't even have time to continue browsing historical materials. He used to not have access, now he didn't have time. He worked full capacity until midnight, completing the first unit of the first grade textbook's foundation course of the preschool basic education, and then went to sleep. The next morning, after quickly eating breakfast, he was about to sneak some time to study historical materials when an emergency notification from the intelligence system sounded in his room. Major General Nora Camp, the person in charge of the Black Bear training base, had returned from the capital. Major General Nora had just attended a high-level war mobilization meeting in the capital. She would hold a base-wide assembly upon her return, delivering a wartime mobilization speech to convey the spirit of the higher UPS. Emergency notice, all members must arrive at the playground within 25 minutes, countdown starts now. 25 minutes, over 70 kilometers away. Harrison Clark didn't dare to delay and jumped onto the shuttle's metal plate. Initially, he was worried that the rush of people using the shuttle would cause congestion, but he had underestimated the power of future technology. When he stepped outside the dormitory building, he discovered that half of the white porcelain tiles in the large square in front of the dormitory were actually shuttle entrances and exits. Congestion was non-existent. Tens of thousands of people could be transported out in an instant. Harrison Clark didn't dare to linger and jogged towards the playground. Harrison Clark. Someone walking beside him called his name. He turned his head and smiled. Marthas. I know what happened to you, don't be nervous, it's okay. You may not have actively engaged with it before, but once you start, you'll learn quickly. My aunt is a well-known elementary school teacher, and I asked her to send me her teaching materials. I've forwarded them to you already. They're very useful, take a look when you have some time. While running, the thick-browed and large-eyed Marthas comforted Harrison Clark in a gentle voice, like a caring older brother. Harrison Clark smiled awkwardly. Okay, thank you very much. Harrison Clark stood in the back row of the spacious training field, surrounded by his comrades in the same group as him. He was feeling rather sad now. For some reason, his academic incompetence seemed to have become common knowledge overnight, turning him into the target of everyone's assistance. Thinking back to the days when he was hailed as the new soldier king, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. And now, as the one being helped, words alone could not explain the mixed emotions he felt. I really appreciate all your help, he said. Everyone replied, you're welcome. No problem. Don't give up. We'll definitely fight side by side. If you can be chosen for captain training, you must have talent, right? We want to become soldiers who follow your orders too. The warmth of everyone's support left Harrison Clark speechless. It wasn't long before a spacecraft appeared in the sky, floating lightly yet incredibly fast. The spacecraft beamed a ray of light down to the ground, from which a robust figure quickly descended. This unique speed construct resembled a concentrated force field. Another technology Harrison Clark hadn't encountered on his previous visit. That person, who had just landed, was none other than Nora Camp returning from the capital. She was now dressed in military uniform, looking heroic and full of vigor, exuding authority and utter confidence. After landing, Nora Camp didn't speak immediately but stood there with her hands behind her back. In the vast training field filled with tens of thousands of people, everyone instinctively quieted down, creating an eerie silence. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Everyone, we just completed our final mobilization verification. Nora Camp took a deep breath. Harrison Clark knew what she was talking about. Starting in 3010, every year, the government leaders and scholars would conduct large-scale verification research to determine whether war would inevitably break out on October 26, 3020. Would the invaders necessarily arrive on schedule? The results of each verification were always consistent. The information received by humanity 500 years ago was accurate beyond doubt. War was inevitable. So this verification research, in a sense, had turned into humanity's countdown. The verification results are as follows: war will come as scheduled. Nora Camp's words fell like a hammer, one by one. But the training ground remained silent, still and orderly, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. We will not, and cannot, run from it. Silence is our attitude because we humans have long been prepared. We fear nothing. We do not need to shout to boost our morale. 500 years ago, humanity escaped the great catastrophe, which is why we have come this far. We must be grateful to them. Salute. Moment of silence. In the next instant, tens of thousands of people raised their right hands, all performing a uniform salute for a full minute. Lowering their hands, Nora Camp, our ancestors rose from humanity's last fear of disaster, so now, we must inherit their will. Starting now, the entire army will enter a state of combat readiness. New recruits, you have 1 year left. I have only one requirement. In this year, each of you must pass the new recruit assessment and become full-fledged soldiers. Can you do it? Yes. Over 30,000 new soldiers who had just joined the Black Bear training base this month roared in response. Among the crowd, Harrison Clark's voice could barely be heard. After yesterday's conflict, he wasn't sure what would come next. He never imagined that his intellectual level would leave him behind, especially in a world that seemed so perfect. Indeed, man's plans are no match for fate's. His reason told him that he should accept reality and return to the grassroots as soon as possible, where he could have more time to study historical materials secretly and perhaps even use this era's open system to transport more useful technologies back. But his ego wouldn't allow him to accept defeat. He had grown used to military life, being surrounded by people, and the constant struggle with Nora Camp for the betterment of the human gene plan. He refused to accept his incompetence. He couldn't stand returning to the comfortable state of an ordinary person, living a life without ambition and significance. Being a man of importance, he longed to be at the forefront of the war. Only that way would he have the opportunity to see what the enemy truly looked like. So, until the very last moment, he didn't want to give up. Dismiss. Nora Camp raised her hand on the stage and turned to leave. As Harrison Clark walked with his comrades towards the training ground, he carefully pondered in his heart. Meeting the required intellectual level seemed too difficult, so his only choice was to distinguish himself in practical combat skills. Although his gene awakening level no longer held a decisive advantage, he had, after all, undergone nearly 3 years of professional training in old-style individual soldier armor, Azure Dragon armor, and Summit armor. Surely, that should give him some edge ahead of other new recruits. Yeah, fight for it? Half a day later, Harrison Clark once again found himself questioning his life choices. He finally learned that the average gene awakening level of all new recruits at the Black Bear training base was a staggering 30.54%. His own 31.77% wasn't bad, but it was only slightly above average. In the same class, Marthas and 6 others outperformed him. Daniel Thompson's new recruit class was just an ordinary one. There were enhanced classes within the base, where the average awakening level reached 31.85%. Black Bear training bases ranking within the entire army was simply average at best, and there were special training bases led directly by generals, where graduates would become elite members of the Vanguard suicide squads. The gene awakening levels of all new recruits in the special training bases reached 32.18%. Before, Harrison Clark was happy with the overall evolution of humanity because it could reduce the pressure on him personally. But now he realized that making himself mediocre was a double-edged sword. In terms of physical ability, he had no advantage. After the regular training ended, he went unwillingly to ask Daniel Thompson about individual equipment, hoping to turn the tables. According to Daniel Thompson, the characteristics of the new equipment, as well as the mastery of the Morrowind individual combat system, he had no advantage either. Compared with the old individual soldier armor eliminated 300 years ago, the Azure Dragon armor eliminated 200 years ago, and the Summit armor eliminated 100 years ago, the Morrowind individual combat system is entirely different in principle. It uses high-energy molecular compression technology for easy carrying, usually the size of a bank card, and can be attached to the waist as a belt buckle. When it needs to be activated, the Morrowind system can expand rapidly and take on metal armor forms, transforming into various armed vehicles. Yes, this time the Morrowind system has completely jumped out of the individual armor concept and is based on different forms of mature carriers. Ground-based cannon, ground assault vehicle, air combat unit, single soldier space fighter. Each form represents a distinctly different combat mode. Although there are still individual soldier armors, their proportion in the combat power weight has dropped from over 80% of the Summit armor to less than 10%. The main offensive and defensive means have become long-range gunfire combined with compound energy field shields, composed of technologies such as force fields and neutrino fields. The combat concept has changed, and soldiers no longer pin their hopes on close combat but hope to end potential battles in the long-range bombing stage. This means that Harrison Clark's advantage has vanished, and his combat skill proficiency is completely useless. To be a king of soldiers again, he must start from basic shooting and learn new tactics under various forms. He has become mediocre. All right, don't be so listless. A poor foundation in cultural courses is not the end of the world. You still have a chance to change your fate. Train hard, and I still believe in you. But now you also know the characteristics of the Morrowind system. You must have a strong foundation in cultural courses, otherwise, you won't be able to control the Morrowind system. Even if you get on a battleship, you will probably only become the lowest-ranking service soldier. Go and take extra lessons. I don't mean to look down on the service soldiers, I just want you to do better. Daniel Thompson patted Harrison Clark's shoulder and left. This time Mr. Clark's mood was really explosive. He began to think seriously. It's time to be decisive and face the consequences. Otherwise, he might as well give up struggling this time, spend all his time learning basic theoretical knowledge and reading historical materials, and become the only one in this society who doesn't want to do anything. In this enlightened age, even being a layabout should provide a comfortable life. Next time he comes back, he'll try to control his actions and not trigger any more technological mutations, so his knowledge can catch up with the times and slowly plan things out. Although it would waste an opportunity and be very unwilling, there seems to be no better solution. Go work on an assembly line? That's too stupid, it's better to be a slacker. I've been a layabout before. During his first 2 visits, he adapted and enjoyed being a waste. It wasn't until the 3rd time that he accidentally got a coagulation serum adaptability of 100% from Professor Owen and then truly accepted his military fate. Now he decides to accept his destiny. After all, he can't climb to the top through intellect or fighting talent. If he can't show exceptional abilities, he might not even have the opportunity to meet Nora Camp, a high-ranking figure, until the end of time. There's no use struggling. Harrison Clark, Major General Nora Camp, the head of the Black Bear Training Base, has asked you to come to her office. Please arrive within 10 minutes. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, the first sentence spoken by the AL assistant puzzled him. He blurted out, "What? Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? Do you know me? What do you want me to do?" He was completely lost. "General Camp, what did you want to see me for?" Harrison Clark cautiously asked in Nora Camp's office. Nora raised her hand. "Wait a moment." "All right." Not long after, she put down the pen in her hand and looked at Harrison Clark with a curious gaze. Harrison Clark felt somewhat unnerved by her stare. He didn't understand what she meant or if she had discovered something. Similar, so similar. It seemed like she was talking to herself. Similar to what? Harrison Clark was even more confused. Nora Camp pointed her finger in the air. A photo appeared between them, accompanied by a character profile beneath it. Harrison Clark, a renowned musician and entrepreneur from the early 21st century, an outstanding and visionary great man. Harrison Clark looked at his photo, slightly realizing, "You look almost identical to the great man from 1,000 years ago, and even share the same name. It's hard not to be curious about you. Is it a coincidence?" Nora Camp asked meaningfully. Harrison Clark wanted to tell her it was not a coincidence, that it was him. But how could he say such a thing? So, he just nodded instead. "That is truly an honor. It's a pity that he is him and I am me." Nora Camp nodded again, and Harrison Clark's evaluation from yesterday's basic theory training appeared in the holographic projection. Almost illiterate, never received any cultural education. Since he passed the recruitment test, it means he has enough potential, but his laziness is evident from his lack of knowledge. Martha Owen. Nora Camp tapped on the table. "It seems that you only look similar to Master Harrison Clark." Harrison Clark himself felt devastated, but he was powerless to refute. "Yes. What are your plans for the future?" Teacher Martha Owen said that if I don't improve my skills, I will lose my volunteer status in a month. "Yes, and you'll also become the first volunteer in Black Bear Training Base history to be dismissed for poor performance in cultural courses. I don't want to see such a result. Go make up for your lessons, you don't have much time left." Nora Camp issued the order to dismiss. Harrison Clark was unwilling. This was not the situation he wanted, of course. He had done nothing wrong but suddenly went from being a prominent figure in the past to a bottom-of-the-barrel person today, completely unprepared for this change. It's not that we don't work hard, but that the times have advanced too quickly. Looking at Nora Camp, he cautiously asked, "If I cannot pass the assessment, what should I do to stay?" Forced melons are not sweet. You don't have to force yourself to do what you like or are good at. Leave with peace of mind and enter the next position. Nora Camp looked up again, at the new recruit with an astonished look in her eyes. She could feel this person's uniqueness. Compared to other new recruits, this person's most significant characteristic, even compared to the senior instructors in the base, was that they didn't understand the concept of pressure. He spoke to her without any tension and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was strange. As the highest commander of Black Bear Training Base, Nora Camp was not known for her friendliness. On the contrary, her military leadership style was iron-blooded, so lower-ranking officers and new recruits were afraid of her. Harrison Clark was not aware of this. He was too familiar with Nora Camp and was genuinely not afraid of her. At this point, he began to have some ulterior thoughts. It was rare for him to be summoned because of his appearance, and if he just left obediently, he might have no more opportunities to interact with her in the future. Since he could no longer change his fate through his abilities, he might as well give it his all and see if he could smooth-talk her. While this behavior might seem somewhat shameless, his motivation was actually to stay in the military camp for a better future. Only by being exposed to the front lines of the battlefield could he calmly gather more information while also attempting to bring some results back to his time. So, for the rise of mankind, it was time to flirt once again. He quickly made up his mind and began thinking about the methods to implement. The shortage of books became evident. Harrison Clark was not a man skilled in getting close to the opposite sex, and his flirting skills had never improved. He only had to think briefly before feeling at a loss. What opening line could he use to eliminate the difference in status between them and quickly find common ground? General, do you like chess?" Harrison Clark asked. Nora Camp was taken aback. "Chess? You mean the ancient board game from 1,000 years ago? I've heard of it, but I'm not interested." Oh, she really lost interest in chess. Harrison Clark felt both relieved and disappointed. This was mixed news. "What do you mean oh? I told you to make up for your lessons, didn't you hear me?" Nora Camp showed a sign of anger. Harrison Clark gritted his teeth. "No, there's something else I need to report to you. You have 30 seconds, go ahead. Harrison Clark quickly recalled his understanding of Nora Camp in his mind. Her personality, her preferences, their common ground. Upon reflection, he felt a little disheartened. In their previous encounters, they would usually get straight to the point without any setbacks, engaging in intense communication without any semblance of a dating process. Back then, he wasn't interested, nor did he care. Nora Camp was the same. So even though they succeeded in getting together twice, there were no sweet memories of their romance to savor. Harrison Clark gritted his teeth and shamelessly asked, "Are you single, General?" "Single. What's your point?" 25 seconds left. "Can I be your boyfriend?" "Get lost." 20 seconds. "You like sweet food, strawberry cheesecake. That's all you have in your fridge. How do you know that? What's your purpose?" 10 seconds left. "Your favorite song is Self-Combustion. Your favorite movie is Across the Starry Sky. You like your cake to be 3 times sweeter than normal. Your favorite catchphrase is I'm not afraid to die. Apart from winning wars, your greatest wish is to have a genius son who can inherit your command abilities, as well as his father's combat skills." Nora Camp was stunned. First, she was shocked. Then her face gradually turned red with a mix of embarrassment and anger for having her secrets exposed. "Your time is up. Private Harrison Clark? Get out. Get out of here." She slammed the table and stood up, unable to contain her anger. 2 guards rushed in and escorted Harrison Clark out. Still unwilling to give in, Harrison Clark continued, "You know everything I said is true? You're running away. I know you better than you think. Don't you find it strange? Why would a stranger like me know so much about you? Give me a chance, and I'll tell you everything. It might be shocking, but you need to know what I'm carrying. I'm humanity's last." Shut his mouth. Lock him in detention for a week. Harrison Clark, I warn you not to spread rumors, or I will charge you with leaking military secrets and take you to court. Enraged, Nora Camp finally silenced Harrison Clark. It fell apart. Completely and utterly fell apart. Bang! The detention room door slammed shut. Harrison Clark stood speechless, staring at the silvery metallic wall. His control over the AL assistant had been revoked, leaving him with only the ability to receive basic theoretical knowledge. It was time for class. His AL assistant, now with a single function left, appeared and dragged him into the holographic space without giving him a chance to explain. Martha Owen's image appeared before him. As Nora Camp's best friend, Martha Owen obviously knew something about what had happened. She looked at Harrison Clark with a meaningful expression. She walked up to him and said, "You little scoundrel, where did you get all that information? Nora is about to explode. Do you know that?" Harrison Clark shrugged helplessly. "You didn't give me a chance to explain. Forget it, you'd better study." Harrison Clark shrugged. "Frankly, I think what we're doing now is pointless. You should let me out, let me arrange my own path independently, and grant me more authority and freedom. Of course, no problem. But before that, you have to master some basic knowledge so that you can be a useful person." Harrison Clark shook his head. "All right, let's say I become a qualified soldier. Can we defeat the invaders then? With our current technological level, we still cannot withstand the solar system barrier that can even compress space, right? You even know about compressing space? That's a highly advanced knowledge system. We indeed can't crack it at the moment." Harrison Clark nodded. "I know a lot more, but you didn't give me a chance to speak. We'll give you a chance. But as I said, if you want people to believe you, you have to show convincing knowledge. In 21st century terms, would you discuss quantum mechanics with an illiterate person? Well, you have a point." Martha Owen smiled. "All right, you don't need to attend military training this week. Study with me. You should know that it's rare for me to take care of someone like this. Look at the others in the classroom. They're all learning the boring curriculum under the guidance of my AL simulation. But my real consciousness is here with you." Harrison Clark asked, "Why the special treatment for me?" "Because you're the one who made her heart race. Can you guess what she just told me about you?" "What did she say?" "She has an indescribable sense of familiarity with you. But it doesn't make any sense. I think it might be because she admires the great Harrison Clark so much that she feels a sense of attachment towards you. But she doesn't see it that way. So, do you understand? You're actually quite special." Harrison Clark smiled. He gradually started to believe that fate invisibly left some connections between them. In their last encounter, he had confessed part of the truth to Nora Camp and the others. No matter how he had manipulated history, 1,000 years later, she still existed and seemed to have been influenced by events across timelines. Otherwise, she wouldn't have summoned him upon seeing his picture, nor would she have confided in her best friend after her outburst. Her best friend, Martha Owen, had no reason to treat him, a worthless new recruit, differently. Behind all these seemingly coincidental events, there seemed to be some inevitable causality. "All right, thank you. I'll study hard this week. But I have another request." "What is it?" "Besides learning contemporary knowledge, can I study history as well?" "History? All right, I personally approve. You'll have 2 hours of free reading time every day to learn history, which will help you understand the current world." Yes. At midnight, school was over. Harrison Clark finally had time to check the historical database on his AL assistant. After spending nearly 2 days in this world, he had the opportunity to refocus his attention on the events in early 21st century China, find out what he had done, and learn how humanity had developed to its current state. As soon as he started reading, he was immediately captivated. Following his long-term vision of establishing himself in Oxfordshire, he once again turned his attention to Summit Ventures. Since 2020, Summit Ventures has been sweeping the music industry with unstoppable momentum, especially during the years 2020 to 2023, with dozens of music copyright pieces distributed by Harrison Clark gradually taking shape, and completed products emerging. The influence of Summit Ventures grew day by day, and its overall revenue began to rise steadily. After that, numerous changes occurred. Carrie Thomas, the highly regarded top-notch songwriter and singer, began to reduce her creative output, with almost no new work produced. After completing Lucy Haywood's first album and Ward Owen's second album, the company's boss, Harrison Clark, stopped writing and creating music as well. Summit Ventures gradually transitioned from a purely creative company to one that sought and collected songs created by others. Thanks to Harrison's amazing discerning ability, not only could he compose music, but he was also good at selecting and purchasing songs, so his withdrawal from writing did not cause significant damage to the company, and his personal fortune continued to grow. In 2031, Summit Ventures ventured into the movie-making field, with Harrison himself becoming a movie producer. At first, people did not understand and were skeptical of this move. Unexpectedly, Harrison went on to steadily produce sci-fi movies at an average rate of one every 2 years, almost all of which achieved both box office success and critical acclaim. At the same time, he began to sponsor a wide range of innovative scientific research enterprises on a global scale. Companies in the UK, Silicon Valley, India, Europe, and other regions all received investments from him. Under the capable control of his outstanding manager Julia Lambert, Harrison had both profits and losses, but overall his gains outweighed the losses. Harrison became wealthier and wealthier. In 204.7, after 27 years, Harrison's personal assets finally exceeded $3 billion, reaching their peak. Subsequently, the situation took a dramatic turn, as Master Harrison began to devote himself to the space industry with an attitude that ordinary people could not comprehend. He brought together China's Space and SpaceX, two major state-owned and private aerospace companies, to work on a big project. He wanted to develop a supersonic spacecraft that could maintain high-speed propulsion even beyond the solar system. Many people thought he was crazy, but all he said was, "The hope for humanity lies beyond the solar system. What I want to do is to take a solid first step towards manned flight beyond the solar system." Others argued, why not establish a Martian colony before pursuing this? Who else had ever set their goal beyond the solar system from the very beginning, taking such a huge step without fear of failure? Ignoring all detractors and naysayers, Harrison continued to push forward. Unexpectedly, this effort would take 25 years. New materials were developed. New propulsion technologies were verified and put into practice. New energy technology, highly efficient solar photovoltaic film was produced. Ion engines were constantly improved, and with their extremely high specific impulse conversion ratio, just 1 kilogram of propellant was required to accelerate a 1,000-ton detector to escape velocity once in low Earth orbit. In 2072, the two massive spacecraft named Elite Army 001 and Elite Army 002, as designated by Harrison, embarked for space, venturing into the unknown depths. Some observant people noticed that the trajectories of the two Elite Army ships followed the paths of Voyager I and Voyager II. People began to speculate, but Harrison denied any connection, as if the two magnificent fireworks he had set off at great expense were unrelated to him. In just 4 years, Elite Army 001 and 002 had completely broken through Pluto's orbit and entered the deep space of the solar system, gradually moving further away. During these 4 years, the once miraculous entertainment mogul Harrison, who initiated the new era of the Renaissance, lost his magic touch, becoming an ordinary person. He made mistakes and went bankrupt overnight. He squandered his fortune, wasted countless precious resources, and in the end, released only 2 meaningless fireworks. His irrational actions made him misunderstood and even abandoned by many. Although these people did not turn against him, they had no choice but to leave him. The blind admiration of the world for him dissolved. The twilight years of Master Harrison were bleak, but fortunately, Carrie Thomas remained by his side, allowing him to live out his old age in peace. In 2076, Carrie completed Morning Wind at the age of 77, and the two old spouses held their century-long wedding celebration with silver hair. The couple lived out their days together, but lacking passion or ability, they left no offspring. It was rumored that they tried to leave some backup plans, such as attempting in vitro fertilization during their youth, but for some inexplicable reason, all attempts failed. Thereafter, the couple lived to be over 100 years old. Between the ages of 77 and 100, Carrie still wrote numerous popular songs. The quality of these songs was not low, and although she no longer had her once powerful voice, she still found the best homes for these songs. Her creative drive was not lost due to her sweet love. She did not fall into trouble. Her artistic pursuit proved exceptionally resolute, beyond Harrison's imagination. When Harrison himself saw this through his historical review, he felt a tinge of regret and began to seriously consider whether he should give Carrie and himself a more fulfilling life next time around. Meanwhile, it emerged that the creative stagnation of Master Carrie for most of her life had been for the sole purpose of composing Morning Wind for Harrison. Harrison Clark naturally got scolded again. "You can ruin yourself, but don't ruin others. That's too much. In short, with the support of Morning Wind, Self-Combustion, The Fire, and many subsequent songs, Carrie Thomas's artistic status was firmly established in the top 10 for a millennium without any doubt. Another person whose fate was changed by Harrison Clark was Raynor. In his early years, in addition to participating in the creation of Morning Wind and deducing the impact of sound waves on the human body from the aspects of biology and mathematics, Raynor never slackened his work in applied physics. He accepted the sponsorship of Summit Ventures and made crazy progress in human technology innovations in material science and energy science. He demonstrated several conjectures and completed several achievements in just a few decades. The ultra-high energy efficiency and ultra-high durability solar cell membrane were his research achievements. Moreover, since 2047, when he was 56, Raynor made a grand turnaround with Harrison Clark. Raynor, one of the 10 greatest scientists of the 21st century and one of the 2 greatest scientists in human history, suddenly abandoned all research progress in applied physics and mathematics and joined Harrison Clark's mad plan as the chief engineer for the development of a super-large spacecraft. Raynor's efforts were indispensable for Harrison Clark's successful launch of the 2 big fireworks. Of course, this also caused Harrison to be scolded even more. Many people firmly believed that if it weren't for Harrison dragging Raynor down, causing him to focus solely on aerospace research after the age of 56 until his death at the age of 70 in 2061, he would have had a chance to be among the top 10 scientists in a millennium. Another reason Harrison was criticized by the world. He personally promoted and saved Carrie Thomas and Raynor but also held them back. He personally ignited the sacred fire of the Renaissance, but he stopped beating the drums and raising the flags when the world needed his inspiration the most. He was great, but not perfect. His reputation was mixed. If it were not for the numerous inexplicable actions of Harrison Clark being rediscovered in the 26th century, his historical status would have been almost unattainable. Among the changes that occurred within Oxfordshire, besides Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas, Ward Owen's destiny changed again. Ward Owen eventually returned to Whale Group, a decade later than the last time. 2 top-tier albums, especially the new folk style of the second one, firmly established his reputation. It was not until he was over 60 that Ward Owen reluctantly returned to the helm of Whale Group. But after all, he was getting older and lazier, handing over more decision-making power to the vigorous and professional management team he hired. Thanks to his delegation of power, he didn't make so many foolish decisions. This time, Whale Group walked further and better, developing and successfully promoting more new technologies. The things left behind by Whale Group were more, and thanks to Harrison Clark's assistance in the aerospace industry, the positive impact lasted for hundreds of years. Although human beings could not leave the solar system before the 26th century, they created a large spaceship decades ahead of schedule and established Mars base 50 years earlier in 2387. Of course, the beginning of all new things is always simple at first. Due to external constraints, the initial resource utilization efficiency on Mars was extremely low, difficult to achieve self-sufficiency, and still required Earth to continue burning resources to sustain the economy. From an outpost that could only accommodate tens of people to a large ecological base with self-improving production capabilities, there was a long distance to cover. It took humans nearly another century to develop a large Mars base composed of several blocks in the 60s of the 25th century. Each block on Mars base could accommodate nearly 1 million people, allowing them to live, rest, and reproduce. From then on, a new ethnic group called Martians was born. Human development seemed to be on the fast track, believing that it would not take long to leave the solar system and set foot in the Milky Way. Time continued to move forward, and in 2473, Frankie's modified Ganymede began to release its frequency band, broadcasting morning wind throughout the solar system. In 2500, the signal of morning wind disappeared out of thin air. That same year, a new unmanned heavy cargo rocket called Noah 1 disappeared on the edge of the solar system. According to the original plan, Noah 1 would reach Proxima Centauri b, build a detection base and return enough data. Humans would then send the first interstellar colonization advance team in history. People found that some invisible changes were happening quietly and instantaneously. Humans were blockaded. At the same time, the high-level officials of various countries received warning messages from the universe. They were panic-stricken and desperate. But with strong willpower, they remained calm in public. They sealed the news for the first time and began planning countermeasures. The burgeoning world government ideology was instantly recognized, and countries began to rapidly comprehend the peaceful evolution. If everything goes as expected, the new world government, which pursues absolute efficiency and optimal resource utilization as its core concepts, will be formed within 30 years and implement a series of seemingly more efficient administrative strategies to quickly enhance the military power of human civilization. Under this objective law development, the final world government system formed would be highly similar to the militarized system Harrison Clark encountered when he came last time. Each person holds their own belief, society lacks variables, and people no longer talk about emotions, only interests. Even the choice of a partner for marriage could only be made to produce genetically optimized offspring. No passion in a marriage, only mechanical, organic combinations. People in slums lived miserably, and the middle and upper classes fell more rapidly when their capabilities declined. The survival of the fittest presented itself in a more ruthless manner. But in the end, that didn't happen. All the changes originated from 2520 when a sweeping revolution occurred involving all humanity. The fast track of civilization was cut off in half. Later generations called that event the Great Disaster. There are many different opinions about the cause of the Great Disaster, and there is no clear conclusion even now. But Harrison Clarke knew clearly. It was a disaster artificially created by invaders who remotely controlled the situation. The reason for the disaster, in the final analysis, was twofold. First, it was because he had sent 2 brocade guards who didn't complete their mission. The brocade guards got lost in the vast space, and they didn't catch the 2 travelers. The invaders still found information about Earth. Secondly, it was due to the morning wind created by Carrie Thomas and Frankie's uninterrupted playing that overtook Song of the Wilderness. The invaders changed their strategy, trying to use more direct and fierce means to erase humans from Earth. The unacquainted invaders seemed to avoid meeting humans at all costs. In 2519, after decades of recuperation and development, the Martians built a base covering hundreds of square kilometers, with a population exceeding 3 million. The main building structure of the base was composed of hundreds of force field shields. Under these force field shields, people cultivated farmland, laid out solar energy equipment, built factories, research institutes, hospitals, schools, commercial districts, and residential areas, forming basic urban functions. Besides, Mars, Mercury, and Venus also gave birth to Mercurians and Venusians, totaling hundreds of thousands of people. Humanity also owned several large space stations orbiting around Earth, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, each with a population ranging from tens of thousands to several thousand people. The moon was also fully transformed and became quite habitable, except for the gravity factor. Humans had already thoroughly left Earth. Although they couldn't leave the solar system, ordinary people didn't fully know this. In the eyes of ordinary people, leaving the solar system was bound to happen sooner or later. It's just that the newly established world government wanted everyone to focus on their surroundings first and properly develop the resources within the solar system. However, since the beginning of winter in 2519, a great disaster occurred on Earth and spread to every human base. It all came so fast, so fierce, and so sudden. A superbacteria appeared out of nowhere. Nobody knew where it was originally born, but by the time humans reacted, it had already spread throughout the entire civilization in a very short time. The infectivity of the superbacteria was extremely strong, with an astonishing ability to quickly divide and reproduce. At the same time, its incubation period was extremely long, up to half a year, which was absolutely shocking. All these factors added up, leading to almost unbearable results for humans. During the incubation stage, no symptoms would appear, and even the full-body examination by the artificial intelligence medical assistants equipped by everyone couldn't detect it. But once it broke out, the symptoms were fierce, even secreting neurotoxic interference toxins that caused hallucinations and made the patient's temperament become agitated. Moreover, the cycle of progressing from onset to death lasted 2 months, within which patients would gradually lose their mobility and eventually approach death. This gradual process towards death was almost irreversible. Less than 2 days after the first case broke out, tens of millions of people worldwide exploded simultaneously within a short time. The medical system quickly reacted, but soon, retreated step by step. This was a powerful superbacteria that humans had never seen before. Almost all of the antibiotics humans had mastered became ineffective. Almost all biological treatment plans were ineffective. Without effective treatment, people could only rely on their individual immune systems to resist. In the early 26th century, the atom therapy device had not yet been born, and humans couldn't treat patients at the atomic level. The subatomic molecular therapy device was still in theoretical research. Therefore, humans were at a loss when facing diseases for which biological treatments were ineffective. In the early stages of the superbacteria outbreak, the mortality rate was very high, and even if forced treatment led to recovery, severe sequelae would remain, rendering people incapacitated. All kinds of antibiotics failed one after another. It was clearly a DNA bacteria, with biological indicators close to those of Staphylococcus aureus. Heat-resistant and best suited to temperatures of 37 degrees Celsius, it was also salt-tolerant and could grow in 10% saline solutions. It should have been common and relatively harmless to humans. Scientists didn't know what degree of mutation it had undergone to produce such highly incubating, highly lethal, and highly reproductive destructive power. Its rapid mutation capabilities didn't resemble those of DNA bacteria at all. Facing the onslaught of antibiotics, it took only half a day to develop drug resistance. As medical personnel kept changing antibiotics, it continued to defeat antibiotics. Facing the counterattack of the human immune system, it became extremely cunning. If the human immune system was strong, it would assimilate more deeply to deceive the immune system and enter a deep incubation period. If it found that the immune system was relatively weak, it would explode with stronger reproductive and resistance capabilities, ultimately intensifying the war with the immune system and leading to host death. Its pathological features also kept changing, becoming more complex, with the only constant being that each pathological feature eventually pointed to the death of the host. Its rapid mutation and stubbornness made it almost impossible for specific drugs and vaccines to be developed. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, the mutation direction of viruses and bacteria should be more suited to transmission, with decreased toxicity an objective rule as indisputable as the daily rising of the sun. But this superbacteria went against common sense. Instead of moving towards reduced toxicity, it continually evolved in a cruel direction, becoming stronger in airborne survival, more stealthy and stable in its dormant state, showing more gentle and widespread attack symptoms, and targeting an increasing variety of human organs. This was completely illogical, mutations that enhanced both transmissibility and lethality, and were extremely rapid. As concentrated outbreaks occurred globally and the unstoppable spread intensified, human conventional isolation measures became increasingly ineffective. One batch after another of medical personnel fell on the front line. Heart-wrenching separations took place every moment all over the world. One group of medical personnel fell. Another group of medical personnel signed life and death agreements, waved goodbye to their families, and rushed forward. Skilled medical personnel were becoming scarce. Supplies were running short. The air was filled with ubiquitous superbacteria. They had become like the dust in the air, impossible to prevent or avoid. Order gradually broke down. An apocalyptic catastrophe silently swept across the globe. This was a war. A war between humanity and the superbacteria, without the smoke of gunpowder, but even more gruesome. In the long and ancient history of mankind, we have faced diseases countless times. The number of those who have died and sacrificed themselves on this white battlefield is 10 or even 100 times more than all other types of wars combined. This time, it is particularly tragic. Humans are continuously retreating. Eventually, medical students went in, and volunteers who had undergone brief system training also went in. Fear spread across the globe, and there was no going back for humanity. If they could survive, no one would choose to willingly die. But there will always be some who understand that they cannot retreat and must step forward. Setting aside the notions of nations and all sentimental feelings, people will eventually realize that if no one stops the disaster and lets it spread and develop, then the day will come when all their parents, children, grandparents, and friends will have to face all of it. The world government, still in its infancy, abandoned all its prejudices at the fastest speed and reached a unified consensus in just a few days. Humanity must unite unreservedly to declare war on this disaster. Only by defeating the enemy can humanity continue to survive. The leader, jointly elected by the leadership of all human countries, stepped forward. He rushed to the front lines and issued a deafening cry. Since the birth of mankind, there have been a million years of history. Our civilization has a history of 5,500 years. We are always fighting against ourselves, and fighting against nature. We always face failure, but we can always stand strong on this planet. We are called the cancer of Earth by environmentalists. Alright, we admit it, we are cancer. This bacteria is the Earth's antibiotic. It wants to exterminate us. But what are the characteristics of cancer? It's stubborn, never admitting defeat, never giving up. We are facing an unprecedented challenge. This is not an individual matter, it is a challenge for all mankind. It is time for us to unite. The front lines need soldiers, more soldiers. We cannot let medical staff sacrifice in vain. More people must stand up and take over the trenches they used to guard. Hold our position that belongs to all humankind. Our logistical resources must keep up. We cannot let our soldiers go to the front lines without equipment. We need people from all walks of life to return to their posts, and our social order must operate. We must get one set of protective clothing, masks, goggles, and medicines into the hands of frontline soldiers. Put on your mask, goggles, gloves, and never touch your eyes, nose, ears, or mouth without washing your hands. Take all possible protective measures, stand at your post, and fight. Wave goodbye to your family and head for the front lines. Every position is everyone's battlefield. Everyone, stand up. For yourself, for your family, for humanity. Survival or extinction. It depends on each person's choice. Make your decision. One step backward is extinction, one step forward is a new life. Charge. This speech came suddenly, without careful crafting, and the words were plain but sincere and heartfelt, igniting the fighting spirit of the survivors in the face of overwhelming despair. During the leader's speech, the River Thames was behind him. Later generations would call this speech the Backwater Declaration. The Backwater Declaration wiped out all people's illusions and let everyone understand that humanity is now on the edge of a cliff, in a do-or-die situation. No one can be immune. Humanity has nowhere to retreat. If isolation wards and hospitals are ineffective, humans will create isolation zones. Large areas of healthy humans evacuated. Everyone keeps a physical distance from others on the streets, but just one look from afar is enough to understand each other's intentions. At this moment, everyone is a comrade in arms with a common hatred for the enemy. Everyone understands that behind each person standing outside like themselves, there is a family they must carry on their shoulders. Every able-bodied man and woman in each family has chosen their positions. More and more people, knowing the danger, went to receive basic medical training, underwent less than a month of intensive training, passed the test, then put on isolation suits, masks, gloves, and glasses, and endured the torment of suffocation to rush to the front lines. Sweat soaked through the soldiers' clothes. Tears fell, but everyone gritted their teeth and fought relentlessly. However, the superbacteria were just too tenacious. The scope of the isolation zones grew larger, and the front lines slowly moved backward. The areas marked red on the map as isolation zones grew larger. Humans fought and retreated, but never collapsed. Because everyone knows that throughout history, humans will never die on their knees. Even if there really is a doomsday, we will sing our last battle song. Just as Master Carey Thomas sang in The Fire, as long as we never give up hope, the day of rebirth through fire is bound to come. Even if I die on the battlefield, even if my ashes are buried deep underground, my family will be able to see the dawn? Someone will come and take over my trench, and I won't die in vain? Definitely. 1 year later, humans finally succeeded in drawing boundaries and establishing complete isolation zones. Human activities have been reduced from covering the entire world to just less than 2/3 of the territory. In this 1 year, humanity lost more than 10% of its total population, and the price paid was so painful that it was staggering, but the positions were finally stabilized. However, it's not the time to let our guard down yet. Without any reminder from others, people knew that they still couldn't relax, and they couldn't give up on the medical staff, volunteers, and self-sacrificing patients who were guarding the territory with their lives in the isolation zones. The will of the great ones shall be inherited by equally great people like me. The war continues and even intensifies. It was February 2521. Deep winter, extreme cold. Heavy snow was falling, white fluff filled the sky, like drifting goose feathers. Lanterns twined together. The night was cold and quiet. From time to time, fully armed disinfection vehicles passed by on the damp and quiet road, honking and driving along the icy and slippery ground, while anti-skid chains clanked on the pavement. White fog followed the disinfecting truck, rising into the sky like a giant dragon turning over. On the balconies of the residential buildings beside the road, red lanterns hung. New Year's had arrived. In the midst of busyness and panic, with the help of continent-spanning walls and barbed wire, as well as the thousands of guards clad in isolation suits stationed atop the walls, humanity managed to welcome a rare peaceful new year. People hung up lanterns they didn't have time to hang last year. A family of 3, dressed in rubber suits, adjusted their face masks and respirators as they stood on their balcony, lighting fireworks they didn't have time to set off the year before. Crack! The fireworks exploded in the sky. People started counting silently, their hearts extinguishing a few more of their own stars. Those disappearing faces in memories, the gradually fading calls, the vows of determination and grit during times of self-encouragement, such complex emotions were like the fireworks in the sky, fleeting, leaving only courage to face the darkened night. Singing resounded across the building. It was Carey Thomas's The Fire. In such a desolate and helpless moment, humanity sought brief peace, needing a song like this to ignite the flame within that refuses to be extinguished. Yet on the other side of tranquility, countless people were still fighting on the front lines. Re-entering their home, the family passed through a decontaminating mist corridor and turned on their communicator. Family communication request, waiting for response. 5 minutes later, the call connected. A woman, wrapped in a fully sealed isolation suit, appeared on screen. Her clothing resembled a wetsuit, complete with a glass dome over her head. Despite the automatic ventilation system, she was still sweating profusely. She was a nurse fighting on the front line, and she had 5 minutes of rest and communication time. She worked at the 626 Isolation Treatment Center hospital located on the edge of the quarantine zone, about 1,300 kilometers from this city. The hospital covered nearly 2,000 acres and was completely shielded with a Mars base-grade Sky Dome shield, making its protection virtually flawless and keeping the pathogen completely isolated outside the shield. Here, tens of thousands of critically ill patients were treated, unable to be cured, their suffering was alleviated as much as possible, eased into a peaceful death. She smiled at the camera. Dad, Mom, little brother, you all doing okay? The family started talking, discussing their daily routines, encouraging each other, mentioning how someone lost a loved one or a nurse lost a comrade, and so on. The conversation was sometimes dull and sometimes lively. Having seen so much, people gradually became numb. But this numbness did not signify weakness. Instead, it revealed a newfound strength within each individual. As the family continued chatting, frantic shouts suddenly pierced the background behind the nurse. She turned her head and listened before turning back, her face pale. Mom, Dad, little brother, leave now, hurry up and go. The father in the family asked, where should we go? The nurse thought for a moment, then said, go deep into the continent, as far away from the isolation wall as you can. The mother asked, where is the end point? Should we come get you? What's happening? The S bacteria have mutated again, they've evolved and can now use rats as hosts and spread through the rat's breath in the air. Just now, we received news from the surveillance hospital in the hinterland that a seemingly uninfected residential area suddenly experienced a large-scale outbreak of illness. That hospital is even deeper into the safe zone than your residence? Even our central hospital's residential area had a concentrated outbreak, caused by an infected rat. The leaders are currently screening the data from the central air conditioning system for signs of infection, and the results will be out soon. I don't have time to explain more, you need to leave as soon as possible. Because of the S bacteria's extremely covered incubation period, early testing was difficult, and its infectiousness was terrifying. The method for screening patients now was quite crude. Whether they had been exposed to infected air or not. If yes, then they were definitely infected. If no, then they were still safe. The mother sobbed and shook her head. No, we need to come get you. The nurse looked back at her family and slowly, yet firmly, said, it's already out of control, beyond help. There are too many rats on Earth. Although the conditions at the central hospital are good, it's already become an isolated island in a short period of time, and we've lost our supply line. Coming here would mean certain death. As she spoke, the young nurse suddenly shuddered, as though she'd received some message. What's wrong? Her family asked in quick succession. She shook her head. Nothing. Mom, Dad, you need to leave right now, or it might be too late. Once you're in the rear, someone will find a solution. You have to survive, don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Click. She turned off the call and then walked back. Through the intercom, she spoke to the head nurse. Miss Brown, I've breathed in the infected air in the residential area. I'm confirmed to be infected and won't hold on to any illusions of luck. Yes, once it was confirmed that you had breathed the infected air, it was as if a death sentence had been announced. You only had 2 months left to live. On the other end of the intercom, there was a silence from the head nurse. Miss Brown. Before long, the middle-aged woman's voice finally answered. Me too. She asked, Miss Brown, what should we do? Miss Brown thought for a few minutes and then initiated a hospital-wide broadcast, delivering the famous 626 declaration. We have no choice but to hold our ground. We cannot take off our isolation suits before we die. All infected medical staff should periodically go to the disinfection area to change their isolation suit power packs and filter compartments. Infected and uninfected personnel should eat and live separately starting now. As long as we don't remove our isolation suits, the bacteria cannot escape from them, and no more people will be infected. We can still move, so we can still work. In the intensive care unit, several patients show signs of improvement, which is unprecedented. We must prove that our treatment plan can improve the survival rate of critical cases. Our hospital's research results are crucial to humanity's confidence in persevering. I will continue working until I cannot move, until we use up our last bullet. I hope all of you will join me. We fight to the death. All the medical staff who heard this speech, both infected and uninfected, pledged their loyalty in unison. Fight to the death. The words of this nurse, known only as Sister Lin, whose name was not recorded in the history books, inspired all the medical staff and volunteers stationed at the border, the isolation zones, and everywhere in between. Everyone roared in their hearts, fight to the death. The infected people no longer undressed, they wore only their battle armor and burned their last drop of blood. Or, they charged out of the hospital, killing every visible mammal with the weapons in their hands, hoping to relieve the pressure on their comrades. With no panic, the uninfected people remained quietly at their posts, doing their duty stoically. A research institute was wiped out instantly due to an oversight. Everyone had a countdown clock to the end of their lives ticking above their heads. Strangely, no one panicked. Instead, they returned to the lab calmly and diligently to continue their research. Even the tedious and meticulous process of collecting and analyzing samples became simple, just spit into a container for a large number of live samples. In this quiet atmosphere, the Research Institute, with thousands of members, witnessed everyone's journey through their last 2 months of life and provided a wealth of research references for future studies on why bacteria had become so monstrous. 2 months later, a fire blazed from the heart of the base, incinerating everything. It was ignited by the last researcher pressing the self-destruct button. The war became even more brutal. The bacteria humans faced once again became more ferocious, cunning, and difficult to defend against. Later research showed that at that time, the carriers of the bacteria were not only limited to rats but all mammals. What was even more appalling was that after the bacteria infected other mammals, although they would become ill, they would not die. Instead, they would become more aggressive and restless. Bats could fly, rats could burrow, whales could cross the ocean, and high walls that once provided solid defense now served no purpose. It was as if the bacteria were sentient, with the sole purpose of exterminating humanity. Once again, humankind's battle lines retreated. Yet chaos did not ensue as expected. In such a devastating defeat, humanity remained orderly while continuously retreating. When everyone realized that there was nowhere left to retreat, those who were infected did not panic but rather felt relieved. Batch after batch of infected people abandoned their protective measures, left the ever-shrinking safe zones, and entered the ever-expanding isolation zones. With the embers of their lives, they accomplished many things. Manually digging isolation trenches and constructing canals. Igniting the fire to create insulating barriers across the land. Infected engineers returned to factories, recalibrated the slightly buggy automated systems, and set the autopilot to run indefinitely. Infected assembly line workers, exhausted, returned to the automatically running enterprises, replaced half-depleted nuclear fission battery packs with new ones that could last for another 20 years. Or they installed new solar panels, wiped rust off the machines, and applied fresh lubricant. Teachers returned to abandoned schools, rummaging through desks to find final exam papers that had been prepared but not yet handed out to students. Traffic police returned to their posts, informing the infected hunters driving around in search of mammals. Then, having completed these familiar tasks, each of them picked up weapons, packed simple bags, and set off on the road of slaughter. Sorry, Earth's neighbors. In the past, we protected you. But now, we have no choice. Human beings are always selfish. If we had to choose between human extinction and the destruction of the Earth, everyone would, without a doubt, choose the latter option. Countless heroes used the last 2 months of their lives to construct a lifeline between the isolation zones and the safe zones. Another year passed, with winter giving way to spring. In that year, humanity lost 2/5 of its population and 1/3 of its territory. Compared to the time before the catastrophe, only half of humanity and less than 1/3 of the land remained. But in the end, humankind held on, relying on the high-heat insulation belt that could melt rock. The high-heat insulation belt ignited an inextinguishable flame in humanity. New safe zones were established under the protection of the ultra-high magnetic field, stretching to the stratosphere. The magnetic field propped up humanity's last sky dome shield. Accompanied by the never-ending, heart-stirring morning wind, humanity continued to struggle in hibernation, hoping for a new life. However, the objective situation had indeed become more dangerous. Nearly 8 billion people crowded into less than 1/3 of the territory, causing a rapid increase in population density. Once abundant resources and energy gradually became scarcer. If the superbacteria mutated again during this time, given humanity's current population density, it would truly spell the end. However, after 2 years of retreating and enduring hardship, the willpower of those still alive had grown incredibly strong. Humanity decided to fight back. There was no choice but to find a solution before the superbacteria evolved again. Otherwise, it will mean extinction. In the spring of 2523, a more brutal war broke out again. With the help of the new, insurmountable high walls built by the combination of flames and giant shields, no more humanity fell victim to infection. The sacrifices had become blood-stained marks disappearing into the long river of history. The survivors continued to stumble forward, inheriting the will of the dead and bearing the responsibility of continuing the struggle against catastrophe. In short, humanity completely stabilized its position and then began to counterattack. New disinfectants were developed. New isolation suits made of new materials were developed. Nuclear fusion energy modules became smaller and more portable, able to be mounted on individual motorcycles. They pushed forward inch by inch, slowly pushing the isolated territories occupied by bacteria towards the distant coastline. Those who were infected with the virus and barely cured put on semi-mechanical bodies and joined the construction team. Humanity's defense line began to advance at a rate of several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers. Although some people would always fall silently along the way, those who came after would inevitably pick up their equipment and inherit their will. The red areas representing the quarantine zones on the map began to shrink inch by inch. The green safe zones belonging to humanity began to increase bit by bit. 3 years passed. In the winter of 2525, Eurasia, the American continent, and the African continent declared liberation one after another. Only Australia remained. At the beginning of the disaster, the relatively sparsely populated Australia could not organize effective resistance. For humans, it had become a dead, silent territory, a complete paradise for flora and fauna. After a brief respite, in the spring of 2526, humanity, after a short period of recovery, sent the first vanguard of 100,000 people in a huge flying fleet to launch a final offensive against the S-bacteria. The decisive battle was imminent. Billions of people stood, sat, held hands, or stood shoulder to shoulder in front of projectors, televisions, or bowed their heads together over their phones. The screen showed the scene of the vanguard slowly landing in Australia. First, engineering ships used flame jetting to clear and drive away the rats and other animals hiding below the ground. Whether rats or other animals, they fled in panic under the high heat of over 1,000 degrees. After more than 3 hours of continuous roasting, all ground animals had fled. Of course, the famously agile rats were no exception. Next, the engineering ships extended their cantilever arms and began to construct the high-heat isolation belt and magnetic field shield through external operations. A day passed, and the vanguard established the first base belonging to humanity on the dead land of the Australian continent. Medical ships took over the position from the engineering ships and began to spray highly efficient antibacterial disinfectant aerosol that had just been developed a half-month earlier into the air. Superbacteria had been evolving, many tried, and true disinfection methods gradually lost their effectiveness. Its drug resistance had become better and better, its protein shell more stable and harder to destroy, and it had become more concealed after entering the human body. The size of the S-bacteria hadn't changed much, but its DNA structure was becoming more and more complex. However, humanity hadn't stood still, and they were also moving forward. The new aerosol worked well, and 10 minutes later, the shipborne probes start collecting air samples from the external environment. Another 20 minutes passed, and the petri dish showed no traces of S-bacteria, indicating that the concentration of S-bacteria in this area had dropped to 0. The cleaning operation was a huge success. A layer of organic matter powder that releases foul smell hated by all mammals was sprinkled on the ground surface. After waiting for half a day and using high-resolution thermal imaging to confirm that there were no more warm-blooded mammals in the area, it was stable. From then on, a green area representing a safe zone appeared on the edge of the Australian continent on the world map, covering almost a square kilometer. Humanity had established a bridgehead on the last stronghold of the S-bacteria Australia, to sound the horn of resistance. The engineering ships went into action again, opening their cargo hatches and began depositing materials on the ground. These materials would be gradually used by people driving construction machinery and could build a second layer of safety on the ground. Next, people would begin to construct various functional buildings within the safety barrier, turning this place into a base with multiple functions such as research, living, medical treatment, and production. Those engineering personnel who were not wearing isolation suits descended the suspension ladder. All mammals had been driven away, and with the protection of the magnetic field shield, no external animals could approach for the time being, making it impossible for this area to have S-bacteria. A young man with a boastful demeanor smirked. If the S-bacteria had a brain and saw us standing so swaggering in its stronghold, it would be infuriated to the point of exploding its lungs, right? Shut your filthy mouth, don't talk nonsense about anything unlucky. Get to work. The experienced middle-aged man scolded him harshly. The young man stuck his tongue out, looking like he wouldn't retaliate. Although the atmosphere was still tense, everything was moving forward methodically. No one expected immediate success, and everyone was prepared for a long-term struggle. Humanity believed that the ultimate victory would belong to them. All seemed to progress smoothly. Another 20 minutes passed, and the peace was suddenly broken. The alarms of medical ships, engineering ships, and personnel transport ships erupted simultaneously. Those without isolation suits turned pale, staring at each other in silence. How is this possible? No one understood why this was happening. Everything seemed seamless, but why did it turn out to be like this? Just in an instant, everyone, whether still in the fleet or already on the ground as part of the advance team, was plunged into the same despair. Even those who were wearing airtight isolation suits didn't feel at ease. The sense of despair and panic could even be transmitted through the live video, reaching everyone on Earth. But the chaos only lasted for 10 minutes. The middle-aged man who had yelled at the young man earlier suddenly spoke loudly. Do you all remember the 626th declaration? We do, everyone shouted in unison. So, get your spirits up. We are the advance team. Are the pioneers afraid of death? I ask, are you afraid of death? No. The middle-aged man nodded again. That's right, we are not afraid of death. Before setting off, we were prepared for sacrifice. Death is nothing but dust to dust, earth to earth. But we will pave the way for the future generations. Work? We must find out the cause. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. One day later, a conclusion was reached. The one that brought the S-bacteria back to the surface and hurt everyone was a snake. Chaudaata subphylum Vertebrata class Reptilia subclass Diapsida order serpents. The S-bacteria in Australia had evolved again, jumping from rodents to snakes. A sense of foreboding began to rise in people's hearts. The infected suiciders expanded their search range again and embarked on an unknown journey. 3 days later, the final conclusion was reached. The S-bacteria in Australia had evolved to the next stage. Its infection range had gone beyond the limitation of rodents, and it could now infect all vertebrates. This was too vicious, too cruel. Its evolution was infuriatingly fast. No one knew where the limit of the S-bacteria was. Perhaps one day, it would not even spare other species of microorganisms? Would there be any place for mankind in such a vast world? Just thinking about such a scenario was enough to make the hair on the heads of the remaining 8 billion people stand on end. Once again, mankind took immediate action, doing their utmost to try to block all river mouths leading to the sea. Bad news came one after another. It wasn't long before a snail was also found to be an infected carrier. The territory of the S-bacteria expanded once again. Mankind was almost completely plunged into despair. The breath that was hanging in their chest nearly dispersed. But there was a turning point half a year later, when, after all the animals in Australia had been infected for half a year, people discovered that the evolution of the S-bacteria had stalled. It had hit a bottleneck. Apparently, breaking free from the shackles of animals was not so easy for the S-bacteria. The ocean had become a fragile barrier protecting human life. Although infected animals still brought the S-bacteria to other continents through the coastlines, the defense lines constructed by humans with all their might could barely hold them back. However, nearly 2 billion people died in these 3 years. Some suggested that it was time to destroy the Australian continent. Complete destruction of it could at least eliminate most of the S-bacteria. It was at this time that a scientist named William stood up and refuted the idea of sinking the Australian continent and put forward another great hypothesis. The evolution of the S-bacteria was so strong that it completely defied scientific norms. But the rules of the universe are ultimately fair. In order to acquire extraordinary abilities, you must pay the corresponding price. A normal microbial mutation and evolution, no matter how slow, should be an eternal and stable process as long as the total number of organisms reaches a certain level. There should not be a clear bottleneck in the evolutionary process itself. There should be a relatively smooth line representing evolution, and if time is infinite, this line should be endless, without boundaries. Evolution should be an ongoing process. But the S-bacteria was completely different. Although its evolution was fast, every single breakthrough seemed to be very deliberate, encompassing different categories and levels of species. Based on the samples collected, the S-bacteria had never simultaneously crossed 2 categories or levels of the same rank at the same time. It always completed one first and then quickly moved on to another, like hopping up steps, bypassing one bottleneck after another. Its evolution was like a frog's jump, stable and violent, one leap after another. Therefore, the price that the S-bacteria had to pay for its extraordinary evolutionary capacity was the bottleneck it had to face during evolution. Furthermore, everyone knew that any microorganisms capable of attacking humans and mutating quickly would not evolve solely to kill humans in the normal course of evolution. Humans and viruses and bacteria were originally supposed to be interdependent and coexist. The evolution of bacteria must follow the rule of developing in a direction that benefits their own existence. The instinct of living beings should be self-preservation. The normal direction of its evolution should be to continuously improve its survival and transmission capabilities, but its lethality to human hosts should inevitably continue to decrease. Ultimately, it should become a fate community similar to the probiotics in our intestines. However, the S bacteria showed no signs of this. This was a complete violation of common sense, an extremely wide-ranging enhancement of both transmission and lethality. This blatantly defied the rules of the universe. Therefore, I believe that it should, and must, have a flaw. This flaw would be an insurmountable bottleneck, which is the end of its evolution. Other life forms have no end, but it does. When the S bacteria's ability reaches a certain limit, it will stop evolving completely, and its DNA will become stable. At that time, if humans can capture the ultimate form of S bacteria before it spreads across the globe, they can use its final stable DNA to create an effective broad-spectrum vaccine. Because we have caught their emperor? When catching a group of thieves, catch the king first. Willian believed that the limit of the S bacteria would appear when its carriers surpassed the animal kingdom and entered the realm of all eukaryotes. Before it spreads, capture the ultimate form of the S bacteria, the ultimate poison king, dissect it and create a vaccine. And the most likely birthplace of the poison king is the Australian continent. If we destroy the Australian continent, forcing the most active group of S bacteria to return to the sea, then everything will turn into a fleeting illusion. Moreover, it is impossible to predict whether a massive dose of nuclear radiation will cause new drastic mutations. Executing Willian's plan is the only chance for humanity to turn the tide, and it must be firmly seized. Of course, no one knows how much time is left for humanity. Perhaps one day, the ultimate poison king will be born silently, reproduce, and become unstoppable. Gentlemen, charge. We must complete all tasks before the birth of the poison king. Counterattack. Spread our detection probes all over the Australian continent. There's no time to wait. Wearing an isolation suit will still inevitably cause us to be infected accidentally, and it will also delay my work efficiency. I won't wear an isolation suit anymore. It's too slow, too slow. Yes, there's not enough material for isolation suits. Save them for scientists and medical personnel. After my death, my family will be proud of me. Report? Engineering ship C19915. The entire crew refuses isolation suits. Approved. Wait for me. The general mobilization order resounded through the starry sky of the solar system. One after another, fleets full of daredevil teams took to the skies and headed straight for the Australian continent. Yes, they could have returned, but no one set foot on the way back. Because no one could guarantee that the returning spacecraft would not be covered in bacteria. When they set out, the warriors chose the path of no return and became martyrs. Humans began to sow the seeds of hope on the Australian continent at a density of 1 probe per square kilometer. Each seed represents the life force of a group of volunteers gradually being extinguished. 5 years passed. During these 5 years, hundreds of millions of volunteers were sacrificed, and the population on other continents also declined by nearly 100 million. Those who went to Australia were on suicide missions. The same went for those who stayed on the other continents' coastlines. On the Australian continent, humanity had built a total of 7,610,000 large-scale integrated detection probes and a large research institute to analyze and decipher the S bacterium DNA structure, providing accurate data support for vaccine production. In order to ensure accuracy and sensitivity, each probe was roughly equivalent to a 30-story high-rise building, packed with various precision instruments. An average of over 80 people were sacrificed for each probe built. Even more volunteers, millions in fact, were sacrificed for the construction of the large research institutes. The vast majority of people here had only 2 months left to live. There was no other way. There really weren't enough isolation suits. Even if they wore isolation suits, compared to those who didn't, they would only have a few more months of life. Fortunately, during these 5 years, the ultimate poison king version of the S bacteria that Willian predicted did not appear. People began to fall into painful and anxious waiting. Willian put forward another issue. One research institute is not enough. This is because no one knows what level the ultimate poison king's spreading ability will reach. He hopes to build at least 20 research institutes, and each institute must have resident scientists. As long as they are discovered, they must start deciphering immediately. Because for every second humanity can save, it is 1 second gained. People began to engage in painful debates, and in the end, those who supported Willian's argument gained the upper hand. The second large-scale migration of no return began. More and more volunteers went to Australia in waves. These people went to build more research institutes or worked tirelessly inside the well-guarded institutes to analyze and decipher while constantly accumulating experience and valuable data. While the research institutes had isolation measures and were slightly safer than the outside, the S bacteria was still difficult to defend against. Accidents often occurred and wiped out entire teams. However, after the teams were wiped out, people remained calm, fixed the loopholes, and continued to accumulate knowledge using their short 2-month lifespans while battling illness in an attempt to uncover the characteristics of the Poison King. After all the current team members were sacrificed, the institute would fall asleep, waiting for the next generation to arrive, be fully disinfected, and resume work. 2 more years passed, and a total of 20 research institutes were constructed evenly across the Australian continent. At this moment, the total human population had dropped to 4 billion. On the Australian continent, abandoned warships filled the valleys. The bones of the dead widened the peaks. Only the indicator lights of the detection probes and research institutes seemed to shine forever and never go out. The S-bacteria still hadn't evolved into the ultimate poison king, but with each new sample test, new changes in its DNA sequence were discovered. However, no one knew when the quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. Human construction ceased. More and more experienced scientists, medical workers, as well as new recruits young and old, male and female, to scientific research and medical fields, embarked on the journey once again. They moved into a tomb called the Research Institute. They called themselves the Tomb Dwellers. The Tomb Dwellers' jobs were crudely divided into several categories. Researchers were responsible for analyzing samples, hunters for donning isolation suits and collecting samples outdoors, caregivers trying to sustain life and mobility of patients, and laborers handling logistics. Every day, every hour, someone would be infected by the S-bacteria, which infiltrated their isolation suits by any means necessary. Those hunters would then shed their isolation suits and travel light. These people were called walkers. Others from different professions would put on isolation suits, leave the institute, then take off their battle robes and become walkers too. Walkers would either travel on foot or drive across the Australian continent, monitoring every potential newly born infection carrier. During their remaining 2-month journey, they often wandered far away from the base, singing songs and locking themselves in body bags before death. The song they sang was Carrie Thomas's Self-Combustion, with new lyrics. An unknown composer transformed Bellamy's Outpost song, weaving it into the rhythm of self-combustion. Please sing me an outpost song, with that long-forgotten ancient language. Call gently with beautiful tremolo, the vast rivers and mountains in my heart. Scenes only found beyond the Great Wall. Who says the melody of the outpost song is too melancholy? If you don't love it, that's because there's no longing in the song for you. We'll keep singing it over and over, like the glitters of light on the boundless grassland, like the wind and sand howling through the desert, by the banks of the Yellow River, beside the Yin Mountains. Heroes on horseback, riding proudly back to their hometowns. 6 years later, a filamentous fungus with a mature body diameter of only 0.8 micrometers was discovered near the Melbourne ruins, capable of soaring through the wind and even crossing oceans and continents. A nearby walker collected samples and dashed back in his car. 20 research institutes worked together on the array. He was only half a day away from the nearest Melbourne Research Institute. After he left, a space-based laser emitter frantically swept the area. Meanwhile, more and more walkers roared their engines, rushing from afar. They weren't there to collect samples. Their mission was to destroy as many ultimate poison kings as possible with their flamethrowers and ultra-power filter exhaust fans. When their equipment's energy was depleted, they would even take a deep breath and then set themselves ablaze with a burst of flame. Once criticized by countless people for retreating to the rear, William boarded a spacecraft from the Siberian research base in Asia's far north and headed straight for the Melbourne Research Institute. As the only surviving Nobel Prize-winning biologist and the greatest in both disciplines of quantum biology and genetics, only William could reach the front line and decipher the secrets of the ultimate poison king S-bacteria in the shortest time possible. 20 days later, William sent back complete analysis data and a broad-spectrum vaccine genetic design plan to the other continents. Before sending the data back, William was the first to personally test the lab-made broad-spectrum vaccine and, 5 minutes later, cut off most of his liver for genetic testing. The result was negative. He became the first human to be immune to S-bacteria. He laughed hysterically, not even caring about the massive wound on his waist that was bleeding out. He then personally pressed the detonation button. The countdown began. In 30 seconds, more than 7.61 million detectors and nuclear fusion bombs hidden beneath 20 research institutes across the continent would explode simultaneously, releasing temperatures comparable to the sun. These nuclear fusion bombs were called the last line of defense. Before dying, William sent back a passionate voice message. The fungus carrying the ultimate poison king S-bacteria has spread all over the Australian continent, and nearby oceans have also been polluted. The final defense line can eliminate 95.12% of the poison king fungus. It will take at least 3 months for the remaining fungus to spread worldwide. I have completed the vaccine development. You only need 2 months to cultivate and mass produce it to meet the needs of more than 1 billion people. Everyone else, hide. In 6 months, all human beings will be immune to S-bacteria. I, William, have not dishonored the name of my ancestors. Remember my name, William, and the name of my great-great-great-grandfather Rainer? He is the greatest scientist of the human race since the 21st century. And I rank second. Everyone else is nothing. Humans, victorious. Boom. Bright daylight pyrotechnics lit up the Earth's sky. The sun paled in comparison. The Earth trembled. The dense clouds that had shrouded humanity's heads for decades were torn apart by the light of nuclear fusion. Warm, long-lost sunlight once again bathed the Earth after the dazzling white light and sweeping gusts dissipated. 3.5 billion voices sang self-combustion in unison. People laughed through their tears, struck speechless. Mournful and intense emotions, yet brimming with hope, seemed to turn tangible, swirling high in the atmosphere. Humanity welcomed a new dawn. 8 years later, a towering monument with the names of the fallen was erected from the peak of Pennine Hills, reaching straight into the sky. Billions of names, each one a piece of history. Harrison Clark closed his eyes, temporarily shutting off the projection. He got up and walked to the balcony, trying to gaze into the distance by the starlight. Alas, the Pennine Hills were too far away. He could only see a deep blue night sky. But it didn't matter, knowing that the tower stood there was enough. Rubbing his eyes, Harrison Clark returned to the couch, brought up the historical materials, and quickly browsed down once more. Time flew by, and the history of humanity passed in the blink of an eye. Unprecedented hardships led to unprecedented unity among all humans under the leadership of the world government. Humanity had just experienced the suffering brought by the S-bacteria, and everyone was inspired by the spirit of the martyrs, their willpower becoming stronger than ever before. The world government leadership, which had always been under the dual pressure of the S-bacteria and the solar system barrier, chose this opportune moment to reveal the secret. The S-bacteria was not the only threat we faced. Now we have defeated the S-bacteria. But at the edge of our solar system, there is an invisible barrier keeping us firmly locked in. Our scientists have exhausted every effort to no avail. We can't even see, let alone imagine, what level of technology lies behind that barrier. All we know for sure is that it is not benevolent, but we will not sit idly by. So the battle is not over yet? We must inherit the legacy of the martyrs, pull ourselves together and face new challenges. After winning this battle, humanity's journey will be that of the Starry Sea. Faced with new pressure, human civilization did not grow disheartened or chaotic but held fast and moved step by step, thanks to the collective will forged through numerous trials and tribulations. Civilization began to rapidly recover and expand at an exponential rate. The significant leap in technology and productivity had begun. In the year 2543, Sergei, who had grown up amidst twists and turns, gradually came to the forefront. After humanity's crisis, comprehensive scholars had vast space to showcase their talents. Rebuilding civilization needed all-around talents the most. Sergei was such a person. This was his time. In 2543, Sergei completed his self-accumulation and fully absorbed all the achievements left by William. He proposed and refined the preliminary concept of the Dyson membrane, laying an important foundation for the energy supply of mankind for the next 500 years. This Dyson membrane was a more advanced version of the solar energy-absorbing film that covered the Earth when Harrison Clark had last visited. If it could be transformed from theory to practice, it could propel humanity completely through the developmental stages of the Kardashev civilization and into the early stages of a Type II civilization, capable of exploiting the resources of the entire solar system. Upon completing this grand idea, Sergei passed away from overwork and left his last work. However, this work had nothing to do with any discipline. The work was titled Harrison Clark. As the name suggests, this book was written for Harrison Clark. This book exonerated the master Harrison Clark, whose reputation had suffered for his failing at the end of his life hundreds of years ago. Every seemingly unreasonable action of Master Harrison Clark had its breathtaking deep-seated schemes and far-reaching vision. He had tempted Carrie Thomas to spend her whole life creating morning wind to combat the threat of the invader that arrived in 2500. Do you think the morning wind played on the unnamed planet was meaningless? No, you're wrong. Since the invader had blocked the solar system, a special band had been continuously released into the cosmic background. Morning wind, composed for the ages, perfectly countered that band and cancelled each other out. As for the impact of the mysterious band, Sergei also accurately restored and inferred it in his work, with conclusions that were thought-provoking and horrifying. That band was nothing short of the song of humanity's doom, more hidden, more pervasive, and more far-reaching than the S-bacteria. Therefore, Master Harrison Clark did not hinder Carrie Thomas's artistic career, instead having an incredible foresight, working together with Carrie Thomas to make the most significant contribution to humanity. He was like a prophet with the power of prophecy, as if he had supernatural abilities. But none of this was supernatural mysticism. Master Harrison Clark's decision could not have been a blind guess. He possessed incredible reasoning abilities and knowledge that transcended his time. He had hit the nail on the head. The evidence was right there. It was the other event for which he had been constantly criticized by the world. In his later years, he had spent his entire fortune to send 2 large fireworks called Jinyi beyond the solar system. Did you think that was a pointless gesture? Naive? Both Jinyi have only one common mission, to capture Voyager I and Voyager II that were sent out by humans in 1977. The doomsday disaster now looming over the solar system stems from one of the Voyagers being captured by an invader from a higher civilization. Higher civilizations first block the solar system, and then simultaneously release special bands attempting to strangle our creativity in the cradle. The basis for creating these bands is the golden record loaded on the Voyager. Master Harrison Clark saw through everything. So he took a different approach, working with Carrie Thomas and Rayner to create Morning Wind, which cancels out the invader's band. Finally, amidst the puzzlement and ridicule of the world, he silently burned his life's wealth, honor, and status in the martial arts world to ignite these 2 giant fireworks. He had tried, but unfortunately, he had failed. The Jinyi was unable to be as thorough and impermeable as the organization described in history. The 2 Voyagers escaped, which is why all of this is happening today. Even the S-bacteria might be a new remedy adopted by the invaders after discovering that their mental infiltration did not work. But we cannot deny Harrison Clark's greatness because of his failure. People have misunderstood him for hundreds of years. Now, I, Sergei, will vindicate him. And there's something else I must tell you. Master Harrison Clark did not leave a single scrap of paper, never wrote a single line of calculation or proof. But he must have pondered over it deeply, ultimately deriving this incontestable conclusion through incredible inspiration and deduction. None knows the rigor of the calculations that must have crossed his mind. But this calculation process must exist. Nobody knows how much he understood about the universe. But he must also be the human with the deepest understanding of the universe's mysteries thus far. My scientific upbringing tells me that Master Harrison Clark is not only a great musician but the greatest scientist in history. It's just that the burden he bore was too heavy, making him dare not leave any proof of his process. At the end of this passage, Master Harrison Clark had goosebumps all over his body. In this timeline, Sergei is his ultimate fan. What a great sycophant. Master remarks, I am speechless. No wonder after coming here, he found his martial arts status inexplicably high, with even more statues than Carrie Thomas, and taller. Nora Camp, a major general, was eager to summon him simply because he bore a striking resemblance to Master Harrison Clark. Martha Owen, a top researcher, provided extra care during the teaching process, which must have been not just because of Nora Camp's involvement, but also due to his handsome face. There was also Daniel Thompson's warmth and kindness, the gentle smiles of strangers he encountered on the road, and so on and so forth. Only now did Master Harrison Clark realize how useful his face was. A face card is the best functioning black gold card in this world. In the past, Harrison Clark always benefited from the resources he obtained in the future when he returned to the past. He never thought that this time, traveling to the future, he would benefit from his achievements left behind in the past. The subsequent history progresses much faster. From 2550 to 2620, humans tried to launch unmanned spacecraft to break through the solar system every 10 years or so, while flourishing and reproducing. Even though they always failed, scientists hoped to gain more information through such collisions. In 2633, humans completed all the technical accumulation, exhausted numerous resources of the time, and built a massive manned spaceship. Nearly 100 people rode this large spaceship, loaded with millions of embryos, and rushed toward the outside of the solar system like moths to a flame. This time, the large manned spaceship's main technical level almost caught up with the giant spaceship Harrison Clark had used previously, with many of its technologies being born several hundred years earlier. Unfortunately, it still failed. Humans no longer attempt such futile efforts and turn to dig inward with all their strength. The numerous valuable assets left behind by the changes to Whale Group and Raynor's fate began to explode with power. 1,000 years ahead of time, Raynor laid the foundation for revolutionizing human new energy development based on photosynthesis. 500 years later, Willian builds upon this foundation and leaves many achievements. A few decades later, the great master Sergei completes the overall theoretical design of the Dyson membrane. 200 years pass. In 2755, humans use the solar system's resources to build the Dyson membrane. The incredibly massive elliptical Dyson membrane, located between Saturn's orbit and Uranus's orbit, can convert more than 35% of the sunlight's energy into electricity and transmit it to various planets through superconducting space cables. As the Dyson membrane, with its quantum biological properties, grows on its own, thickening, the energy conversion ratio will continue to rise from 35%. From then on, humans have truly gained a nearly inexhaustible source of energy. As a newborn Type 2 civilization trapped in a cage, humanity's fight as cornered beasts opens a new page. Enhance.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.